Chapter 486. Added chapter, dedicated to the leader of ZHVYHHOQ. A chapter full of flowers and hugs. For the sake of Guogwa staying up late, you're not allowed to jump and read it. Do you hear me? Read it word by word for me. When Yushu heard Jing Chun telling her about the method to destroy a person's life, she had a vague suspicion. However, when she really heard the answer, she still found it hard to accept. It's you. These were the most sarcastic words she had ever heard. She stared at Jing Chen's face, trying to find a trace of a joke on his face. However, his expression was full of guilt and regret, which made her heart sink little by little. Are you kidding me? How could I be the person who destroyed your life? If it was me, then why didn't you notice when I was with you for so long? She asked with a stiff face. Jing Chen looked up at her with a faint gaze. It's really you, Xiaoyu. You know I never lie. This is a matter of life and death. If I'm not very sure, why would I say it so easily? There's no mistake. I saw your appearance in a yellow spring in the earthly altar of the Emperor's mausoleum with my own eyes. This is the only way to identify a person who destroyed a life. How can it be wrong? Suddenly, she remembered the sudden storm on the day of the ancestral worship. Yushu finally could not help but take a deep breath. Her fingers tightened on the windowsill, and her face turned green. She had no choice but to believe what he said. She was the person who destroyed Jing Chen's life, but it was really her. This was really a big joke. Just 3 months ago, his childhood sweetheart junior sister had wanted to kill her in order to sever their relationship, regardless of whether she was innocent or not. Just 2 months ago, the man in front of her had disregarded the friendship between them for the sake of morality, and had righteously severed ties with her. In the blink of an eye, she had become the person who ruined his life. He had turned around and said that he wanted to be her husband and wife. He had even given her a huge reason to not allow her to reject him. Moreover, it seemed that she was the only one who clearly remembered all those heartless actions. Xiaoyu. Jing Chun looked at Yushu's changing expression under the dim candlelight. He could not tell what she was thinking and could not help but feel nervous. However, after confessing the truth, he felt a little relieved. He took a step forward and said to her bitterly, I've let you down before. You're right. I regret it now. Can you forgive me? Forgive you. Yushu raised her voice. In this quiet attic, even the slight tremor in her voice could be heard. Why do you want to ask for my forgiveness? Just because I'm that bullshit life breaker. If I wasn't, would you still be standing here and saying this to me? Her straightforward questioning made Jing Chun speechless. He was not a person who was good at lying. In this situation, he did not even know how to find an excuse for himself. You won't. Yushu gritted her teeth. The veins on her forehead were bulging. She said the pale truth for him. If I wasn't the life breaker, you wouldn't care whether I would forgive you or not. For you, the important thing is who the life breaker is, not who I, Yushu, am. The name life breaker hid a heavy meaning behind it. It was like a huge mountain hanging over her head without any defense. As long as she thought about it deeply, Yushu's hair stood on end. Why was Jing Chun intercepted on his way to the capital? Why was he buried with silver needles and abandoned in the river? Why was the person who was hanged on the observatory not long ago? Why was there a note pointing at Jing Chun? Why was there a plot against Jing Chun? She was confused for a while. Now, there was an explanation. Because he was a great disaster. His existence affected the fate of this country. And the existence of the life breaker was related to his fate. She had become the most crucial point, and also the most fatal point. She coldly looked at Jing Chun, who was at a loss but unable to explain himself. She harbored a glimmer of hope and asked in a low voice, Who did you tell about me being the one who broke your life? The Emperor also knows about it. Seeing that Yushu's face turned pale, Jing Chun didn't dare to say more. Yushu held a cold breath and said with difficulty, Let me ask you, have you ever thought that those who secretly hurt you wanted to hurt you because they knew you were a great disaster? Have you ever thought about why Chao Yiling was killed? She used to be a top actuary in a company. She could accurately estimate the risks involved in an insurance company. The person who plotted against Jing Chun undoubtedly had the intention of rebelling. and he was lurking in Amling City. He was so powerful that he could know the secret of the great disaster. He hid so deeply that even the royal family couldn't do anything about it. There was such a hidden force who wanted to overthrow the imperial court and had infinite killing intent. If they knew her existence, she would be in great danger. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if she could keep her life, she would not be able to control her life in the future. For that bullsh asterisk T righteousness of the country, she had to marry Jing Chun and bear his children. What about Shui Rui? He was the man who moved her heart endlessly, the man who knew and understood her. Was she going to let his sincerity down? Yushu couldn't help but think of that night. Shui Rui stared at her with his dark eyes. Such a cunning and smart man respected and cherished her. Even when he hugged her, he was cautious and careful. He had seen her good and bad, insidiousness and selfishness, but he still loved her. The sound of his heartbeat still echoed in her ears. How could she give up? Yushu had a hard time calming down as she thought about all the difficulties she was going to face. Her remaining rationality told her that Jing Chun had his own difficulties and that he had no choice. She shouldn't hold a grudge against him. However, the reality in front of her told her that the man in front of her, who she had once risked her life to accompany, could abandon her because of a few lies in the past. Now, for the sake of the country, he could push her into the teeth of the storm. She asked Jing Chun like this to see if he did it knowingly or just foolishly. She admitted that she couldn't be cruel to Jing Chun. After all, he was the first man who was willing to sacrifice his life for her. How could she just let him go and not care about him at all? If he was foolishly put her in such a dangerous situation, she could convince herself not to hate him for the sake of their past relationship. But if he did it knowingly, then she would never be soft-hearted. Jing Chun fell silent. He looked at Yushu's aggressive eyes. He seemed to be able to sense the anger and uneasiness that was emitted from her body because of him. For the first 10 years of his life, he had lived a life of lies. He had long been used to the arrangement of fate. When he first found out the truth, he also felt anger. But after the anger subsided, he still couldn't forget the fate that he was carrying. That was the mark that he was born with. Unless he died, it would always be there. He couldn't throw it away. He couldn't bear to hate it, because his life existed because of this. Thinking like this, his eyes that were so clear that people could see the bottom of his heart gradually darkened. It was as if the dust that was buried in his heart had floated to the surface. Miss Chow died because of me. The culprit hiding in the dark should know that I am the great calamity. He also knows that I am looking for the fate breaker. So he wants to act for my side. He wants to strangle the fate breaker in the cradle before I break the fate breaker. However, you don't have to be afraid. I've discussed it with Big Tipping. We won't reveal the fact that you're the life breaker. We've already found a substitute for you. Before we find out who's behind this, you won't be in any danger. Jing Chen's voice carried a hint of tiredness. After he finished speaking, he quietly looked at Yushu, waiting for her reaction. Only his white fingers under his sleeves revealed his nervousness. And right now, because of his words, Yushu's face was filled with frost and disappointment. He knew that it was not that he did not understand, but he still chose to push her out, regardless of whether she was willing or not. Yushu's fingers scratched the windowsill behind her, but she didn't notice it. Only her little finger, which was broken because of him, could not be used to this day, but it gave off a stinging pain like ants biting it. When she thought that her fate in the future would be controlled by others because of the 3 words, fate breaker, and it was the person in front of her who personally pushed her onto this path, how could she, who was proud and arrogant, accept it? Her throat felt as if there was a mouthful of pus and blood. If she swallowed it back, she was afraid that a tumor would grow in her heart. The endurance and unwillingness that she had been suppressing for Jing Chun after he recovered his memory finally erupted. Jing Chun, I don't think I have done anything wrong to you. I can give up this life for you because I thought you were worth it. But now, do you think you are worth it? Yushu couldn't suppress her anger and roared. In her previous life, she had died in a hurry and died without a cause. She deserved it. But in this life, she was able to keep her life. She cherished her life more than anyone else. She struggled to live until now, for herself, not for anyone else. Why did he decide for her? Why did he think that she would understand? Why did he think that she should be that damned fate breaker? The rise and fall of the and dynasty, the lives of his sect elders, what did they have to do with her? Jing Chun was stung by the aggressive look of Yushu. He did not know how many times he had seen her coldly frowning at others. But he never thought that one day, that person would be him. In this embarrassing situation, his mind wandered. He easily recalled the days when he lost his memory. That smiling face that looked at him all day, and that kiss that gently fell on his cheek in the forest. That lively and moving Xiao Yu, because of his betrayal, had become so cold. "I have done wrong to you." His voice became hoarse. He still could not find a word to explain his difficulties. The only thing he could do was not to deceive her. "Xiao Yu, I know that you no longer have any feelings for me. If I want you to marry me and have children with me, you will find it hard to accept. Don't worry, I will not force you. I will be good to you in the future, very, very good to you. I will let you fall in love with me again and be willing to be a couple with me. I will protect you for a lifetime and will not let anyone hurt you." The promise he made sounded so ridiculous to Yushu. It was not that he had not said the same words before. But later, when he was faced with a choice, the person he let go of was her. Although she was extremely angry, she surprisingly calmed down. After taking a few breaths, she swallowed the ridicule that was about to come out of her mouth. Fall in love with him again? Impossible. She understood herself better than anyone else. She was a stubborn person. She would not shed tears until she saw the coffin, and would not turn back until she hit the wall. If it was not for the fact that Shui Rui would let her down in the future, even if Jing Chun twisted his head off for her to kick as a ball, she would not fall in love with him. Even if Shui Rui let her down, she would not go back to him. Yushu did not speak about Shui Rui out of impulse. Jing Chun could disregard her life and death for the sake of righteousness, but she could not use the person she loved as a shield because of selfishness. Moreover, this situation was very important. Even if it was Shui Rui, it was impossible for him to shake the emperor's heart. In this world, the emperor was the most powerful. For his family and country, he could turn anyone who stood in his way into a pile of bones. "You should give up. If you want me to be your husband and wife, you might as well ask me to die. You can hold my urn and go to the heaven and earth to get married. Let's see if you can break your life," Yushu said coldly. She would not pretend to be subservient to Jing Chun just because her life was in someone else's hands. Although Jing Chun had placed the matter of breaking his life at the forefront, his guilt towards her was the biggest trump card in her hand. When she could stand on an objective point of view and look at this person, she had nothing to be afraid of. As long as she had a sense of propriety, she could completely make use of his guilt. "Xiao Yu, don't say things out of anger. You won't die. I won't force you. I can wait until the day you change your mind." Her words stabbed at Jing Chen's heart. In addition to sadness and regret, there was also heartache. This cold-looking girl in front of him had suffered a lot for him. However, after he recovered his memory, everything he did made her sad. "Huh?" Yushu sneered. She closed the window behind her and picked up the candlestick on the coffee table. When she walked past him, she paused for a moment. She tilted her head and thought of a question. It did not take long for her to ask. "You said that you found a substitute for me. Is it that Zhan Shuyuan?" "Yes." Jing Chen knew that Yushu had always been smart. He only said one thing, and she could guess 2 or 3 things. After confirming that Zhan Shuyuan had become a target for her, Yushu did not feel very happy. On one hand, she was secretly glad that they knew to cover up for her. On the other hand, she felt a little sad. She hated Zhan Shuyuan, who was arrogant and proud. She had never thought of letting him take a knife for her. However, she did not have the final say. She was in deep trouble. She could not even protect herself, so how could she care about others? As the saying goes, a dead friend does not have to die. At most, she did not want the 3 slaps and did not set a trap for Zhan Shuyuan. She could not do anything else. There were still many questions in Yushu's mind, but she did not ask them all at once tonight. She carefully protected the candle in her hand and planned what to do next. She ignored Jing Chen's hesitation and went downstairs without looking back, leaving him in the dark. Jing Chen stood in the same place and only turned his head to watch her leave. He did not stop her, nor did he chase after her. Listening to her footsteps, he thought back to her question just now. Do you think you're worth it? Chapter 487. When Yushu left the small building, she did not go back to the observatory. She crossed the lawn and found Xian Lu, who was observing the stone tablet. She greeted him and said that she had a headache and wanted to leave. Xian Lu was about to slip away, so he simply left with her. The two of them returned to the female dormitory. Yushu did not speak the entire way. Xian Lu chattered incessantly. Seeing her dark expression, he thought that she was uncomfortable and did not care. As soon as they entered the room, Yushu sat tiredly on the chair, one hand covering her forehead. After an unknown amount of time, the anger in her heart subsided, leaving behind only sorrow. Towards Jing Chen, she had never been willing to be too harsh. Even after he recovered his memory, he broke his promise with her time and time again. Even when, under Shui Yun's pressure, he cruelly cut off all contact with her. Even when, in his heart, she was a burden that he could let go of at any time. She did not feel any resentment. Because of the friendship between the two of them, he did not care, but she was. However, Jing Chen's actions today truly made her heart bitterly disappointed. He clearly knew that it was a pit of fire, but he still pushed her to jump in. If the two of them had a deep hatred, or if they had never met before, it would have been fine. But she was not. She, Yushu, had never done anything wrong to Jing Chen. When he fell into the river, she risked her life to save him. When he was heavily injured, she brewed medicine every day. When he could not speak, when he lost his martial arts, she did her best to take care of him. When he lost his memory, she did everything she could to help him recover. When he disappeared without a word, she ran around in the heavy snow. When he spoke of the difficulties of his life, she was worried and anxious for him. When his life was revealed, even if her fingers were twisted and broken, she would not reveal half a word about him. But what about him? He sold her out with just an apology and made her take on a responsibility that didn't belong to her. If she hadn't put on an act to trick him tonight, she probably wouldn't have known what was going on until she died. He had wronged her like this. Why should she care about the friendship that had already passed away? Yushu laughed coldly, mocking herself. That day when they met in Yiyang City, they actually got to know each other in 3 months in Jiangnan. How could she have thought that she would end up in such a situation where you are heartless and I am unjust? She covered her face with one hand and sat on a chair in front of the hall, listening to the sound of summer cicadas outside the window. She sat there for the whole night. She waited until the rays of morning light peeked through the crack of the door and window before she slowly put down her stiff arm. She pressed on the armrest and propped herself up. With slow but steady steps, she walked into the inner room. Zhan family guest house Pipa. Zhan Shuiyuan waved his arm, causing a set of green porcelain cups on the coffee table to fall to the ground. Panting, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Despicable and shameless." She acted presumptuously into bed, but I didn't hold it against her. She didn't know what was good for her, and even dared to speak ill of me behind my back, causing me to be unable to go to the library these few days and almost delayed my examination. She even dared to seduce academician Jing behind my back. How shameless! Chui Yin hurriedly took a few steps back to avoid being pricked by the debris. She carefully looked at Zhan Shuyuan's angry face and added fuel to the fire. "Isn't that so? You weren't there last night. I saw her talking and laughing with academician Jing with my own eyes, and then she led people downstairs. I didn't dare to follow them, but I saw the two of them enter the small building one after the other from the observatory. They stayed there for a long time before coming out. I really don't know what kind of shady business they did inside." "Shut up." Zhan Shuyuan angrily slapped the coffee table, reached out to point at Chui Yun's nose, and turned the spearhead around. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you didn't steal my Tianyu and make me think that she did it, would I have let her slap me for nothing? It's all your fault. I hate you." If there's a problem with my examination this time, you'll be the first one who won't forgive me. Cui Yun embarrassedly lowered her head. She didn't dare to provoke her anymore, so she could only choose to say something pleasant. Hyun, it's all my fault. Don't be angry with me. Calm down and prepare well today. Tomorrow you will take the examination of the Celestial Commissioner. When you become a female official of the Imperial Counselor, you will be in charge of the affairs in your hands. You don't need to be afraid of that powerless woman anymore. Also, I asked someone to inquire that Yushu used to be from the family of the former Right Magistrate. Later, when the Ji family was defeated, her mother secretly ran away. I don't know how many scandals there are behind her. You can check her household card and reveal these things. Let's see if she can still be arrogant then. Although Zhang Xuan was still angry, her eyes obviously brightened a little. Are you serious? Cui Yin nodded. I heard it from the little sister who used to be good friends with Ji Xingxuan. It can't be wrong. Zhang Xuan sneered and said, It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I will let that shameless thing know that I'm not easy to bully. She hit me, I will return it to her tenfold. Cui Yin responded on the side, and coaxed Zhang Xuan back with a few words. Seeing that there was nothing else, she made an excuse to leave. After leaving the Zhang family's villa, Cui Yun sat on a sedan chair at the east gate and carried it all the way to the small door of a big mansion in the north of the city. When the old maid guarding the door saw her, she didn't shy away and opened the door with a smile. Cui Yun asked, Is the princess in the mansion now? Yes, the second young lady is also here. The second young lady mentioned by the old maid was not the second young lady of the Xiang prince's mansion, but the second young lady of the Cui family, Cui Xen, who drank milk with the princess since childhood. Cui Yin secretly curled her lips. Originally, she wanted to be alone in front of the princess, so she deliberately chose this time to come. Who knew that her elder sister was also here? Xiwen was wrapped in a beautiful blue pearl gauze as she sat crookedly in the waterside pavilion. Her small hand, which was dyed pink with nail polish, held the beauty fan and slowly waved it. Beside her sat a slender and beautiful woman. Her eyes were soft and gentle, and she looked older than Xiwen by a year and a half. At this moment, she was carefully peeling a green grape, using a silver skewer to pick out the seeds before feeding it to Xiwen. Her eyes were gentle and indulgent. Miss Cui is here, the maid reported from outside the curtain. Xiwen turned her head and looked at Cui Yun, who was walking along the waterside. She smiled and said to Cui Xen, Sister Xen, guess whether this is good news or bad news. Cui Xen took a handkerchief and slowly pressed the grape juice at the corner of Xiwen's mouth. She looked up at the figure on the shore and said, She wouldn't dare to come if she can't do what you asked her to do. As she spoke, Cui Yun entered the waterside pavilion. She first kowtowed to Xiwen and then gave her elder sister a flattering smile. Princess, elder sister, tell me, how is it? Xiwen looked at the flattering Cui Yun and felt a little annoyed. If it wasn't because she couldn't find someone to use, she wouldn't have picked such a sly person. She even messed up the matter of Hua Jinyuan. If it wasn't because she still had some use, she wouldn't have allowed such a person to be in front of her. Cui Yun looked at Xiwen impatiently and didn't dare to keep her in suspense. Today I learned all the words to Zhang Xiwen. When she takes office in Taiching Department, she will definitely not let Yu Swansea have an easy time. Cui Xien said, Yu Swansea is not very fierce. Miss Zhang suffered a great loss in his hands. She was beaten and scolded. Isn't she afraid at all? She will listen to whatever you say. She doesn't learn from her mistakes. Isn't she a little stupid? Xiwen also looked at Cui Yun with a little worry. Cui Yun hurriedly said, It's not like that. It's also a coincidence. Last night, Academician Jing of Taisher Book Garden was substituting for Academician Sima. I happened to see Academician Jing and use Swansea on the observatory, so I added oil to the fire and told Zhang Xuan. Princess, you may not know, but Zhang Xuan admires Academician Jing very much. When she heard this, she was very angry. How could she care about that witch? She can't wait to pull her face now. Xiwen burst into laughter. She raised her long neck and patted her thigh with a round fan, saying, If she really dares to pull Yu Lianfang's face, I will treat her to a banquet. Chui Yin was puzzled. Although she listened to Princess Shi Wen's words and made trouble for Yu Shu, she didn't know what happened between them. Was it worth being so happy? Chui Xin held her hand and said to Chui Yun, "This witch doesn't know how to behave. She has offended Princess several times. Relying on a little bit of human relations, she is arrogant. Princess can't teach her a lesson. You ruined Princess's arrangement in Huajian Garden. This time, you could be considered to have redeemed yourself. Princess said that she will give you an invitation to the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet as a reward for being sensible." Hearing this, Chui Yun hid her excitement and bowed her head, saying, "Thank you, Princess. In the future, Yin Yin will do everything that Princess asks me to do." Looking at her humble appearance, Shi Wen's eyes flashed with disdain. So what if she could enter the court and become an official? In front of her, she still had to be like a dog waiting for her reward. Chui Xin sent Chui Yun away and poured a cup of warm plum tea for Shi Wen. Looking at Shi Wen's changing expression, she said with pity, "You don't have to worry. At the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet, I will help you keep an eye on those dishonest ones and make sure they don't cause trouble for you." Shi Wen lay on her knees and covered her face with a fan. She said in a low voice, "Sister, you don't know? I will be 16 this year. Father is delaying my marriage. Seeing that His Majesty is about to be dissatisfied, Mother said that the palace intends to marry me to the northeast to appease the Prince of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying. This year's Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet is my last chance. If I don't take the risk, I will have no choice in the future." Chui Xin touched her hair. Her eyes were strange, and she said worriedly, "Your Grace, do you really not want to discuss it with the princess? You should at least let the eldest young master know. After all, you are a woman. If one day you send the golden jade hibiscus to him, and he rejects you, you will not even have a last chance." Shi Wen was silent for a while. Her voice came from under the fan. "If I tell him, I'm afraid he won't even go to the banquet. It doesn't matter. I know he doesn't like the marriage with the Count. It was grandfather who forced him. Don't worry. Since I have decided to do this, I naturally have a way to make it impossible for him to reject me." Chapter 488. Yu Shu slept in the female dormitory for half a day. When she woke up in the afternoon, it started raining again. The stuffy heat of the previous day was swept away, and the air was cool. After closing the doors and windows, she left Taisher Library with an umbrella. Yesterday, she told Lu Zhong that she did not need to pick her up. At this time, there was no sedan chair to hire on the street. Walking on the wet street, the anxiety in her heart dissipated step by step. The more one was in prison, the more one could not panic. Being in the situation, Yu Shu spent a night thinking about what she should do next to get rid of the responsibility and danger brought by the new identity of Lifebreaker. At first glance, she only had two ways to go. The first way was to resign to fate and obediently marry Jing Chun and have children, becoming a stone brick for the prosperity of the Dan dynasty. Then, she would live a seemingly harmonious life with a man she resented. When the day came for her to retire, she would let others decide whether she would continue to be rich and powerful or become a good lackey. When all the birds were gone and the cunning rabbit was dead, she would be cooked or hidden. The second way was to refuse to comply with the feudal superstition and arranged marriage. Then, she would be regarded as refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. They would then tie her up and force her to marry Jing Chun. From then on, she would live a life of imprisonment. Until Jing Chun lost his life, what awaited her was either to be silenced or to continue to be imprisoned. In other words, with the title Life Breaker on her head, whether she cooperated or not, the rest of her life was destined to be a tragedy. Jing Chun, Jing Chun, have you ever stood in my position and thought that this life breaker is actually a person who is seeking death? Yu Shu walked alone on the road, and the sound of the rain covered her words. The great calamity, your life is tied to the rise and fall of a dynasty. Knowing such a huge secret, when I'm no longer of use, will they let me live? At that time, if they find a dignified reason to have you personally kill me, I'm afraid you'll do it. To put it bluntly, Jing Chun was like a treasure that could shake the foundation of a country, and she was the key to the door of the treasure. Without her, this treasure could not be opened. However, when someone opened the door with the key and took the treasure out, the treasure would still be a treasure, and she, the key, would become a waste. Yushu clenched the handle of the umbrella, and her face became colder. She raised her eyes and quickly glanced around. If she remembered correctly, the passerby in a gray robe on the opposite side of the street had been following her from the gate of Taisher Library. There was also the hawker who was pushing his cart home not far away. He had not left her sight. Before yesterday, she would not have paid attention to these details. Now, it seemed that someone was secretly watching her, in case she had an accident before Jing Chun lost his life. Yushu's eyes flashed, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. It took her a night to confirm this important point. Before the treasure was opened, she could not lose this key. The wonderful thing was that in the current situation, there was a group of people with bad intentions secretly watching Jing Chun, the and disaster, and they wanted to ruin it. In order to kill these rebels, the ruler of the country would temporarily hide her, the key. First, they would not use it, and second, they would protect her well. In other words, now she was supported by the emperor. There were advantages and disadvantages, and blessings and misfortunes were interdependent. Yushu knew the trump card in her hand. If she wanted to break out of the situation, she had to first find out what the problem was, and then she could take the right medicine. What she could do now was to find out the secret behind Jing Chun, the troublemaker, by taking advantage of the situation. It sounded incredible that a person's life could decide the fate of the country. The disaster, the person who broke one's life, and the absurd way to break it. Where did these words come from? And how could the ruler of the country believe it? She thought about it all night, and this was the problem. From the north of the city to the south, Yushu walked a long way. An umbrella could not block the wind and rain. When she returned home in the evening, half of her body was wet. Yindo moved a small stool and sat under the door to wait. Seeing her drenched appearance, she hurriedly shook off the cloak in her hands and went forward to wrap her up. She held up the umbrella and pushed her to the backyard. Lu Zhong went out to pick up the girl. Didn't you see him? Why did you come back in the rain? Quickly go inside. What if you catch a cold? When Yushu heard the little maidservants muttering, she didn't find her annoying. Instead, she cooperated and entered the house. She took off her wet clothes and climbed onto the bed. She covered herself with a thin blanket and quietly watched as the maidservant busied herself in front of her. One moment, she brought hot water for her, and the next moment, she used a towel to dry her hair. When Zhao Hui heard that Yushu came back wet, she left Xiaochuan with the wet nurse and had Madame Chun instruct the kitchen to cook some hot soup. She crossed the courtyard to Yushu's room and saw her lying on the bed in a daze. She hurriedly walked to her side and touched her wet hair. Why are you drenched like this? Didn't I call Lu Zhong to pick you up? You're also a child. Seeing that the rain is getting heavier, you can't find a place to hide and come back when the rain is lighter. You must have caught a cold. Look at how white your little face is. Zhao Hui used her hands to hold her ice-cold face. She sensitively sensed that this child had something on her mind. Just as she was wondering what had happened, Yushu hugged her waist and buried her head in her embrace. Mother. When Zhao Hui heard her muffled voice, she was stunned for a moment. She hugged her back and responded with an AI. She felt a bit sour and uncomfortable in her heart. She thought that this child was naturally strong-willed. As a girl, she had been supporting the facade outside and had never complained about being tired or bitter. How much grievance must she have suffered for her to be willing to show a bit of weakness in front of her? Yushu hugged Zhao Hui and smelled the milky fragrance on her body. She absent-mindedly thought of her previous life. When she was a child, she couldn't remember clearly. But when she grew up and had her own opinions, it seemed that she had never been so intimate with her parents. Instead, she always saw her younger brother acting like a spoiled child to her parents, crying and being comforted in her mother's arms. Later, the person who took care of and comforted her younger brother became her. Shall you Zhao Hui patted her back and said softly, if you have encountered something sad, Tell Mother. Mother can't help you solve your problems, but at least I can listen to your heart. Yushu breathed in the strong smell of her mother on Zhao Hui's body. Although it was a bit more comforting, she couldn't help but want to pour out her heart. But she didn't forget the severity of Jing Chen's matter. If it was leaked, whoever heard it would be harmed. I just feel bad in my heart, that's all. She raised her head from Zhao Hui's arms. I want to eat the small wonton stew you cooked, is that okay? When Zhao Hui heard that she wanted to eat it, how could she not agree? She immediately said yes. There is still raw meat in the kitchen. I just made some chicken soup at noon. I will go to the kitchen to make the stuffing. After saying that, she let go of her and quickly went to the kitchen to prepare. Yushu slept for a day and walked all the way. Her stomach was already growling, but she didn't have much of an appetite. She wrapped herself in the quilt and lay on the bed in a daze. Yindo came in from outside and gently called her a few times. She didn't respond, thinking that she was asleep. When she walked closer, she found that her eyes were open. Miss? Yushu listlessly turned her eyes. Yindo picked up the clothes at the head of the bed and said to her, Mr. Shui is here. Quickly put on your clothes and get up. I don't know what it is. Yushu suddenly sat up and looked at the sky outside the window. It was clearly still raining outside. She didn't expect Shui Rue to come at this time. She was happy and worried at the same time. Happy because she wanted to see him at this time. Worried because she didn't know what to say when she saw him. Where are my shoes? Yushu turned over and got off the bed. No matter what, she couldn't hide from him. Yindo brought a clean dress for her to change into. Because her hair was still wet, she tied it into a bun at the back of her head and used a long pearl hairpin to twist it. Half of her long hair hung down to her waist. Dressed in plain clothes, she went to the front to meet the guest. Entering under the eaves, Yindo closed the umbrella. Yushu lifted the hem of her dress and put it down. When she looked up, she saw the room was brightly lit. Shui Rue was sitting in the light, holding a cup of tea in his hand. He was wearing a round neck robe made of willow satin, which made his figure look tall and slender. His black hair was neatly tied at the back of his head, revealing his square forehead. A pair of bright peach blossom eyes stared at her from the moment she walked out of the door. Probably because it was dark and there was no one else around, his gaze was not reserved. Yushu's eyes flickered a little. She turned her head and called Yindo to guard the corridor, then walked in. It's raining. Why did you come here? It had been another 3 or 4 days since their last small gathering at Wang Jilu. The documents of the judicial office had been sorted out and submitted in the afternoon. I returned to the Fu. Shui Rue paused and looked at Yushu sitting down opposite him. He lowered his voice and said, I missed you, so I came. The two of them had an intimate moment on the rooftop that night, and both Shui Rue and Yushu felt that they had taken a step closer to each other from the bottom of their hearts. There was a saying that a day apart felt like 3 years. When Yushu heard Shui Rue's straightforward words of love, it would be a lie to say that she was not happy. She had just discovered not long ago that Shui Rue, who was smooth and sophisticated in dealing with people, was quite frank in terms of feelings. For example, now, if he missed her, he would come to see her. He did not mind telling her. He would not put on an act and deliberately put on a high profile in front of her. Looking at Shui Rue like this, how could Yushu not be angry at the identity of the person who broke her life? She had to let go of such a considerate and tactful man to marry and have children with an enemy. Wasn't this digging out her heart? Big brother, have you eaten dinner? Yushu opened her mouth and asked dryly. She really did not think about whether she should tell Shui Rue about Jing Chun. To be honest, she was a little timid. She did not have much confidence. If Shui Rue knew that there was such a big mountain on top of her head, and if he wanted to achieve good things with her, he would have to go against the emperor and even abandon the peace and prosperity. Would he still choose to stand with her? It was not her fault that she was not confident. In her opinion, how much you gave, how much you could get. She had been extremely benevolent to Jing Chun. They had been through life and death together. That person could use her to achieve righteousness. What about Shui Rue? What had she done for Shui Rue? When she looked back and thought about it, It had always been Shui Rue who had been helping her all along, and he'd done a great deal for her in silence. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was always at her beck and call. Yet before she had the chance to treat him well, such a mishap had occurred. Last night, she asked Jing Chun if he was worth her to break her life for him. Today, she also wanted to ask herself, was she worth Shui Rue taking the risk to go against the court for her? She actually had an answer in her heart. Yushu's eyes turned gray. Her heart was sour and bitter, but she also felt helpless. Why did she feel that Shui Rue should bear the crime of treason with her for her own selfishness? If she also put Shui Rue in a dilemma, what was the difference between it and what Jing Chun had done to her? Shu, why don't you say anything? Are you tired? Oh, I stayed up late last night and watched the stars in the Taishu Shuyuan. I didn't sleep well during the day. Yushu pretended to rub her eyes to prevent him from seeing any clues. Then she said, Godmother cooked wontons herself. Stay and eat with us. Shui Rue said with a smile, I still remember Aunt Huai's wonton noodles. At that time in Yang City, I brought you to try it. Yes, I also remember at that time. Shui changed the topic and looked at Yushu, who was chattering endlessly. Doubt flashed in his eyes. Seeing that she was a little strange today, it seemed that she had encountered something difficult, but it was not convenient to tell him. Chapter 489. The rain didn't stop until the evening. Yushu sent Shui Rue out of the gate. Big brother, go back. Be careful at night. Shui Rue turned back to look at the thin and slender Yushu standing on the steps. He couldn't describe what was wrong with her, but he couldn't put his mind at ease. He looked up and saw that there was no one else in the gatehouse, only a little servant girl. He stepped aside, using his body as a cover, and raised his hand to grab her soft hair. His palm came into contact with the coldness, which made him frown inwardly. He squeezed her tightly and said in a low voice, If you have nothing to do tomorrow, come to Wanji Tower. In the end, it was not convenient to talk at her home. He had to ask her tomorrow. Yushu looked up at him and saw the concern in his eyes. She pursed her lips and said with a light smile, Then in the afternoon, I have to go to Assistant Minister Chio's Fu in the morning. Okay, I'll wait for you. Shui Rue nodded, but didn't let go of her hand. He just stood there and said, Last time you said you wanted to go out to play. Pick another day. I see that your red horse is quite spirited. It's just that it always doesn't run. He said something unimportant as his warm and thick palm wrapped around the back of her hand. He rubbed it for a while until her fingers were warm again. Only then did he end the conversation. I'm leaving. Don't stay up late to read. Rest early. Yushu watched as Shui Rue boarded the carriage. She slowly retracted her warm hand into her sleeve. Her heart missed the moment of his warmth. Her gaze followed the carriage into the distance until it disappeared at the corner of the street. She was still staring into the distance in a daze. Miss, the wind is rising. Go back to your room. Yindo called from behind her. Yushu turned around. There was no hesitation in her eyes. She thought, it won't be too late to tell him after I thoroughly investigate this matter. As soon as Shui Rue returned to the Fu, he heard the servant say that Shui Lingnan was looking for him. Shui Rue thought there was something urgent, so he hurried to the small study in the north yard without even changing his clothes. All the way to the door, he did not see a single servant. Shui Rue's footsteps slowed down, and he heard a few low coughs coming from the half-closed door. He stopped in his tracks and did not make a sound until the coughs disappeared. Grandfather, I'm back. Is it Chung Bai? Come in and talk. Shui Rue pushed open the door and entered. As soon as he turned around, he saw Shui Lingnan had a dark green cloak draped over his shoulders, and his back was straight as he sat by himself on the recliner under the bookshelf. A thin blanket covered his knees, and he held a few yellow booklets in his hand. I heard from Hadaku that you came back in the afternoon. Where did you go? Shui Lingnan raised his head and asked. Facing his grandson, whom he had raised since childhood, he still maintained a dignified expression. I went to visit a friend and stayed for supper. Shui Rue walked over and looked behind him. He hesitated for a moment before he walked forward and closed the wide-open window. Then he turned around and retreated in front of the old man. "Grandfather, did something big happen?" Shui Lingnan had seen his actions. Under the dim light of the lamp, his aged face was expressionless. In the morning court today, someone took the lead in bringing up the matter of appointing a successor and submitted a memorial. Shui Rui asked in surprise, who submitted it? He was a fifth-rank official and did not have to attend court every day. Recently, he had been busy revising laws and documents. He had just been released in the afternoon, so he had not heard of the morning court. Your second uncle's father-in-law, the Celestial Commissioner, left Judge Exine. Shui Rui's second aunt was from the Exine family, one of the 12 prefectures in Jing. The current left judge, Exine, was Minister Shui's in-law. It wasn't that no one had brought up the matter of appointing a successor, but the emperor was physically strong and the matter was always left unsettled. There had been no movement in recent years. Now that the princes had come of age, it was inevitable that some people would start thinking about it. Of the princes who had come of age, Ning Wang Lu Hao, born by Yin Shufei, and Jin Wang Lu Tan, born by noble consort Shui, were the hottest topic. Originally, Lu Tan had been recuperating in the mountains for many years and had not returned, so his influence was not as great as Lu Hao's. But 2 months ago, Lu Tan had defeated Lu Hao at the Shuangyang conference and received the title of Jin Wang, becoming the youngest marquis, with Shui Lingnan, the minister of the 6 departments, as his maternal grandfather, and the emperor also bestowed a marriage to the southern Xia Jiang family. Lu Tan's influence was gradually catching up to Lu Hao's. Shui Rui's eyelids jumped. Looking at Shui Lingnan's cold face, he knew that the matter of appointing a successor was not his grandfather's idea. There was more to it than meets the eye. So he asked, has left adjudicator Xin recommended a candidate? Shui Lingnan only shook his head and looked at him. Shui Rui thought for a while and said, His Majesty had just returned from the day of worshipping the ancestors in Huazhen Garden. His body was unwell and he had been bedridden for a few days. He had just recovered, but today someone proposed to appoint a successor. His Majesty will definitely be unhappy. Although left adjudicator Xin did not specifically recommend Jin Wang, but he and our Fu are in-laws. Others will definitely guess that it was us. If His Majesty is angry, it is impossible that he would not be suspicious of grandfather. For such a big matter, left adjudicator Xin did not discuss it with grandfather. I don't know if he was muddled or instigated by someone. He did not say everything and did not point out who instigated Xin. But in his heart, he was very sure that this matter had something to do with Ning Wang's faction. Shui Lingnan looked at the child he had raised with satisfaction. He handed over the memorial that he had been holding in his hands for a long time and sneered, saying, You don't need to help exonerate your second uncle's family. Xin is a short-sighted person. His old father, old academician Xin, is an intelligent person. It is a pity that he is old and retired early, not meddling in other people's business. If it wasn't for the imperial edict that year, I would not have allowed your second uncle to marry this noble girl. Let me ask you, a while ago, did your second aunt look for you in private, intending to match you with the 6th young miss of the Xin family? Knowing that nothing in this Fu could be hidden from the old man in front of him, Shui Rui lowered his head and said, Second aunt did have such intentions, but grandson rejected her. Shui Lingnan said, That was also Xin's idea. He was testing this old man, thinking that by marriage, your cousin Jing Wang will be able to achieve great things in the future. His Xin family will be more stable. Seeing that we do not have such intentions, he started to have other ideas. Your aunt sent out news from the palace that Xu Fei seems to be dissatisfied with the current Ning Wang Fei and wants to find a side Fei for Ning Wang. Among the candidates that she has her eyes on, the young miss of the Xin family is among them. This old man thinks that Ning Wang must have promised the Xin family something, that Xin dared to pretend to be a fool and stab the Shui family in the imperial court today. Shui Rui's eyes flashed. Only now did he understand why Xin's Wasi had made a mistake. He opened the memorials that Shui Lingnan handed to him and quickly flipped through them. He saw that they were all articles praising Lu Tan. Some of them were exaggerated, and even he frowned when he read them. It could be imagined that when the emperor saw these memorials, he wasn't happy that his son had surpassed his father, but he was angry that someone was coveting the position he was sitting on. Grandfather, these memorials, after the court session ended, the holy emperor sent me to the imperial study and threw them in front of me. Shui Lingnan's face was expressionless. He didn't say more about the emperor's anger at the time and brushed it over. He looked at Shui Rui and waited for him to continue. Shui Rui thought for a bit and said, "There is no lack of people watching outside right now. It is not convenient for grandfather to invite Jing Wang over to the Fu to prevent any unpleasant rumors from reaching the holy emperor's ears. I will go to Jing Wang now. Is there anything you want me to bring?" Shui Lingnan nodded. Jing Wang is still young and can't control his temper. After this matter, the emperor will definitely find an excuse to reprimand him in a few days to suppress his limelight. You don't need to tell him in advance. It's a good thing to let him suffer a little. In addition, tell him about Xinya's scheme so that he will be more careful in the future. Grandson will remember. I will change my clothes and go out now. Shui Rui placed the few memorials on the tea table and touched the teapot in passing. He realized that the water inside the teapot had turned cold. When he turned his head and saw Shui Lingnan's white hair and sunken and thin cheeks, he instantly felt as if something was stuck in his throat. Grandfather, the tea is cold. I will get someone to change it before I leave. Shui Lingnan, who was deep in thought, slowly raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him. His cloudy eyes revealed a complicated expression. He swallowed his cough and said in a low voice, "Your mother's illness acted up again during dinner. Don't disturb her rest for the next 2 days in case she sees you and causes trouble again." Shui Rui's arm that was holding the teapot stiffened. He tried his best to suppress the chill that crept up his spine. His nose wrinkled and half of his face turned away from the light. He said in a low voice, "I know. I won't go to the rear courtyard for the next few days." Shui Lingnan sighed faintly and leaned on the recliner. He pulled the blanket to his waist and waved at him. Shui Rui silently left with the teapot until he retreated to the door. He closed the door of the small study with a backhand and instantly clenched his fists. The lantern hanging high under the eaves shone on his handsome face. At this moment, it was full of darkness and sarcasm. Shui Rui went to the guest house that night to see Lu Tan. He said something and brought Minister Shui's words to him. After the 4th watch, he left through the side door of the guest house. He did not return to the mansion, but went to the Wangji Tower. The next day, Yushu deleted and added several paragraphs of the 8 characters of marriage that Xia Jiangmin had annotated last night. She copied it again and sent it to the assistant minister's mansion today. Mrs. Chiu took in her hand and looked at it carefully. She saw that her annotations were accurate. Some of the words of good or bad luck matched with what she had heard before. For example, the mother of young Masterly was not kind. This annotation said that the elders were against each other and that it was not good for the family business. Moreover, the son of young Master, Zhao, had several maidservants. This annotation said that the peach blossoms were rotten and that it was not good for the children. Mrs. Chiu also noticed that the annotations were all aimed at the men, not the women. Finally, Yushu stamped her 2 seals at the end of the annotation. One was the Yishur seal, and the other was the Swansea seal. Mrs. Chiu was secretly surprised, but also convinced. She closed the annotation with great satisfaction. She gave a look to the maidservant beside her. When a maidservant went behind the gauze cabinet, she thanked Yushu. "Thank you for your trouble. The day before yesterday, I got a pair of toys. I want to give them to you to play with." After a while, she saw the maidservant come out with a square plate. On it were 2 fist-sized golden pichio squatting. They raised their heads and raised their feet. They were shining with golden light and looked like living creatures. Yushu looked at the 2 lumps of pure gold. Regardless of the workmanship, they were worth 1 or 200 taels of silver. She was very surprised by Mrs. Chiu's heavy thanks and declined. "It's nothing. How can I let Madam spend more money?" Mrs. Chiu didn't mind. She said with a smile, "Lady, don't regard me as an outsider. This is what I should do. You should know that people like us go to the Day Exchange Hall to ask for a fortune stick. Not to mention the cost. We can't ask for it once or twice. How can you be so detailed and considerate? Yushu saw that she didn't seem to have any ulterior motives. She also knew that Xiao Jiming, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, was very rich and didn't care about this little bit. So she didn't refuse again. She took the 2 lumps of gold and chatted with Mrs. Chiu for a while before getting up to leave. Chapter 490. The hegemon is here again. Thank you for having a new hegemon. C_N ****** hug. When Shui Rui woke up, he was in the courtyard. The blanket on his body slipped to his feet. There was a wine pot next to his pillow and an open wine jar on the ground, reminding him how much he drank last night. He groaned and sat up, rubbing his forehead. He combed his messy long hair and squinted at the dazzling sunlight outside the courtyard. He called out, "Come in." Gui Ba, who was guarding outside the curtain, came in with a basin of water and a white cotton towel. Shui Rui wiped his face with cold water and felt more refreshed. He smelled the strong smell of alcohol on his body and thought that Yushu would come later. He frowned and said, "Prepare warm soup." Gui Ba said, "Why don't you have breakfast first? The kitchen is ready. I will serve it to you." Shui Rui waved his hand. "What time is it? Leave it for lunch." Gui Ba looked at his face and took the towel. He reported, "An hour ago, Prince Yang's heir sent someone to book a table. He said that young Lord Rui and second young Master Qi would come at noon. What do you think?" Shui Rui raised his eyebrows. He put on his coat and asked, "How many?" If Lu Jiong and the others came for a banquet, it must be a first-class banquet. The dishes and wine cups must be carefully arranged. They must first agree on the number of people to avoid a mess. I said to prepare 8 bowls and chopsticks. Shui Rui calculated that if they brought a few female guests, Shiwen would be missing. He suddenly had a headache. It wasn't that he didn't know how his cousin felt about him. At first, he just thought that she was young and insensible, so he didn't care. But the last time she heard from somewhere that his grandfather intended to marry the Rui family, she came to Wang Ji Lu and said those words. It was hard not to take it to heart. What's more, he almost met Yushu that time. He really couldn't stop worrying. Fortunately, Yushu would come in the afternoon, so he could send this group of people away as soon as possible, lest Yuan was crafty and targeted her again. Shui Rui wasn't afraid that Yushu would be at a disadvantage, but he was afraid that Shiwen would blabber and cause a misunderstanding. Shui Rui washed away the smell of alcohol and smoked a pot of sandalwood. He sat in the study tidily and flipped through an account book that Yushu had corrected a while ago, waiting for Lu Jiong and the others to come. It was less than 1:45. The front building was full of customers, but the back building was still quiet. Gui Qi jogged to Shui Rui's room through the drooping flower gate that led to the backyard. Shui Rui put away the account book and walked out of the door. Lu Jiong and the others entered the backyard, talking and laughing. "Brother Rui!" Feng Xiaomiao shouted first and jumped in front of Shui Rui in 2 steps. "I thought you were cooped up in the Supreme Court and wouldn't come out. Are you done with your work?" Shui Rui nodded, patted his shoulder, and looked over there. He glanced over and noticed the 3 or 4 little girls in men's clothing following behind Lu Jiong, Rui, and Rui Lin. Their hair and faces were powdered. When he looked again, he noticed the person Shiwen was holding intimately. His gaze paused, and the smile at the corner of his mouth faded. "Brother Rui, today's meal is on you. Rui Lin got the official position in the Ministry of Justice yesterday. Now, he's also a 5th-rank official like you." Lu Jiong smiled and pushed young Lord Rui, who was proud of his success, and said, "In the future, one of you will investigate cases in the Supreme Court, and the other in the Ministry of Justice. Zhao Miao no longer needs to worry about getting caught to see the officials if he gets into trouble. Haha. I'm not that troublesome. Didn't the young lord hear that I'm also in the military? Now I'm also a person who does big things." Feng Xiaomiao retorted angrily and shyly, causing everyone to laugh. Shui Rui congratulated Rui Lin and led the crowd upstairs. A few ladies who were dressed as men lagged behind him. Shiwen was wearing a fiery red riding outfit. Her hair was tied up in a high braid, and she was holding on to a delicate girl dressed like a scholar. She whispered, "Little sister Jur, I told you to come. Are you happy to see me?" Rue Zizhu heard her words and looked at the tall figure in front of her. Her face was red, and she hung her head helplessly and said, "Princess, don't make fun of me. I'm here to accompany my brother." Hee. Shuwen curled the corner of her mouth, and her eyes flashed with ridicule, but her hand was affectionately holding Rue Zizhu upstairs. At the wine table, everyone was enjoying themselves. The table was full of delicacies, but they didn't eat much. Instead, 2 jars of wine went back and forth. Feng Zhaomiao had one foot on a stool and was gesticulating as he talked about the strange things he encountered in the military camp. When he talked about a centurion who woke up in the middle of the night to urinate, he met a ghost and was strangled. The girls at the table were frightened. Although they were scared, they still listened to him with trepidation. Shuwen drank the wine in the cup in front of her in one gulp, stood up, and said, "I'm going outside to get some fresh air. You guys continue to listen to his nonsense." Feng Zhaomiao smiled sinisterly and said to her, "If you don't believe me, be careful. You'll bump into it later." Shuwen spat at him and said, "The sun is clear. How can there be ghosts? I'm not afraid." As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly glanced at Shui Rue before turning around and leaving. Shui Rue was secretly pouring the wine in his hand into the spittoon under the table, so he didn't notice her look. After Shuwen left the table, she didn't go far. She stood in the corridor for a while and saw a waiter passing by with a dish. She stopped him and handed him a rolled-up note with a golden bean on it. She whispered, "Give it to eldest young master secretly. Don't let others see it." The waiter was none other than Gue Ba. He looked at the thing in Shi Wen's hand and took it. He nodded and carried the dishes into the room in front of him. In the private room, Shui Rue had just stopped Lu Jiong from drinking a cup of wine. He put down the wine pot and saw the waiter bringing the dishes to his side. In a flash, a small paper ball appeared in his hand. He whispered in his ear, "Master, it's the princess." Shui Rue held the paper in his hand as if nothing had happened. He opened it and looked at it. The next moment, his face turned cold. 3 years ago, in the Seaview Tower, I saw it. Clenching his fist, Shui Rue straightened the corner of his mouth. There was a storm in his eyes. When he looked up again, there was a gentle smile on his face. He picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of lung slice. His hand trembled and it fell on his clothes, attracting the attention of several people. "I'm going to wash up. You guys drink first." He put down the chopsticks, got up, and walked out. No one at the table noticed his strange behavior just now. Only one person shyly peeked at his back. Shui Rue went outside and glanced at the empty corridor. He took a few steps forward and went up to the 3rd floor. When he turned the corner of the stairs, he saw Shi Wen, who was dressed in fiery red clothes, pacing back and forth outside the patio. When she saw him coming, she smiled sweetly at him. Shui Rue expressionlessly pushed open the door of a nearby room and walked in. Shuwen followed him and didn't forget to close the door. When she turned around, she saw a pair of dark and threatening eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. She was clearly aware of the danger of the man in front of her at this time, but there was no turning back. She couldn't take half a step back. "Brother Rue, you read the note, right? Let me tell you, 3 years ago in the palace, the 10th princess was killed by cousin Jin Shuwen. I saw what happened with my own eyes. Don't you want to know the truth?" Shui Rue stared at her face and asked in a deep voice, "What did you see?" 3 years ago, the 10th princess, who was born by the empress, was greatly favored in the palace. The emperor favored the young and promising eldest young master of the Shang Shu Fu. Who would have thought that before the 10th princess could be betrothed, she slipped and fell from Guan Hai Lu and fell into the lake. Afterwards, she died of a cold. At that time, a little eunuch in the palace identified that it was the young lady of the Shui family who entered the palace to accompany the 10th princess. Because she had a quarrel with the 10th princess, she accidentally pushed the 10th princess down the stairs. In a rage, the emperor asked the 7 members of the Shui family, including noble consort Shui, to kneel in front of Su Lu Palace for a whole night to admit their guilt for the death of the 10th princess. The emperor almost confiscated their whole family. Later, the emperor's anger subsided, so the Supreme Court intervened. However, the little eunuch committed suicide by jumping into a well. After all, there was no evidence, and it became a headless case. Shui Lingnan was the backbone of the court and had served 3 generations of emperors. After the emperor's anger subsided, he only thought that the 10th princess slipped and fell from the building, so he didn't pursue the responsibility of the Shui family. The Shui family didn't decline from then on and kept the prosperity of the Shui family. However, first Madame Shui, who was originally blind, became seriously ill and almost died because of this. Shui Jinxuan's temperament changed greatly because of excessive shock. He was timid all day, hiding in his room and didn't dare to go out. He became half-mute. As soon as Shui Rui thought of what happened that year, a chill began to rise from the soles of his feet and slowly climbed up his spine to his neck. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands strangling his neck, making it hard for him to breathe. When he opened and closed his eyes, he saw his gentle and kind mother madly slapping him and biting his arm. It was as if she couldn't wait to eat his bones and eat his flesh. You asked me what I saw? I can tell you. Not only can I tell you, but I can also help you testify to prove Jinxuan's cousin's innocence. But you have to promise me one thing. Xiwen's eyes flickered. She was thinking about how to take this opportunity to negotiate with Shui Rui. She didn't notice that his whole body gradually became gloomy and his dark eyes were frighteningly deep. Since you saw it, why didn't you say anything that year? Xiwen's face stiffened and she lowered her head. I was still young at that time. I saw the 10th princess fall from the building. I was scared. Later, when I mentioned it to my father, he asked me to keep my mouth shut and not to mention it to anyone. What do you want me to promise you? Xiwen's 10 fingers intertwined in front of her chest. She bit her lips and resisted telling him her plan. Instead, she said, I can't tell you now. When I think of something, I'll tell you. Shui Rui was silent for a moment. Then he said in a low voice, Then when you think of something, you can tell me. Hearing his words, Xiwen secretly let out a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, a layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Only now did she feel that the stuffy atmosphere in the room was uncomfortable. Then I'll go down first. Xiwen was afraid Shui Rui would go back on his word. So she opened the door and walked out with quick strides, and when she breathed in the fresh air outside, her mood abruptly eased up, causing her to stride briskly. When she arrived at the 2nd floor, she just happened to encounter Yushu, who was walking up from the 1st floor. When the two met, they were both stunned. Xiwen was the first to react. She sneered and snorted. Without even saying goodbye, she walked down the corridor with her hands clasped behind her back. Yushu had heard from Lin Fu that this group of people came to drink, so she didn't find it strange to see Xiwen here. It was just that. She looked up and felt suspicious. She didn't return to the room to wait for Shui Rui like she originally planned. Instead, she used the handrail to go up to the 3rd floor. She easily found the 2nd room that was half open. She pushed the door open and entered. When she saw Shui Rui sitting on the chair in the hall, she felt that there was something wrong with him. Thinking about Xiwen, who she had just met downstairs, she frowned. She guessed that something had happened between the two of them and walked forward. Big brother, why are you sitting here? When Shui Rui heard Yushu's voice, he slowly raised his head and watched her approaching. When Yushu walked 2 steps in front of him, she could clearly see that his eyes were bloodshot. His lower jaw was stretched into a straight line, as if he was trying his best to endure something. His tall body was actually trembling slightly, and his lips were purplish without a trace of blood. She was startled. She couldn't care less and stepped forward to hold his face. What's wrong? Don't scare me, hey. As she spoke, she patted his shoulder to soothe his chest. After a moment of fluster, she was about to go out and call for help in a moment of desperation. Her hands had just left him, and before she could turn around, he suddenly hugged her. Shui Rui's arms were tightly wrapped around Yushu's waist and back. His arms were so tight that they almost broke her. He hugged her like that and felt the warmth from her body. He finally took a breath from his chest, like a survivor struggling to swim to the surface of the water. Shu, don't go. Chapter 491. In Yushu's comforting voice, Shui Rue finally calmed down. He relaxed the strength of his arms, but he still hugged her. He sat motionless on the chair with his eyes closed and calmed his mood. As for the table downstairs, Feng Xiaomiao didn't see Shui Rue coming back for a long time, so he asked Feng Xiaomiao to go out and look for him. Xuan met Yushu when she went downstairs. She thought that she and Shui Rue should be together at this time, so she was unhappy. She interrupted, "I saw Brother Rue go up to the 3rd floor. You go and look for him." Feng Xiaomiao put down the wine glass and went out. Coincidentally, there was no one in the corridor at this time, so he went upstairs unimpeded. When he walked to the door of the 2nd room, he looked inside and saw Shui Rue and Yushu hugging each other. He was stunned on the spot. He stood there dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to go forward or retreat. Yushu quickly noticed Feng Xiaomiao outside the door. She didn't rush to push Shui Rue away, but she asked him casually, "Is the stall downstairs closed?" Feng Xiaomiao said in a daze, No. They asked me to find Brother Rue to go back for a drink." Yushu looked down at Shui Rue and said to him, "You go back and tell them that Brother Shui has something to do and left first. Tell them not to wait." Oh. Feng Xiaomiao turned around obediently. As soon as he lifted his foot, he felt something was wrong. He turned his head abruptly and almost sprained his neck. "What happened to Brother Rue?" Yushu patted Shui Rue's back and said, "Nothing. He drank too much." Oh. Feng Xiaomiao's eyes looked around and couldn't help but fall on the two of them. An idea flashed in his mind, and he recalled a scene. On the night when the restaurant just opened during the Lantern Festival, in this dark corridor, Brother Rue took the Lotus servant's hand and went downstairs. Feng Xiaomiao slapped his forehead and suddenly realized. He was wondering what was strange. It turned out that the two of them were together. "Xiaomiao, after you go down, remember to help me call a fellow up here." Feng Xiaomiao scratched her head and stared at them a few more times before leaving in a daze. Yushu did not specifically remind him not to talk nonsense. She still trusted Feng Xiaomiao. On the surface, he looked careless, but in fact, he was very thorough. Moreover, he had always followed Shui Rue's lead. She believed that he would not cause any gossip for Shui Rue. Not long after, Gue Qi went upstairs. Yushu ordered him to brew a pot of thick tea with iced spring water. She also fetched a basin of clear water and personally wiped Shui Rue's hands and face. She also untied his tightly coiled hair and tied it up loosely. Shui Rue, on the other hand, did not say a word from beginning to end. He let her arrange everything until she was done and brought a cup of warm tea to his hand. "Big brother, drink some tea to calm yourself down." Shui took a deep breath as if he had woken up from a dream. His body was still a little stiff, but he still obediently took the cup, held it in his hand, and slowly took a sip. Yushu ordered Gue Qi to guard the stairs and closed the door. She returned to Shui Rue and sat down next to him. She held the back of his other hand and looked at his face that had regained color. She said, "Are you feeling better?" "Yes." Shui Rue held her hand and looked at her deeply. He said apologetically, "I scared you." Yushu slightly curled her lips. "Yes, you scared me. I thought you drank too much and had a stroke." Hearing her deliberate teasing, Shui Rue couldn't help but laugh. "How can a stroke be like this?" Yushu glanced at him. "Then tell me, what happened to you? You don't want to say?" Yushu leaned closer to him and narrowed her eyes. "I met Commandery Princess. She went upstairs. Did you do something shameful with her behind my back?" Shui Rue held her hand tightly. He couldn't bear to scold her lightly. "Nonsense again. I only spoke a few words with her." "Speaking a few words made you so angry? Then I must ask the Commandery Princess for advice. Where did she learn this ability to anger people to death?" Yushu didn't want to interrogate him, but she was really frightened by Shui Rue's appearance earlier. She clearly knew that it was Shiwen who caused it, so how could she not be annoyed? If Shui Rue was really angered to the point that something bad happened to him, then she wouldn't spare that stinking little girl. Shui Rue gazed at her beautiful face that seemed arrogant because of her anger, and she was like a type of bird that he'd seen in the northern kingdom that was covered in ice and snow when he was traveling in his youth. It possessed soft and thick feathers and looked to be small and harmless. Yet if anyone dared step on its territory, it would reveal its sharpest claws and attack its enemy head-on without the slightest hesitation, and it was ferocious and charming. His heart moved. He had an impulse to pour out the pain that had accumulated in his heart for 3 years to her. "Shu, didn't you want to hear about my past? Can I tell you about it?" Of course, Yushu nodded. She knew that what Shui Rue wanted to talk about must have something to do with his previous gaffe. Shui Rue held the teacup in one hand and held her hand in the other as he leaned against the back of the chair. He hesitated for a moment in his heart, but in the end he couldn't restrain himself anymore. So he said slowly, "When I was 14, I passed the first subject examination and passed the imperial examination. 3 years later, I received the imperial examination of grace and entered 2 rankings with great splendor. You won't be able to find a master Jinsher at my age in Anling City. Those who are ranked higher than me are either over 60 years old or have children. At that time, I was young and glorious. I was proud and arrogant. I didn't put anyone in my eyes. Even the princes had to call me brother and show me some respect." Yushu seriously listened to Shuirue recount this part of the past, and she could imagine how proud the young Shuirue was. His background, talent, and appearance were all top-notch candidates, and it was sufficient for him to look down upon all his peers in the entire capital. "I've told you before, my mother lost her sight when I was young, and she couldn't manage the house. Moreover, my grandmother passed away early as well, so I didn't manage a proper marriage until I was 17 years old." Shui Rue said in self-ridicule. "It's probably because I looked down upon a young miss, and I felt that I was worthy of being the most outstanding woman in the world." When he was flashy and young, he went in and out of Qinxiang House and stayed in fragrant grass garden. Even the most talented courtesan couldn't shake the obsession in his heart. That year, the Hibiscus Gentleman Banquet was hosted by the Empress herself. It was in Dinghua House. The 10th princess, who had been pampered in the palace, appeared for the first time and shocked me. She was skilled in the 4 arts, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She could play a tune with just 1 sound, and she could settle a game with just 1 piece. She was extraordinarily intelligent and beautiful. Compared to her, the ones I had seen before were all mediocre. When Yushu heard the sudden appearance of the 10th princess, she stilled, unprepared. Then she looked at Shui Rue's face. The jealousy in her heart hadn't come out before it was replaced by confusion, because Shui Rue's face was not filled with infatuation and reminiscence, but an indescribably complex expression. To be able to shock you, the 10th princess must have been a peerless beauty. Yushu's face was a little puzzled. She couldn't help but ask, how old was the 10th princess at that time? The 10th princess was ranked behind Lu Tan. Lu Tan was only 16 or 17 years old. Then, 3 years ago, the 10th princess was only 13 years old. She was so young, what was there to see? Shui Rue could roughly guess what she was thinking and told her. When the 10th princess was born, Jinshang was the crown prince. At that time, the great advisor personally divined and said that she was a beauty that the heavens were jealous of and had to hide her surname for 3 years. So she was only recorded in the Jade Archive when she was 3 years old. Even though she was ranked after Jing Wang, she was older than Jing Wang. That year, she was 16 or 8 years old. Yushu could see that Shui Rue didn't have any nostalgia for the dead princess and couldn't be bothered to be jealous. She shook his hand and asked, "And then, after the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet, I tried my best to find out a lot about the 10th princess. The more I heard, the more love I felt for her. So I told my feelings to my grandfather, hoping that he would help me ask for a favor in front of the emperor." At this point, he paid attention to Yushu. Seeing that there was no displeasure on her face, he continued, "But grandfather reprimanded me and didn't agree. He was the eldest son and grandson of the Shui family. In the future, he would inherit the family business and protect the family name. If he were to become the prince's son-in-law, it would be equivalent to changing half of the imperial surname. In the future, he wouldn't even be able to become an official and would have to bend his knees to a woman. How could Shui Lingnan bear to part with his grandson, whom he had high hopes for? Not only did he not agree, he even used the family discipline to teach Shui Rue a lesson, trying to dispel his thoughts. At that time, I was young and full of vigor. I didn't have the heart to become an official. After studying for more than 10 years, I had long grown tired of it. So my grandfather's lesson not only didn't warn me, but it made me even more determined not to become a mediocre official. It's funny that I never thought that if it wasn't for my grandfather's position as an official, who would pay attention to me? If I was poor and had nothing, then what would I be? Shui Rue laughed at himself and unceremoniously mocked himself. You shouldn't feel good when she heard this. She could see that he was regretting his rebellious behavior in the past. However, he grew up like that. Without his mother by his side, he only had a strict elder to supervise him every day. How could he not feel depressed? With great difficulty, he finally had an opportunity to break free from his shackles. Of course, he wouldn't give it up. In the middle of the 10th month of that year, His Majesty went into disguise in the south of the city and asked me to accompany him. I seized this opportunity to go into disguise in order to inspect the situation of the people. Shui Rue purposely led the way to cause trouble, but he was also lucky. He happened to encounter a family crying on the street and blocking the road. It was an unsolved murder case. He solved the case on the spot and persuaded the 8th prince, who took advantage of every opportunity to expose his identity. His Majesty then sent people to capture the tyrant and murderer, causing the whole street to kneel and worship him. After the emperor returned to the palace, he was very happy and made a promise. I took the opportunity to show my admiration for the 10th princess. As I wished, the emperor promised me that after the new year, he would appoint a marriage for the 10th princess. At that time, there were many people present, so this matter was leaked. My grandfather was the first to hear the news, but he couldn't do anything about it. Yushu saw the guilt on his face. He seemed to be immersed in some kind of memory. After a long time of silence, she couldn't help but say, "I'll tell you the truth. Before I went to Huajian Garden, I heard the story of you and the 10th princess. But in the end, I still couldn't understand how such a noble and wealthy person disappeared." Chapter 492. The little eunuch who came to summon said that the 10th princess was pushed down from the West Palace by Jin Xuan and drowned. Yushu looked at Shui Rue's cold face and recalled Xian Lu's evasive attitude when he mentioned Shui Jinshuan to her that day. Her intuition told her that the 10th princess's death was not simple. She was definitely not killed by Shui Sanmei as rumored. When the family heard the news, they were in a mess. I was even more at a loss. On one hand, I didn't believe that my sister would harm the princess. On the other hand, I was worried about the 10th princess. My grandfather took me to the palace to ask for forgiveness. At dusk, we arrived at the Qingyuan gate leading to the West Palace and saw Jinshuan tied up and kneeling in front of the gate. Shui Rue's face was as dark as water. He couldn't forget his sister, who was not even as tall as his chest, shivering and crying in the snow. It was also at that time that he suddenly realized that no matter how bright his future was, when he was at the foot of the emperor, life and death were just a matter of a thought. After the 10th princess fell into the water, she fell into a coma. She had a fever at night and passed away in the middle of the night. Shui took a breath and continued. The emperor was furious and didn't investigate carefully. He only listened to the testimony of a little eunuch and thought that it was Jinshuan who killed the princess. So he issued an edict angrily reprimanding my grandfather for not being strict in the family and for not teaching his daughter properly. He ordered the imperial concubine and the women of the Shui family to go to the 10th princess Su Lu Palace to apologize. At that time, he and his grandfather waited outside the palace in fear. When he first heard the bad news, he was completely stunned. When he was in a daze, he saw a heavy slap on his face and saw his grandfather's gloomy face. Since he was 5 years old, Shui Rue had always been by Shui Lingnan's side. Even though the old man was strict and serious in speech and manner, he still cared about everything in Shui Lingnan's life. Shui Rue had never thought that he would see resentment on the face of such a senior that he respected and loved. It was as if Shui Rue was not his grandson, but his enemy. When Shui Rui recalled that scene, his eyes couldn't help but turn gloomy and gloomy, hiding his emotions that no one knew. In these 3 years, he often thought that if he had not insisted on becoming the emperor's son-in-law, then the 10th princess would probably be living well. His younger sister would still be a clever and lively girl. His mother might not have gone mad, and he would never know the secret that had consigned him to eternal damnation. Yushu was shocked when she heard this. This time, the emperor not only slapped the Shui family's face, but also old Minister Shui, who was in a high position, had never been scolded like this before. As an official, he was most afraid of the word disobedience. Thinking about it, it was like a knife was placed on his neck and could be chopped off at any time. The emperor's actions were too hasty. She couldn't help but feel injustice for Shui Rui and his sister. She wasn't afraid to complain about the emperor and voiced her suspicions. How old was Jin Sun at that time? Was he even 12? Was the princess someone that a gust of wind could blow over? Would she be pushed down from a building by a half-grown child like Jin Sun? I don't believe it. The little eunuch who testified must have something wrong. Who else was there at that time? Was he the only witness? Didn't several Junju and young Mrs. go to the palace to celebrate Guifei Nyang's birthday? Why did the two of them go to that sea viewing tower? Didn't you ask Jin Sun? Shui Rui had a trace of disdain on the corner of his mouth. Jin Sun was very frightened and couldn't say anything. When the 10th princess had an accident, she was tied up. The little eunuch testified that he was cleaning the sea viewing tower and saw Jin Sun and the 10th princess quarreling on the balcony that had just been repaired. Jin Sun pushed her and she fell from the building. 3 days after the princess passed away, Xiang Wang and several officials who were on good terms with grandfather entered the palace one after another to persuade him. After His Majesty's anger subsided, he ordered an investigation of the matter. That little eunuch drowned in the imperial garden for no reason. And because Jin Sun was agitated, whenever she mentioned what happened at Sea Viewing Tower that day, she would only cry and talk nonsense. Even now, she can't remember what happened at that time. Because there was no evidence, that little eunuch also died. Xiang Wang tried his best to persuade him. His Majesty also felt that there was something fishy about the matter. It probably involved the dark secrets of the palace and didn't want to investigate further. So he withdrew the blame on Jin Sun and ordered the palace to seal it. After appeasing grandfather, it was considered to have been left unsettled. Yushu's brows were knotted. Now she was even more certain that the 10th princess' death was unusual. Thinking about it carefully, there were only a few people in the palace who had the ability to harm a princess under the emperor's nose and did it so covertly. Once the 10th princess died, firstly, you can't be the son-in-law. Secondly, the emperor will vent his anger on you. Thirdly, the empress will lose her beloved daughter and will probably be at odds with Guifei Nyang. Who will benefit from this? Shui Rui turned his head and saw that she was seriously thinking about his words. She was calm and sharp, not like the hypocritical and pointless comforting people around him in the past. She also didn't look down on him because of the mistakes he made when he was young and frivolous. His dark eyes couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope. If one day she found out about his secret, would someone as sentimental as her laugh it off and not care about it all? Thinking of this, the heaviness in his heart lessened. He turned her soft palm over. Their palms were pressed against each other. The warm sweat made him feel at ease. He told her in a low voice, "The concubines in the inner palace have never stopped fighting. The current empress doesn't have an heir, which is a drawback. However, Count Zhongyong's family has been loyal for generations and is a great power in court. If I was still the 10th princess, the empress and aunt would have an extra layer of intimacy. When the day comes to choose the heir apparent, it is hard to guarantee that I won't be obstructed by some people." Yushu raised her head to look at him. It was the first time she heard the words, "choose the heir apparent," from his mouth. Because she had already mentally prepared herself when she met the tiger in Huajian Garden, her heart didn't waver. Since she had the intention to be a couple with Shui Rui, then no matter how difficult the path ahead was, she had to work hard and give it a try. It's funny that I couldn't see clearly in the past and only thought about myself. Shui didn't know how many times he had mocked himself. In terms of shrewdness, how could he compare to his grandfather Shui Lingnan in the past? The old man was able to keep his composure. There was a grandson of an imperial prince who was sent to the mountains to learn, but he was told to get close to the seventh prince under Shu Fei's name. In the beginning, he had opposed him to marry a mistress because he was cautious. Who would have thought that because of his own initiative, it was almost destroyed in a day? 3 years ago, the emperor had the intention of summoning the ninth prince from Longwu Mountain. It was because of this matter that it was delayed. As a result, the ninth prince delayed his return to Jing for a few years. He grew up smoothly until he was 17. However, he stumbled and implicated many people around him. This lesson was harsh enough that when he did things now, no matter how big or small, he would be careful. The Empress and Gui Fei are harmonious. The biggest threat is Shu Fei and Ning Wang. You sure remembered hearing someone say that 3 years ago, Shui Rui and Lu Hao were so close they could wear the same pants. But because of a certain reason, the two had a falling out. Was it because of the matter of the 10th princess? Lu Hao was involved? There is no proof. Shui Rui did not hide anything from Yushu and said truthfully. But I do suspect that Shu Fei did something, and because of this, I alienated Ning Wang. Yushu said, last year at Dingbo Hall, Xiang Wang Shitzi was gambling. Ning Wang came uninvited. I remember that he was entangled with you, but what happened 3 years ago? When the 10th princess passed away, the Holy One punished me. I was afraid that Jin Sun would suffer and sent a letter to the Princess Fu outside the palace to ask for Ning Wang's help, hoping that he could say a few good words when he entered the palace. But he did not appear from beginning to end, that is all. Shui Rui calmly narrated the reason why he and Lu Hao had parted ways. He did not seem to be dissatisfied because of Lu Hao's inaction, but only he knew what happened 3 years ago had caused him to be filled with regret and self-blame. But the more he blamed himself, the more he resented the culprit behind the scenes who caused the 10th princess' death and shifted the blame to his younger sister. It was originally my fault, but the innocent had to bear it. I have wronged them all my life, especially the 10th princess. If I did not have wishful thinking, she would not have lost her life in vain. Shui Rui was sad. He still could not let go of the 10th princess' death. Even though he did not love her, he was filled with regret. I once swore, he narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep, that in my lifetime I will find the culprit who caused her death. At this time, Yushu's mood was somewhat subtle. At the beginning, she thought that Shui Rui did not have much longing for the 10th princess. In addition, the 10th princess was already dead, so there was nothing to be jealous of. But now it seemed that Shui Rui had clearly engraved that fairy-like princess in his heart. It became a knot in his heart. Yushu knew that it was not interesting to bother about a dead person, not to mention that the 10th princess was indeed innocent and pitiful. She not only sympathized, but also admired a responsible man like Shui Rui. But when she thought of how fragile and out of control Shui Rui had been previously, it could have been for another woman. She could not remain calm. You still haven't told me what Princess Xuan said to you before I came here that would make you so angry. Shui Rui's breathing became heavy, and a small storm gathered in his eyes that had calmed down not long ago. She said that she personally witnessed the truth of the 10th princess falling from the building 3 years ago, and that it was not Jin Sun's doing. Yushu's almond-shaped eyes widened. She was surprised at first, but after a moment, she sneered. Since she knew the truth, why didn't she stand out to testify back then? Why did she mention it today? I'm afraid that she has other intentions. If I'm not wrong, she must have used this as a reason to raise some conditions to you. Shui Rui also knew that she was so shrewd that he could not hide it from her. She wanted me to do something, but said that it was not the right time yet, so she could not tell me for the time being. Yushu gritted her teeth, feeling extremely unhappy in her heart. She could not think of what Xuan wanted, but as a person who had been through it, she certainly could see what that girl was thinking about Shui Rui. Of course, a man who dared to think about her really needed to be taught a lesson. You promised her? Yushu held her breath, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked at Shui Rui. Shui Rui noticed her unhappiness and hesitantly nodded. When he was about to explain again, his palms, which were clasped together, were firmly squeezed by her. The force was so fierce that even he felt a little pain. "Why don't you ask me instead of her?" Yushu gritted her teeth and said. She wanted to bite the man in front of her who was too serious and responsible. Shui Rue was stunned for a moment. Looking at her heroic and arrogant eyes, an idea flashed in his mind, and his eyes brightened. "You mean, with your divination skill? But didn't you say that it would take 1.5 years to master it? Can it work now?" Yushu was angry in her heart. Her wrist twitched, and she pushed his hand away. She stood up and looked at his handsome facial features condescendingly, especially that pair of warm and attractive peach blossom eyes, and said domineeringly, "It has to work even if it can't." Chapter 493. One chapter. Yushu was full of confidence in Shui Rue's words to deduce the cause of the 10th princess's death using the law of calamity. However, it was a little difficult to actually do it. First of all, he needed to know the 10th princess's birthday. Just this requirement alone was enough to give Shui Rue a headache. It was not difficult to know the birthday of an imperial princess, but it would take a lot of effort to find out the exact time. Especially after the 10th princess was born. She hid her surname for 3 years. Her birthday was only recorded in the Imperial Jade Archive. Not many people knew about it. Although His Majesty had appointed a marriage, he had not issued an imperial edict. Hence, he did not take our birthday to marry. Otherwise, we could have used it, said Shui Rue. Hearing his tone of pity, Yushu blinked and echoed, "Yes, it's a pity that you didn't even get to be the Emperor's son-in-law. At best, you're just a reserve." Only then did Shui Rue realize that he had misspoken. He vaguely smelled a hint of jealousy in Yushu's words. His heart skipped a beat, but he did not avoid her gaze. He smiled and said, "I'm not even a reserve now." He was implying that Yushu had not even thought about marrying him. He, as her lover, was still far from being a reserve. His gaze was burning. Yushu looked away guiltily and changed the topic. "Besides knowing the princess's birthday, you also need to know the day of her death. How long will it take for you to find out?" "Give me 3 days." Yushu nodded. Shui Rue had always been efficient in his work. She was not worried that he would be helpless. 3 days was not a long time. She could use this time to prepare in advance and organize all the cases that could be used to calculate the value so that she could deduce when the time came. "Don't worry, big brother." She changed her mind and reassured Shui, "Although my time of calamity law is not complete, the cases that I have at hand to speculate on are ready-made. The death of the 10th princess cannot escape from man-made disaster. I will start from this point and will definitely help you solve your doubts." Shui Rue didn't know much about Yushu's divination, but he believed that Yushu wouldn't make empty promises. If she said she was confident, then she was confident. The mystery that had been bothering him for 3 years was about to surface, and he could finally have someone to talk to. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his body, and he felt indescribably light. The way he looked at Yushu also became more and more persistent. 3 years ago, he was arrogant and thought that only a stunning beauty like the 10th princess could match him. 3 years later, he had washed away his arrogance, but he had already seen through it. Talent and beauty were all foolishness, but it was difficult to pursue one's heart. In the past, when he saw Yushu advancing forward indomitably for the sake of Jing Chun, he was also envious and jealous and coveted her. He admitted that he took advantage of the situation and put in a lot of effort, but he fell deeper and deeper. Now that he had finally snatched her away, he must hold on to her this time no matter what. "By the way, how are you going to deal with Princess Shiwan?" Yushu raised her eyebrows and asked him. A cold light flashed in Shui Rue's eyes. "I'm not in a hurry to refuse her. I want to see what she is planning." The death of the 10th princess was a disease in his heart. No matter what Shiwan knew, she dared to use this to threaten him, so she had to bear the consequences. At this moment, Shiwan, who was full of calculations, would never have thought that after she proposed the conditions to Shui Rue, in Shui Rue's heart, She was no longer the innocent and harmless little cousin of the past. Yushu narrowed her eyes, looked at Shui Rue, and slowly grinned. She reached out and patted his shoulder heavily. Since you want to deal with her, then I will be magnanimous and spare her. She has evil intentions towards you. Huh? Shui Rue couldn't help but laugh. He pressed her hand down, stood up from the chair, and firmly held her hand as they walked out. Yushu curled up the corner of her mouth and let him hold her hand, not afraid of those people who were secretly watching her. This was the Wangji Tower. Don't think that she wouldn't find out if Shui Rue didn't mention it. This place was very expensive. Even Ah Ping and Ah Xiang, who were sweeping the floor, were trained. How could they let those shady spies sneak in? It was precisely because of this that she dared to come and meet privately with Shui Rue. Ever since she returned from Huajin Garden, she ought to have been targeted by someone. Presumably, those people had long since known that her relationship with Shui Rue was extraordinary. If she suddenly became estranged from Shui Rue at this time and refused to leave the house, it would instead arouse suspicion. Fortunately, Shui Rue had always been very considerate towards her, and he had never acted out of line when they were outside. Moreover, they addressed each other as brother and sister, so it was difficult to see the big picture. The two of them had been intimate for so many days, and it was only today that Feng Zhaomiao came across them. Yushu found joy in bitterness and muttered in her heart, how did it become like an affair? It was already afternoon when she left the room. The sun shone into the corridor from the west, and the hot sunshine was burning on her body. Yushu was dazzled. She turned her head and looked at Shui Rue. His handsome face seemed to be plated with a layer of golden light. He was so sincere. She was slightly absent-minded, and suddenly a thought came to her mind. He was willing to confess his sad past to her, so he should be willing to believe her. Then, could she also believe him? Why not wait until she figured out the cause of the 10th princess's death, and then tell him about the lifebreaker? With such a thought, Yushu suddenly felt that her breathing was much smoother. She didn't even hesitate much. She walked down from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor, and she had already made up her mind. When she figured out the cause of the 10th princess's death, she would tell him. After Shui Rue confessed to Yushu, he didn't pretend. He quickly left Wangji Tower and went to inquire about the 10th princess's life and death. And Yushu didn't idle. She picked up a few beautiful crystal pendants from the feng shui pool and 2 bracelets, one white and one yellow. Then she went to the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce to find Pei Jing. Today, she bumped into him again. In the second half of every month, Pei Jing, the manager of the Chamber of Commerce, spent more time in the building than outside. After coming to the capital, he worked much harder than he did in Yang City. It's such a hot day. Why did you come here? Pei Jing came out of the accounting room in the backyard, sweating profusely. His collar was wet with sweat. Yushu quickly poured the herbal tea on the table for him to drink and said with a smile, I came out to buy something, so I came to see you on the way. I'll leave after a few words. You still have to go. Pei Jing wiped his sweat and drank the tea. He saw her take off a new green silk pouch and handed it to him, saying, This is the crystal I raised. I've asked someone to carve it. Uncle, give it to aunt and little sister to play with. At first, Pei Jing didn't care. He put down the teacup, pinched the pouch, and poured the contents into his palm. Then his eyes were blinded. This is the water essence you bought from the sea merchant I introduced? Pei Jing held the colorful crystal in his palm. He couldn't believe it. Yushu explained with a smile, This is what I raised in the Fengqi pond. It's not a water essence anymore. It should be called a crystal. Look, aren't they ice crystals in clear water? Don't just look beautiful. If you wear it, it can also attract good luck and avoid bad luck. I've tried the white and yellow ones. The white crystal can calm the nerves and nourish the brain. The yellow crystal is good for wealth. I haven't seen any difference in the pink one, but it's good to wear it. If you don't believe me, you can try wearing it. Yushu wasn't stingy with her family. Considering that Pei Jing's family didn't have many people, she took a yellow crystal bracelet from Madame Qin, a pair of pink crystal gourd pendants, which could be inlaid into earrings, and a big white crystal pair with a few jade beads to make a waist pendant, which was also very beautiful. She spoke clearly and logically. Pei Jing's fingers rubbed the items in his hand. He was secretly shocked. As a shrewd and far-sighted merchant, he thought more than Yushu. The water essence you bought from me last time can be raised to this level. Yes, but it will take some time and effort. Yushu took a sip of herbal tea and looked at the quiet outside the door. She lowered her voice and told him her idea. To tell you the truth, I didn't expect to raise it to this level. I was hoping to make a fortune with this thing. Pei Jing didn't hide anything from her. As long as it is done properly, it is indeed a windfall. Isn't it? I tell you, this thing has been raised for half a month. Other than the one you have, I have only given out 2 pieces. There are already people asking about it, but I haven't touched it. I'm waiting for a while. It will be a rare commodity. Pei Jing raised his head and looked at her. He asked uncertainly, "You said that it can attract good luck and avoid bad luck. Can it be guaranteed to work?" Of course. I've tried it. Some people don't even dream at night after wearing the white crystal. But after a few days, they feel much better. I wear this yellow crystal myself. The first day, I took it out to roll the dice. Guess what? I rolled 10 leopards in a row. It scared me. Yushu answered readily at first. Then she added a little embarrassedly, "However, the effect of this crystal comes and goes quickly. It's not as effective as the day before. At most, after a few months, it won't be as effective as it was at the beginning. It needs to be put back into the furnace for a while to recuperate." How could she not know the pros and cons of the things she made herself? Even if it was a little unsatisfactory, it still made Pei Jing's eyelids twitch. He asked again, "Will this look change? How can that be?" Yushu smiled. Seeing that he was still worried, she rolled up her wrist and showed him the string of yellow crystals. "Look, I've been wearing this for half a month. Isn't it the same? After a long time, at most, it will be stained with some skin cream. It will be clean after washing." Pei Jing asked her a few more questions. After he figured it out, he couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up holding the cold and slippery crystals and walked back and forth in front of Yushu, making her dizzy. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Pei Jing didn't pay attention to her. After hesitating for half a cup of tea, he suddenly stopped and stared at Yushu. He said with a faint excitement, "Xiao Yu, do you trust Uncle?" Under his stare, Yushu quivered. She sat up straight and said, "I do, of course I trust." What kind of character Pei Jing had, it didn't need to be said. It was said that merchants valued profits, but he was the rare one among 100 unscrupulous merchants. Good. With your words, you only need to carefully take care of the crystals in your hands. You don't need to worry about anything else. Leave it all to Uncle to take care of. Let's not talk about the future. Once the crystals in your hands are sold, I guarantee that you will gain both fame and fortune. You will earn a lot of money. Pei Jing hadn't been this excited in many years. In Yiyang City, he was the respected chief steward Pei. But when he came to the precious land of Jing, he couldn't even be ranked. If he hadn't been in dire straits when he was young, he wouldn't have been able to endure such a difference. But now, there was an opportunity in front of him. Feng Shui objects. This had always been a good business for the Dao Exchange Hall. It wasn't that ordinary merchants didn't covet them, but they couldn't get involved. At most, they would make a small fuss and lose more than they would earn. "Xiao Yu, Uncle will say something to you. This time, I won't be greedy for a single cent of your money. I just want to borrow your east wind." Chapter 494. Updated. Yushu walked out of the Tian Business Association and stood in the sunset. Her head was still a little hazy. Pei Jing had spent an hour to instill his ideas into her. Unfortunately, she was not good at business. From beginning to end, she only understood one thing. Uncle Pei wanted to bundle her with the crystal and sell it together. To put it bluntly, he wanted to use her name and use her reputation to increase the value of the crystals through the channels of the Tian Business Association. Then, he would use the value of the crystals to help her earn money and reputation. All right, Yushu understood, but if she really wanted to operate it, she definitely had to rely on Pei Jing, the expert. Thus, the uncle and nephew decided to work together to do this business. Pei Jing insisted on not taking a single cent of the profits. Yushu had no choice but to give him full authority. Even old Sue's place was allowed to be visited by him. She only needed to provide the crystals for the feng shui cultivation. Back home, Yushu first went to Zhao Hui's room to show off the few bracelets that she had grown the first time. Because she had other uses, she did not keep them for her family. This second batch, she had to give them to her own people first. A string of white crystal beads, a string of pink crystal beads, a pair of topaz pendants, and a pair of peach pendants made of white crystal. It was truly a jewel. When Yushu took them out from her purse, Zhao Hui was mesmerized. When she was a daughter, her family was rich, but she had never seen such rare gems. This is a feng shui object that I raised. It didn't cost much money. Mother, don't worry and keep it, Yushu said with a smile. See if you want to make it into a pendant or inlay it into jewelry. You don't have to keep it for me. I have a few more. Although there was still old Madame He at home, Yushu was the closest to Zhao Hui. If she wanted to show off to the old lady, Zhao Hui would have to send it to her mother-in-law to please her mother-in-law. Zhao Hui was also a woman. How could she not like jewelry? Although she was curious about where Yushu got it, she did not like to inquire about it. She would not suspect that Yushu had done something bad. Hearing Yushu's words, she happily accepted it. Zhao Hui asked the little maidservant Lu Fu to go to the dressing table in the bedroom to find a more exquisite box. She fondled the string of pink crystals and tried it on her wrist. Although it was a little tight, it served as a foil to the round and smooth skin of her hand. Even at her age, it didn't look the least bit pretentious when she wore it. Does it look good? How many years had it been since Zhao Hui's body had such a tender color? Her most fragrant years were all ruined by that cruel and unscrupulous marriage. Although she had found a husband now, it was a pity that her youth had passed. Yushu moved over to hold her hand and praised generously. It looks good. Mother's skin is white and light colors are the most suitable. When we go back, we'll take apart the white beads and make a few beads to wear. It'll look simple and elegant. When Godfather sees it, he'll probably go home early every day and guard you. He won't even want to go to the clinic anymore. Zhao Hui was happy. Being teased by a little girl, her old face blushed. She nagged. A girl doesn't have a proper appearance. If your father hears it, he'll definitely scold you again. With He Xiaochuan, this precious son, He Fangji became a father and became more and more presentable. He was no longer polite to Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu in the past. Now, whenever he saw the siblings in the wrong, he would scold them with a fierce face, looking very much like a strict father. If Yu Shu was supporting him and never talked back to him, then Yu Xiaoxiu liked to be scolded. Yu Shu saw several times that He Fangji talked to Yu Xiaoxiu with a straight face. That child raised his face and looked like he was enjoying it. He didn't feel like he was being scolded at all. Instead, he became more and more admiring. This made Yu Shu couldn't help but think of Yu Xiaoxiu's background. She secretly thought about having her younger brother recognize Zhao Hui and her husband as his parents. Originally, when Yu Shu recognized his family, she considered that Yu Xiaoxiu was the only descendant of a Yu family and that Aunt Chui was still alive. She asked Yu Xiaoxiu for his opinion, so she didn't let him call them father and mother like her. However, her thoughts were different now. Yu Xiaoxiu would definitely learn her skills in the future. When she perfected the time of calamity, she would slowly teach him. Han Wenguang was able to teach the three predictors, so how could her, Yu Shu's younger brother, learn badly? Thinking about the long term, Yu Xiaoxiu only had a dishonorable birth mother, Aunt Chui, which was obviously not enough. Just based on his background, he was far inferior to others. Yu Shu thought about it again and didn't reveal it to Zhao Hui. She planned to ask Yu Xiaoxiu first to see what he thought. Therefore, in the evening, Yu Xiaoxiu came back from the medical center with He Fangji. Yu Shu didn't mention it at the dinner table. She waited until he finished his homework before she found him in the room. Xiaoxiu, come sit here. Yu Shu lit the lamp at the bedside and patted the seat next to her. She let Yu Xiaoxiu sit by her bed. The brother and sister were only 4 years apart in age. They had lived together since they were young and slept in the same bed. Usually, they didn't care about trifles and didn't have the broken rules of a rich family. Yu Xiaoxiu sat beside Yu Shu obediently. These days, he had grown a lot taller. He He was not as thin as he was at the beginning of the year. His facial features were regular and delicate. Like Yushu, he had a pair of almond-shaped eyes with light eyebrows, big eyes, and a small mouth. At first glance, it was obvious that they were born from the same pair. Sister, I have finished my homework on time. The headmaster praised my calligraphy today. I'm not lazy or naughty. The day before yesterday, I tore my pants while riding a horse. I also told Aunt Huai about it. She said that I grow fast. In a few days, she will hire a tailor to measure my length. Sister, do you think I can grow as tall as Brother Shui in the future? Yushu would check Yu Xiaoxiu's homework every once in a while and talk to him. Yu Xiaoxiu was used to it, so he confessed frankly first. Then you should eat more, sleep early, and wake up early. Yushu rubbed his head. She sighed inwardly at the ease with which this child was worry-free. At the same time, she probed, Little Xiao, do you miss your father? Father? Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes showed a little confusion. Then he looked at Yushu strangely. Sister, you are confused. How old was I when our father was alive? How could I remember him? Yushu coughed. She almost forgot that father you died early. She quickly covered it up and said, I mean, do you want to have a father? But Yu Xiaoxiu was shocked by her words. He straightened his body and widened his eyes. Mother's going to remarry again. No, what are you thinking? Yushu rolled her eyes at him. She felt that it was difficult to talk in a roundabout way with him. So she said straightforwardly, let me put it this way. Do you want to formally recognize a godfather and godmother and be their son? When Yu Xiaoxiu heard that it was not Zhao Hui remarrying, he was relieved. When he heard what Yushu said next, his eyes obviously brightened. But he still asked doubtfully, will mother agree? Yu Xiaoxiu was different from Yushu. He was the heir of the Yu family. His biological mother was still alive. If he wanted to recognize a godfather, his biological mother had to agree. Otherwise, it would be unfilial. As long as you are happy and willing, mother will definitely agree. Yushu saw that he was tempted, so she guaranteed. As for whether Aunt Shui was willing or not, it was not a problem. Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head and thought for a long time. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of having a father and mother. He nodded shyly. Aunt Huai is very good to me. Uncle he also treats me like his own son and is willing to teach me everything. If I can call them father and mother, I will be happy. That's good. I will tell them tomorrow. Yushu wrapped her arms around Yu Xiaoxiu's neck and pinched his face. Yu Xiaoxiu frowned and pushed her away. The sister and brother played together. Chapter 495. The next day, Yushu went to the Taisher library. When she saw Sidu Qinglan, she took out her purse and gave her a white crystal gourd pendant the day before. Sidu Qinglan was surprised. For me? Yes, I saw that you liked it last time, so I left one for you after I raised it. Sidu Qinglan played with it for a while. After hesitating, she handed it back to her. I can't accept such an expensive thing. Yushu saw that Sidu Qinglan didn't accept it even though she liked it. She thought that Sidu Qinglan didn't know that Mr. Fong had asked her for it, so she pushed her hand back with a smile and said, I'm willing to give it to you, not to please you. I just treat you as a friend. If you don't accept it, it means that you look down on me. Hearing this, Sidu Qinglan knew that she couldn't refuse anymore. She accepted it with a little embarrassment, but she felt very happy in her heart. One had to know that although Yushu was 2 years younger than her, she was very famous in Taisher Shiyuan. It was not that no one wanted to get close to her, but she did not like to talk to others. To be able to be on good terms with her and be seen as a friend by her, who could say that it was not something to be proud of? By the way, have you heard? Situ Qinglan pulled Yushu to sit down on the mat and whispered to her. Zhang Xuan has passed the level 7 assessment. She can go to the Taisher library at the beginning of next month. Hearing this, Yushu's eyes flashed. She remembered Zhang Shuyuan's identity as a target. Since she is working for the Celestial Commissioner, does she still have to study in the Taisher library in the future? Of course. She is a new student this year. She has to stay here for at least 3 years before she can leave, unless she wants to stay in the level 7 position for the rest of her life. Yushu nodded and said nothing. Sidu Qinglan was puzzled. She thought that Yushu and Zhang Shuyuan didn't like each other. Even if she wasn't angry after hearing this news, she wouldn't be so cold. What she didn't know was that Yushu felt sorry for Zhang Shuyuan for being her substitute, so she didn't want to bother about what had happened before. After Fang Zijing's morning class, Yushu declined Situ Qinglan's proposal to go to Tibet with her. There was an astrology class a few days ago, and I had a few questions that I wanted to ask academician Jing. Yushu wasn't joking. She was really going to Jing Chen's place. However, it wasn't to ask questions, but to gather information. As one of the 18 academicians, Jing Chen had a dedicated lecture room. It was a tea house on a rockery at the corner of the garden. Yushu didn't know if Jing Chen had classes today, but she knew that he would most likely stay in the study if she had classes. As expected, when she was halfway up the stone stairs, she heard voices in the tea house. If it wasn't for academician Jing's care these days, I wouldn't have been able to pass the assessment smoothly. You must accept this gift of thanks, otherwise I won't be able to trouble you in the future. Put there. Academician Jing, I'm going to invite you to a banquet in a restaurant the night after tomorrow. I've also put the invitation here. You must come. It was a man and a woman talking in the tea house. Yushu knew who they were the moment she heard them. She walked over unhurriedly and looked inside. She saw Jing Chen sitting there and Zhang Shuyuan standing there. There was a vertical brocade box on the table in the middle. There was a red piece of paper on the box, which was probably an invitation. It was a familiar scene, but Yushu didn't even frown. She didn't care what they were talking about. She stood outside the tea house and said, "I'm Yushu. Nice to meet you." Two pairs of eyes looked at her at the same time. Jing Chen was stunned at first, but then a faint smile appeared on his fair face. He looked a little nervous. When Zhang Shuyuan saw Yushu, she was filled with hatred and fear. The blush on her face faded in the blink of an eye. She thought of the 2 slaps she had hidden. In the end, she didn't dare to confront Yushu face to face. She turned around and said goodbye to Jing Chen, then walked out. When she passed by Yushu, she bluffed and glared at her. Yushu did not pay attention to her. She waited until her footsteps were far away before she entered the tea house. "Xiaoyu, I knew you'd come today." Jing Chenbu didn't move from his seat just now. He stood up from behind the desk, his feet wearing silk stockings and stepping on the ginger mat. He looked at Yushu, looking as if he wanted to go forward but was hesitant to do so. "From your tone, can you predict whether I'll come or not?" There were only 2 of them in the room. Yushu sneered. She carried her book box and found a clean cushion on the ground. "I burned 3 turtle shells last night. The divination said that I could see you today. I was thinking that if you don't come today, I'll go to see you tomorrow." Jing Chen's tone was as clear as ever, without a single trace of impurity. His words were always so sincere, straightforward. It was very easy for people to let go of their worries. If Yushu hadn't given up on him at the observatory that night, she would have been soft-hearted. "I'm here today because I have something to ask. Jing Chen, let's have a good talk about the Fate Breaker. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Ainor. Your support is my greatest motivation. P.S. Thank you for the gifts and tickets. Who wants Kim Bao to appear? Come and claim it. It's beside Yushu's pillow. Go get it yourself." During the month that Yushu stayed at the Building of Forgetfulness, she copied down all the key information about the deaths that the Supreme Court had accumulated over the decades. She sorted them according to the cause of death and bound them together into a book. She also gave this book an exaggerated and vivid name, Book of Life and Death. Because the law of time of disaster was still being completed, even if she got the time of life and death, it was impossible to apply the formula directly. If Yushu wanted to find the cause of death of the 10th princess, she would have to think hard. The cause of death of the 10th princess was strange and complicated. Although she fell from a building, drowned on a cold winter day, and died of typhoid, the whole thing was not an accident. Therefore, it should be attributed to a man-made disaster, not an illness. Yushu preliminarily judged that there was a real murderer in addition to the 10th princess and Xue Jinxuan in the sea viewing tower that day. He used some means to make the 10th princess fall from the building in front of Xue Jinxuan, but Xue Jinxuan didn't see it. After making assumptions, She listed all the similar cases in Book of Life and Death for backup. After doing this, Yushu didn't plan to sleep. She found the half box of ambergris from the small bookshelf near the bed and added it to the small copper stove. After burning the incense, Yushu sat down quietly, stretched the paper, hung up the brush, and replaced it with her willow charcoal. She wrote a line of words on the top of the paper. It was Shui Rui's 4 birthdays. The last time she predicted the time of misfortune for Shui Rui was half a month ago. Using the law of the time of misfortune to predict what had happened in the past and what would happen in the future were very different. As long as she was given the time of her birth, no matter if it was a year or 2, or even 10 years ago, she could predict what would happen. However, there was a certain limit to the future disasters. For example, the closer the date, the more realistic it would be, and the further the date, the more illusory it would be. Therefore, she could only predict the future for half a month at a time to ensure accuracy. Today, Shui Rui was threatened by Princess Shi Wen with the past, which confirmed her prediction that he was going to recruit villains. Moreover, it seemed that Shi Wen had other tricks up her sleeves. Everything in this world was either a blessing or a curse, and no blessing or disaster was peace. Her law of the time of misfortune seemed to only be used for disasters, but in fact, it had already taken half of everything. She predicted a disaster, so no disaster was a blessing. Whether the conditions Shi Wen proposed to Shui Rui were good or bad, she could tell with a single calculation. Let me see what you have in your mind. Yushu sneered, and the charcoal pen in her hand calculated quickly. Strings of numbers and symbols that only she could distinguish appeared on the paper, and the simple or complicated conversion was getting further and further away day by day. Originally, it was aimed at Shi Wen, but now that she calculated, Shui Rui had more than one trouble. Quarrel, losing money, hiss. Yushu felt strange. It should be known that Shui Rui's fate was extremely good. It was difficult for him to get a minor illness in half a year, and he did not even lose a penny for 2 months. Why did he suddenly have so many troubles recently? She remembered that last month, she predicted a bloody disaster for him. Yushu pondered for a while, and still felt that the problem was with Shui Rui's current position. What kind of place was the Supreme Court? It was in charge of the harshest prison in the whole of Dan. If he often went in and out of the prison, he could still rely on his own luck to suppress it, but after a long time, it was inevitable that he would be disturbed by evil spirits. Fortunately, I noticed it early and thought of a way to solve it once and for all. The fan made of century-old peach would root, and her crystal should be enough to restrain the evil spirits around him. On one hand, Yushu was making plans for Shui Rui. On the other hand, she did not stop writing. When she had calculated to a certain day, she suddenly stopped because she had discovered another disaster. Well, this is one. She quickly took out her handbook of calamities from the drawer, flipped through it twice, and found a value on it. The number she had just calculated was within the range of values. Yushu looked at the date she circled on the paper with a strange expression and frowned. June 6th, peach disaster. June 6th, wasn't it the gentleman hibiscus banquet? Yushu's brain moved and intuitively linked Shui Rui's peach disaster with Princess Shi Wen. There were good and bad things to do with peach blossoms, but the peach disaster specifically referred to those rotten peach blossoms. Because of a certain unsuitable relationship with the opposite sex, it caused disputes or disasters, which was a very bad thing. Princess Shi Wen used the cause of the 10th princess's death as an exchange to ask Big Brother to agree to her condition, but said that it was not time yet. Could it be snapped? Yushu used force in her hand and broke the 3-inch-long charcoal strip. Her face was full of anger. Shi Wen, you actually have such a crooked idea? With a golden jade hibiscus at the gentleman hibiscus banquet, she could choose her own marriage, and it was a heaven-sent marriage. If Shi Wen got the golden jade hibiscus, she would give it to Shui Rui, and then take advantage of the situation to propose a condition. Was she sure that Shui Rui would not refuse her because of the 10th princess? When she imagined that scene, Yushu was actually unable to be sure for a time. If it wasn't for Shui Rui being frank with her today, and knowing that she was able to deduce the cause of death of the 10th princess, then would he be forced to submit on that day? The more Yushu thought about it, the more upset she became. She rubbed her sore eyebrows, annoyed, and simply threw away the broken willow charcoal strip, hastily cleaned up the paper and ink on the table, washed her hands, and went to rest. It was late at night, and the sky was about to brighten. Cicadas chirped outside the window, and a little yellow hair slipped along the bed curtain to the side of the pillow, its black eyes flashing. The figure on the bed turned over and murmured in a low voice. Chapter 496. I'm here today because I have something to ask. Jing-chun, let's have a good talk about the Fate Breaker. Jing-chun could predict that Yushu would come to him today, but he did not expect that Yushu would calmly propose to talk to him. That night at the observatory, they had parted on bad terms. He knew that Xiaoyu would not treat him the way he used to. In order to salvage the situation, he had been thinking hard for the past few days. He had read the biography of Lu many times before he finally found an answer. The Dragon Lady was deeply in love with Lu Yi because he had done many things for her. If Xiaoyu liked her too, he would have to learn from Lu Yi and help her solve her problems and protect her. Therefore, he would not refuse her request. Whatever you want to ask, I'll tell you. Jing Chen's face was filled with a careful expression as he looked at Yushu, who was sitting in front of him. It wasn't that he had forgotten Zhu Muzhao's instructions, but he thought that since he had already confessed to Yushu, there was no point in hiding it anymore. Saying one or two things was the same, not to mention that he wouldn't lie. Yushu looked up at Jing Chun, who was standing there like a stick of bamboo. She did not like him and pointed at the mat. Sit down. Jing Chun readily accepted his advice and sat down obediently. He crossed his knees and placed his hand straight. When Yushu saw how obedient he was, she could not help but think of Jing Chun, who had lost his memory and could not speak. Her eyes darkened as she suddenly thought of Jing Chun, who had cut ties with her and treated her like a stranger. What you said to me in the small building that day, after I went back, I carefully thought about it and found it strange. Since you said that I was the one who destroyed your life and needed my help, then you should let me know. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to coax me into marrying you and having children with just a few words. Jing Chen did not hesitate and nodded. If being honest with Yushu could be exchanged for her understanding, then there was nothing he could not tell her. Yushu narrowed her eyes and went straight to the point. Tell me, where did you, the great calamity, come from? Why is it that your fate alone can decide the rise and fall of Doan? Was there a great calamity before? You're not the only one, right? Her series of questions caught Jing Chun somewhat unprepared. He was stunned for a moment before he slowly considered his words and told her everything he knew. That's right, I'm not the first calamity. Just 100 years ago, another person appeared. As for the origin of the term Great Calamity, I believe it came from an ancient scroll in the imperial family's collection. It recorded the signs of the appearance of a calamity, as well as the signs of the appearance of a fate breaker, as well as the method to break one's fate. There was one person who appeared 100 years ago. Yushu grasped the key point and asked, was that great calamity also fated to offend planet Kedu like you? How did he break his fate? Was it the same as yours? Jing Chun had asked the same question before, so he didn't need to think too much when he answered. That's right, the great peace calamity. Great fortune brings disaster. This great fortune refers to the rise and fall of a nation, and disaster refers to my fate offending the star of misfortune. As for the great calamity 100 years ago, although he was also affected by the star of Kedu, he was different from me. The person who broke his fate was a man, not a woman. Yushu's eyes flickered. Why is there a difference between a man and a woman? There is a difference. If the person who broke his fate is a woman, then she has to marry the great calamity and have children with him to break his fate. If the person who broke his fate is a man, then Jing Chun paused, as if he wanted to say something. Then what? Then the great calamity has to kill this person with her own hands. Jing Chun had been taught not to kill since he was young, so he felt somewhat uncomfortable when he mentioned such a disregarded matter. Yushu frowned. On one hand, she was secretly alarmed, rejoicing that the person who broke her fate was a woman. On the other hand, she noticed Jing Chen's expression and could not help but sneer. What? Do you still think that person is pitiful? Daozi is really kind-hearted. He can't bear to see others kill, but he doesn't know how many lives are tied to his own. Chao Yuling died unjustly, and Zhang Xuan was used as a substitute. Who knows when he will follow in Chao Yuling's footsteps? Hearing this, Jing Chun met Yushu's mocking gaze. He lowered his head and said guiltily, I won't kill Boren. Boren died because of me. Miss Chao's death was an accident, and I was powerless to reverse it. But as for Miss Zhang, I will do my best to look after her. I won't let her lose her life. Yushu saw his downcast expression and was not in the mood to hit him when he was down. She returned to the main topic and continued to ask, These things you know, were they all told to you by the great Tiandao himself? Jing Chen nodded. He said himself. Yushu asked again, What about His Majesty? Did you ask His Majesty for confirmation? Jing Chen raised his head to look at her. That suspicious expression on his face, in Yushu's eyes, could be summed up in 4 words. This person was so stupid that he was tricked. Yushu gave a humph and said in a bad mood, What? Do you think that the great Tiandao won't lie to you? Even the sect elders who raised you for so many years, for the sake of their own lives, made up a lie and hid it from you for more than 10 years, causing you to live in fear for more than 10 years. Why would the great Tiandao dig out their hearts and lungs for you? Do you think that everyone is like me, who only hopes for the best for you? Yushu swallowed the second half of her sentence and didn't say it out loud. It was all in the past, so there was no meaning in bringing it up again. She had already vented her anger that night at the observatory. Moreover, it was impossible for her to make plans for Jing Chen like she did in the past. The friendship of life and death had long been worn away by his repeated betrayals. After listening to Yushu's words, Jing Chen's originally pale face became a little more transparent. The only bit of color was on his lips. He turned his head, subconsciously not wanting to let Yushu see his embarrassment. The use and deception of the sect elders was something that even he couldn't let go of. Now that it was mentioned by Yushu, it made him even more ashamed. It was as if she was blaming him for cutting off the life and death relationship between the two of them because of a selfish lie. Yushu looked at Jing Chen. She could roughly guess what he was thinking in his heart, but she didn't soften her heart. She deliberately brought up this matter to sow discord, to make Jing Chen suspicious of the royal family, so that she could make arrangements in the future. After a moment of silence, Jing Chen said again, I didn't ask the Emperor for confirmation, but you can rest assured that the Emperor also told me what the Emperor had said. He shouldn't lie to me. Yushu pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were so sharp that she could see that Jing Chen was thinking about it. It was time to stop. After thinking about it, she finally asked a question curiously. You said that the ancient book collected by the royal family. Who left it? Could it be Empress Ningxin? If it was Empress Ningxin, it would make sense. This was a very legendary woman, who was said to have become an immortal and a sage by later generations. Maybe the royal family of Da and followed her will. Chapter 497. After Yushu fell asleep, Shui Rui quietly left. He boarded a sedan in the back street and returned to the Shui estate. Hadaku, who was chatting with a few manservants at the second gate, saw someone enter the courtyard. He hurriedly threw the melon seeds in his hand back onto the plate, dusted off his hands, and trotted forward. He pulled out a large fan from behind his waist and fanned Shui Rui as he said, Young master, why did you come back in the middle of the afternoon? It's so hot outside. Shui Rui glanced at him, not minding that he had come out to play instead of staying in the inner courtyard. Has grandfather returned? As Shui Rui's personal manservant, Hadaku had an extremely good relationship with the servants of the Shui estate. He also loved to run around, so he knew all the big and small matters of the minister's estate, even without going out. Hadaku even knew Shui Lingnan's whereabouts. Great Scholar Song invited the master to Lu Feng restaurant for tea. He's not in the estate right now. Shui Rui nodded, then casually asked, Did Dr. Zhou come to my mother's place today? Shui Lingnan had never advocated for Shui Rui to go to the West Court. Thus, while Madame Shui had been ill, he hadn't even gone to the inner courtyard to see her. Madame seems to be better these days. I haven't seen Dr. Zhou come to see her. Hadaku cautiously observed Shui Rui's complexion. Seeing that there was no one around, he ingratiatingly said, Great Scholar is not in the estate. Young master, why don't you go see Madame? I'll keep watch for you. Meddlesome. Shui Rui patted the back of his head. His eyes were unruffled, as if unmoved. He passed through the east corridor and returned to his residence. An hour later, outside the small courtyard next to the West Court's ancestral hall, Shui Rui was dressed in the pine green gown he had just changed into. His hair was neatly wrapped in a square scarf, revealing his handsome and scholarly features. His refined appearance caused the maid guarding the courtyard to blush. By the time she recovered, he was already inside. Madame Shui had lived next to the ancestral hall for more than 10 years. The wutong tree in the courtyard had grown from a sapling to a height above the walls. Shui Rui still remembered that whenever he had the chance to visit his mother, Madame Shui would take him to the courtyard to water the tree. She had coaxed him that when the tree grew, he could see her every day. Now the tree had grown to the point where he had to look up, but his mother's promise had been destroyed 3 years ago. He had personally destroyed it. Young master, the maidservant that was dozing off in the hall woke up with a start when she heard the sound of the curtains moving, and she exclaimed in surprise when she saw the person that arrived was Shui Rui. Mother is awake. This. Young master, please wait a moment. The maid hurriedly tugged on her skirt, stood up, and tiptoed into the inner room. Shui Rui stood at the door, listening to the faint sounds of conversation coming from within. In a few moments, the maid retreated and pursed her lips into a smile. Young master, come in. Madam is awake. Saying this, she walked to the door. This servant will stand guard outside. Shui Rui nodded and entered the room. The room was not large. There was a bed, a couch, a dressing table, and a cabinet. It was so simple that it did not seem at all like the living quarters of the lady of the first branch of the Shui estate. Madame Shui was sitting up on the couch, a thin blanket covering her knees. Her eyes were slightly open, unfocused as they gazed in the direction of the door. A smile hung on her sickly face as she slowly extended her hand. Shui Rui's footsteps paused. His gaze swept over her face, and he inwardly sighed in relief. He then quickly walked to her side, tightly grasped her hand, and sat down next to her. A bright smile appeared on his face, not caring that Madame Shui could not see it. Mother, your son has been busy with official business these past few days and was unable to visit Mother. I missed Mother. It's not a problem. It's good that you were able to come. Madame Shui patted the back of his hand and then pinched his arm. Her brow slightly creased. She said, You've gotten thinner again. You've worked hard, but you still have to obediently eat your meals. Don't think that just because I can't see you, I don't know. Shui Rui made a sound of assent, but he did not say that the last time he came to visit her, the weather had been cold and he had been wearing thick clothes. Now that the weather was hot and he had taken off his clothes, he naturally felt thinner. Madame Shui was just like any other mother. She pulled him over and chattered for a while, mostly about Father Shui. At the time, your father was the prefectural magistrate of Yang. He was also busy from day to night, as if there was no end to his work. In the first year, he lost a great deal of weight, but he was quite spirited. When he returned to the capital after his term was over, he found it hard to sleep. Every day, he would go to the morning court at the 5 o'clock and wake up at the 4 o'clock. Shui Rui seemed to carelessly interject. Father returned to the capital when I was 2 years old. Mother, did you hear about the matter of Yunhua, Ez, and Crown Princess Liyue? Madame Shui tilted her head, closed her eyes, and thought back. I did hear about it, but by the time we returned to the capital, those two had already passed away, so I had no chance to meet them. That year, Shui Rui's father, Shui Zhao, was still alive. The two of them were loving and harmonious, and Madame Shue's health had not yet collapsed. Old Minister Shue did not confine her to the West Court like he did now. Counting the years, Shue Rue knew that his parents had never met Yin Hua, but he did not feel disappointed. Instead, he asked, "Then, Mother, have you ever heard that this Yin Hua Yi's son had a first wife in his hometown?" Madame Shue did not seem to remember the events of 10-odd years ago. She furrowed her brow and thought for a long time, then forcefully grabbed Shue Rue's hand and said, "Yes, when I was young, I faintly heard a few rumors. They said that this EZ had once publicly defied His Majesty's decree and refused to become the Emperor's son-in-law. It seemed like they said that he already had a wife." Shue Rue's spirit rose, thinking that his mother had a very good memory when she was sober. There was no mistake. Then the story told by the storyteller in the tea house was most likely true. Then what happened later? Why did he marry a princess? Who knows? Perhaps he coveted royal power and riches, or perhaps he changed his mind after seeing someone else. Isn't there a saying in the books, "Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman"? Madame Shue smiled coldly. One could vaguely make out the elegance of her youth on her pale face, but she was blind, so she could not see just what sort of grace those eyes had held 10 years ago. Seeing the sadness on her face, Shue Rue did not dare to ask any more questions, afraid that he would bring up her sad past and cause her to fall into hysteria again. As a result, he changed the topic. "Mother, your son has someone he admires." Madame Shue froze. Then joy and curiosity appeared on her face. Pushing his hand, she urged, "When did this happen? Which family's young lady? Did she tell your grandfather to send someone to propose marriage?" After living in seclusion for 10-some years, Madame Shue had long since lost the authority and self-awareness of a mother. She did not even dare to think that she could make the decision on her son's marriage. Shue Rue's eyes flashed as he chuckled. "She is a person from Yang, not a female master of disguise from a noble clan. Last year, she took the Dian exam and is a famous female fortune-teller. She is intelligent and knows how to handle affairs. She also has a younger brother at home, and she is a person who cares about the old and cherishes the young. I still haven't mentioned it to my grandfather, so I'll talk to Mother first." Hearing this, Madame Shue's face alternated between smiling and worried. As a girl, it's best for her to be educated and reasonable. "I don't have any ideas. If you like it, tell your grandfather as soon as possible so that you don't miss out on a good marriage. And your son is attentive." Madame Shue patted the back of his hand and sighed. "Your father and I were husband and wife for several years, but in the end, we only have one child. Your father is gone, but even if I have a single breath left, I still want to see you start a family and hold a grandson. Only then can I close my eyes in peace." Hearing these words, Shue Rue's face darkened. He tightly pursed his lips and carefully grasped Madame Shue's ice-cold hand. Pressing it against his forehead, he softly said, "It was your son who was unfilial." Madame Shue seemed not to hear his words. Blinking her empty eyes, she continued to warmly smile at him. As Shue Rue gazed at her, he felt a wave of pain in his heart. 3 years ago, she had gone crazy. When she awoke, she no longer remembered Jean's son. All she knew was that he was her son, so she could not see Jean's son, or else her illness would relapse. He could still come here a few times a year, but Jean's son had not been able to see his birth mother since 3 years ago. This was a sin he had committed, but he didn't know whether or not he would be able to repay it while they were still alive. By the time Yushu woke up, it was already dusk. She lay alone in the cool and ventilated courtyard. Opening her eyes several times, she still felt that it was somewhat unreal. She had actually told Shue Rue everything in one breath. Rubbing her swollen head, she sat up cross-legged and slowly recalled the details. Suddenly, she giggled. I've been vexed for several days for nothing. It's much easier to say out loud." She stretched and stepped on her shoes. Just as she got off the bed, Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai, who had been standing guard outside, heard the noise and entered. "Miss, you're awake. Drink some tea and wash your face." Yushu felt refreshed. Returning to her room on the second floor, she changed out of her wrinkled clothes and asked, "Did my eldest brother say that he would be back tonight?" Xiao Qing squatted in front of her and smoothed out her belt, replying, "Young master said that he wouldn't be coming tonight. He told Miss to eat first before leaving." Yushu was not a clingy person. Hearing these words, she was only disappointed for a moment before continuing to do what she had to do. After dinner, Yushu returned home and asked the concierge. Knowing that Ifangji had returned early today, she remembered what she had promised Yu Xiaoxiu the day before, so she didn't even return to the house and went straight to Zhao Hui's courtyard. Ifangji and Zhao Hui were playing with their son in the room. Yushu came in and sat down. She hugged He Xiaochuan and mentioned that she wanted Yu Xiaoxiu to recognize them as his godparents. The first to nod and agree was He Fangji. "Even if you didn't say it, I was going to mention this to you. You two siblings, one calls me father and the other calls me uncle. Not to mention that it's hard to pronounce. You two have drifted apart for no reason. Parents were biased. If Zhao Hui doted on Yushu more, then Ifangji undoubtedly liked to bring Yu Xiaoxiu more." Zhao Hui hesitated and said, "It's a good thing, but have you asked your mother about this?" "Of course I've asked before I came to tell my parents. Xiaoxiu is also happy to be your godson. My mother is not a good person. In the future, when Xiaoxiu grows up, there will be no elders to teach him. Even marriage will be difficult. My mother understands this." Chapter 498. I don't know about that. I only know that the ancient book is called the Book of Mystic Fairy Lu Run. Yushu was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, she blurted out, "Book of Mystic Fairy Lu Ren?" Jing Chan saw her surprised expression, nodded, and asked doubtfully, "Is there something wrong?" "No." Yushu quickly restrained her expression, but frowned and said to him, "Didn't the Lu Ran divine lesson disappear 100 years ago? Isn't this book of Mystic Fairy Lu Ren about Lu Ren?" There were many schools of Yishui, and they were first derived from the three styles. These three styles were Qimen Duanjia, Tai Divine Number, and Lu Run Divine Lesson. Among the three styles, Qimen Duanjia was the most extensive, Tai Divine Number was the most mysterious, and the great Lu Run revealed the most secrets of heaven, and even threatened the rule of the emperor. Therefore, as early as 100 years ago, the imperial court banned the Yishui families from learning or using the Lu Run divine lesson for divination, and destroyed a large number of secret books and articles. As a result, 100 years later, the three styles became two styles, and the great Lu Run was lost. Yushu didn't know what was recorded in the book of Mystic Fairy Lu Run, but Taoist Qing Zheng solemnly entrusted her to find and destroy it. Now that she knew that the book Qing Zheng asked her to find turned out to be the origin of the great calamity and the life breaker, and played a decisive role in the whole thing that happened to her, how could she not be surprised? "I'm not very sure about that." Jing Chen couldn't continue to answer Yushu's doubts, because he had only heard Zhu Muzhao mention it twice, and had never seen this ancient book with his own eyes. "Not sure." Yushu narrowed her eyes and suddenly asked, "If that's the case, you haven't seen what's written on it?" "No." Yushu sneered and said aggressively, "Then why do you want me to believe that everything you say is true? The great calamity, the method of breaking one's life, it sounds true, but in the end, everyone has their own mouth. Whatever they say is true. You're easy to fool, but I'm not easy to fool." Jing Chen opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He wanted to convince Yushu that what he said was true, but even he couldn't help but have some doubts at this moment. What was written in the book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Rens? When Yushu saw that Jing Chen had lost his confidence, her eyes flashed. She stood up from the ground and mocked. "Wait until you've read the book with your own eyes, then tell me about it." After saying that, she turned around and left. Jing Chen snapped back to his senses and hurriedly stepped on his shoes, catching up with her at the entrance of the tea house. "I'll see you off." Yushu glanced back at him and walked down the stone steps. Her mind was now filled with thoughts on how to get the book of Mysterious Fairy 6 Rens into her hands. She did not have any extra thoughts to be mean to Jing Chun. If he wanted to give it to her, then let him give it to her. Anyway, she did not need to care about him. Therefore, Jing Chun walked beside Yushu, half a step behind her. The two of them walked out of the garden one after another. It was almost noon, and they did not meet anyone along the way. Jing Chun did not take the initiative to talk to Yushu. He just turned his head to look at her from time to time, thinking about Yushu's last words. They walked all the way to the entrance of the library before Jing Chun called out to her again. Xiao Yu. Yushu stopped and turned her head to see what he was going to say. Don't worry. Jing Chun looked up at the corner of the street and lowered his voice. I'll figure it out first. Yushu raised her eyebrows. When she saw the details on his face, she remembered that there would be people following her when she left the library. She guessed that Jing Chun had told her so many secrets and secrets without permission. He was also afraid that the person above would find out and harm her. His mood was a little complicated. I'm leaving. In the end, she said goodbye faintly and walked to the shady place under the tea house across the street, waiting for Lu Zhong's carriage to pick her up. However, Jing Chun did not turn back. Instead, he stood at the entrance of the library, motionless under the scorching sun, until he saw her get on the carriage and leave. And this scene was seen by a figure in the tea house. Yushu went to the Wangji Tower. She had gained a lot from meeting Jing Chun today. She needed a quiet and undisturbed place to properly reflect on what she had learned today. However, she did not expect that Shui Rue would also be there. Hey, why do you still have time to come here? Shui Rue had just changed his clothes and came out of the bedroom. He saw Yushu and heard her doubts, so he smiled at her. Why not? I don't have any official duties with me. I only need to go to the yamen for a few days. There's nothing else. Yushu blinked and asked him, have you found out about the 10th princess's horoscope? Shui Rue shook his head. Then why don't you go and find out? What are you doing here? Shui Rue couldn't help but laugh, and now he understood what she was bewildered about. So he walked forward and casually closed the two doors behind her, and then he held her warm little hand and brought her to sit on the old yellow pearwood couch that was newly changed, and then he placed a bowl of longan plum soup that had been poured on the tea table into her hand. One thing is another. I can ask others to do the task of inquiring about the news, but I can't ask others to do it for you. The weather was scorching hot, and Yushu was drinking the warm and cool plum soup. When she heard him speak like this, it was as if a pot of perfectly cold, icy spring had been poured into her heart, and it was extremely comfortable. She was still worried about Shui Rue's romantic calamity last night, and she actually wasn't overly suspicious now. She looked up at Shui Rue's clear eyebrows, and the corners of her mouth curved into a smile. She snorted, just pick something nice to listen to. I have nothing to do with you, but you and someone else will have something to do soon. Shui heard that there was a hidden meaning in her words, so he sat up straight and put on an appearance of listening attentively. Oh, why do you say this? Yushu drank a mouthful of sweet and sour plum soup and sucked a cord longan in her mouth. As she chewed, she said, guess what princess she would want from you? You mean she would? Frowning his brows, Shui Rue replied, it's not that I haven't thought about it, but she's been pampered since she was born, and everything goes according to her wishes. I really can't think of anything that she would ask of me that I can help her with, but no one else can. Yushu glanced at his face with a faint smile. You really can't think of it? I don't believe that you don't know what she has in mind for you. Think about it again. Shui Rue's eyelids twitched as if he had grasped something. His eyes flickered a few times, and he slowly tightened his face. It's the gentleman's banquet of hibiscus? Yushu couldn't help but praise him for his intelligence. As a teacher, she had her own methods of seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster. Shui Rue was just a scholar, and he could rely on his brain to deduce all kinds of things. In terms of scheming, she didn't think she was any worse than him, but in terms of brains, she was slightly inferior. Yesterday, I divined for you, and on the 6th of June, there will be a disaster of love on you. After thinking about it, only Princess Shi Wen is the cause of this disaster. The so-called disaster of love refers to an undesirable marriage. There is a rule at the gentleman's banquet of hibiscus. She is 80% sure that she will get the golden jade hibiscus, so she will threaten you first, and then she will take the opportunity to propose conditions for you to accept. It all depends on whether you fall into the trap or not. Shui Rui's face darkened. He didn't think about this before because he didn't think that Xun would be so daring. You don't know, but a few months ago, Prince of Dongjing, who was guarding the north, sent a letter to the capital to ask for a noble girl. His Majesty has the intention of marrying Xiwen far away to appease the northeast. He also leaked this information to the Prince of Xiang, so Xiwen must have heard about it. This marriage is most likely set. The more Shui Rui thought about it, the more certain he became. Xiwen had this idea to avoid marrying far away, so his expression became worse. Yu Shu was stunned when she heard this. She didn't think that there would be such a plot, that Xiwen was really daring. She clearly knew the emperor's intentions, but still dared to scheme. Wasn't this indirectly defying the imperial edict? After a short moment of surprise, she thought of herself and couldn't help but laugh at herself. What she was doing now wasn't the same as going against the emperor, and compared to Shi Wen's rebellion, the situation was much more serious. Her thoughts changed, and she looked at Shui Rui. With a bit of a tentative mood, she asked him, "She implicated you like this. Are you angry with her?" Shui Rui also didn't notice Yushu's strange expression at this time. He frowned and said, "She dared to do this because she wanted to drag me into the water. I used to accommodate her like Jin Sun. I really don't know when she became so selfish and hateful." His words were originally directed at Shi-Wan, but in Yu Shu's ears, it somehow had a different meaning. It seemed like he was blaming her for dragging him into this storm, because she was unwilling to submit to her fate. "I'm sorry." An apology came out from her mouth. "What?" Shui Rui turned his head to look at her. He didn't hear what she said just now. Yu Shu squeezed out a smile at him and said, "I also feel that she is hateful. She doesn't want to follow other people's arrangements, but wants to make things difficult for you." But Shui Rui wasn't so easy to fool. He stared at her for a moment, and no one knew what he was thinking in his dark eyes. He suddenly said, "Then do you think I'm hateful? 3 years ago, I also schemed against His Majesty for my own selfishness. In order to become the princess's son-in-law and also to get rid of my official career, I dared to plot against His Majesty's arranged marriage. In the end, 10th princess died, and Jin Xuan was also implicated. At that time, I didn't think that 10th princess would be in any trouble." Yu Shu didn't expect him to change to this topic, but seeing the strong self-mockery on his face, it was clear that he couldn't let go of the past. After a short silence, she took the initiative to press the back of his hand and said, "To be honest, you were a little selfish at that time, but you were different from Xiwen. She clearly knew how much trouble it would bring you, but she still did it knowingly. But you didn't expect that someone would dare to harm the princess, so the ignorant are not guilty. I don't think you are hateful, because she was also a selfish person. She would only think for herself first." Shui Rui's eyes softened because her words warmed his heart. The next moment, he turned his wrist and wrapped his big hand around her slender palm. He put on his knee and asked in a low voice, "Ah Shu, tell me honestly, are you hiding something from me?" Equals. Chapter 499. "Ah Shu, tell me honestly, are you hiding something from me?" Yu Shu looked at Shui Rui's worried eyes and knew that he had seen something. She moved her lips and subconsciously wanted to play dumb with him. "It's nothing. Why should I hide it from you?" "Really?" Shui Rui didn't believe it. He raised his hand and his slender index finger gently stroked her soft eyebrows and pinched the bridge of her nose. "Do you know that when you lie, here and here will not move at all? You look serious on the surface, but I don't know what you are thinking in your heart. You don't want to tell me. Do you want me to guess?" Yu Shu's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head and avoided his hand. She laughed and said, "No, don't guess randomly." Shui Rui put down his hand with a smile and held his chin. He stared at her with twinkling eyes and said slowly, "When you came to the Supreme Judiciary to find me that time, there was something wrong. Later, I thought about it. You should have something to say to me that day, but I was so busy that I didn't mention it. 2 days later, I was free and went to see you at home at night. You were even more wrong. You were obviously in trouble, but you deliberately pretended to be fine in front of me for fear that I would notice something. If I'm not wrong, you were worried that something would implicate me. Yushu listened to his logical analysis and guessed that he was almost right. Her scalp tightened. You don't go to many places on weekdays. In addition to Wanji Tower, there is Taisha Shuyuan. I know the things in Wanji Tower like the back of my hand. You were in trouble, but I don't know, so it must be in Taisha Shuyuan. I have 2 guesses about what happened in Taisha Shuyuan and who could make things difficult for you and make you worry about me and dare not tell me. One is Han Wenguang, and the other is Jing Chun. And Shuirui looked at her slightly changed expression. He paused and sighed softly. Looks like it's the latter. At this point, Yushu realized that she couldn't hide it from him anymore. She looked at Shuirui with complicated feelings and bit her lips. Why do you have to be so smart? Since you know that I didn't tell you because I was afraid of implicating you, why do you still keep asking? Shuirui narrowed his eyes and sneered. You're the one who's afraid, not me. He didn't know when he had become a coward. In the end, it was because she didn't believe him. Yushu's heart was beating fast again. She lowered her head under his intense gaze. After a moment of silence, she said helplessly, Yes, I'm afraid. Jing Chen's matter involves a lot. If I'm not careful, I might even lose my life. I have to get involved in this mess, but you don't have to be involved because of me. Just like you regret that you made the 10th princess be murdered that year, I'm also afraid that you will regret it in the future. Shuirui frowned when he heard this. It was obvious that the matter was even more serious than he'd imagined, yet he didn't have the slightest intention of shrinking back. Instead, he took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to hold her chin, and then he turned her faintly sorrowful face towards him and said to her with a serious expression, Since it's so dangerous, you should tell me. It's fine if I don't know, but I guessed it. How can I pretend that I don't know and let you deal with it alone? Shu, let me ask you, what kind of person do you think I am? Do you think that I got along with you just for a moment of pleasure? Didn't I tell you that I want to marry you and that I'm willing to grow old with you? These questions caused Yushu's heartstrings to be in disorder. And how could she not be moved when she heard every single word of his that touched on her heart and revealed the truth? She suddenly noticed that the problem that troubled her earlier wasn't a problem at all. Whether Shuirui was willing to advance and retreat with her or not, it was something that should be decided by him, and it wasn't something that she could decide for him. Thinking about this, she felt a burst of shame in her heart. Her love for Shuirui was not as good as his love for her. Brother, her throat was choked, and she could only say, I'm sorry. Seeing her bitter look, Shuirui's heart softened a little. He let go of her chin and raised his hand to flick her forehead gently. What are you apologizing for? Hurry up and tell me what exactly happened. Yushu rarely wavered. Since she wanted to tell him, she had to make it clear to him. As for where to start, she lowered her eyes and thought for a while before she said, Do you still remember the time when I broke up with Jing Chen? Shuirui thought for a moment. Is it the day I confessed to you? He still remembered that 2 months ago, Yushu held a banquet in Wanji Tower for the nomination of Dian. She went back first in the evening, and he went later. He saw her and Jing Chun separated at the door. It was Yushu's sad look at that time that stimulated his nerves, and he confessed his feelings to her impulsively. However, until now, he still did not know what happened between Yushu and Jing Chun that night, so that they became strangers and no longer contacted each other. Yushu nodded, smiled at him first, and then said coldly, That night, I left Wanji Tower alone and was stopped by Jing Chun on a bridge in the south of the city. He broke up with me and said that we would have nothing to do with each other from now on. Shuirui was slightly stunned. He could not imagine that Jing Chun would do such a treacherous thing. He had seen how good Yushu was to Jing Chun from the beginning to the end. He was not afraid to say some sour words. Even if she treated him now, it was not half as good as she treated Jing Chun at the beginning. You said that he broke up with you on his own initiative? Why did he do that? Yushu was silent for a moment. She had known Jing Chen's secret for a long time, but she did not reveal it to others. Even Yu Xiaoxiu, who was like a brother and sister, did not know anything about it. That was because she sympathized with Jing Qin's life experience and was afraid that he would be schemed against by others. So she thought about him wholeheartedly. But what about Jing Qin? When he told others that she was the person who lost her life, did he care about her safety? It had always been you being heartless and I being unjust. Since he did not care about her life and death, why should she keep the secret for him? That is because Jing Qin's life experience hides a big secret. At this time, Shui Rui's curiosity was completely aroused. He pondered and said, "The murder case in Taishu Library shows that someone is secretly scheming against Jing Qin. Is it related to his secret?" Yushu admitted and said, "That's right. If there is no conspiracy, why would there be a need to go through so much trouble to target him? And Jing Qin is the only son left behind by Yunhua, Yi, and the eldest princess. The emperor really favors him. Will he send him to the deep mountains to cultivate for more than 10 years? Shui Rui nodded and said, "This matter is puzzling. Although the imperial edict claims that Jing Qin followed his mother's instructions and went to the Taoist sect to fulfill his vows, I don't think that is the case. How can a baby who is not even a year old be sent to the mountains?" Then he changed the topic and asked in confusion, "What secret do you think he has that he has to break up with you and put you in prison now?" Yushu laughed at herself. Chapter 500. The so-called Great Calamity is a person who is tied to the rise and fall of a dynasty. His fate is presented to the fate of the country. This person was born to face disaster, and his fate is the star of calamity. There must be a righteous person who will use his life to pay for his fate. Otherwise, he will die young. However, just living his life is not enough for peace. There must be a person who can break his fate to break his life. Jing Qin is the great calamity of this generation. When Shui Rui first heard about this secret, his first thought was that it was absurd. However, he knew that Yushu would not speak without evidence, so it must be true. This time he was shocked. After a long silence, he asked Yushu, "When did you know about it?" In fact, he wanted to ask how long she had been hiding such a heavy matter. The great calamity. This was probably a shocking secret that would bring about the calamity of being beheaded just by hearing it. Yushu curled her lips slightly and said self-deprecatingly, "In the beginning, I only knew that Jing Qin's fate would bring disaster to the people around him. It was not until Shui Yun came to me during the Double Sons meeting that I heard about Jing Qin's shocking life experience for the first time. After that, I was skeptical. It was not until not long ago, when Jing Qin personally confessed to me, that I knew it was true." Shui Rui had a bad feeling. He frowned slightly and asked, "Why did he explain it to you?" "It's funny that the reason he confessed to me was the same reason why he cut ties with me that day." Yushu held the armrest and looked at Shui Rui. She said without avoiding his gaze, "He cut ties with me because he was taught since he was a child that before he found the person who broke his fate, he could not act rashly. He could not have love or hatred. Otherwise, he would endanger the lives of the Taoist masters who saved his life more than 10 years ago. You also know that I used to like Jing Qin. It was fine when he lost his memory, but when he recovered it and remembered everything, he could no longer fall in love with me. Do you remember when he was missing? I went to the suburbs to look for him. I lied to you at that time. In fact, not only did I see him, but I also made a promise with him that I would not think about love and only be a close friend. However, when I was nominated by Diane and was in the top 3, he came to me and said that he wanted to break off a relationship. To be honest, after I calmed down, I didn't blame him and could understand his difficulties. If he didn't care about the kindness of raising me, I would look down on him. But she was just disappointed. No matter if it was Ji Xingxuan who had been full of malice towards her and had been framed by her, or Shui Yun who had wholeheartedly tried to kill her and ended up becoming a cripple, Jing Qin always sympathized with those who ended up in a pitiful state, but he did not care about a person like her who had a strong will to win. She did not know if he had ever thought that she was also a woman. No matter how ruthless she was, she was still a woman. Shui Rui finally knew the reason why Jing Chun and Yu Shu suddenly became strangers 2 months ago, but he did not feel relaxed at all. Facing Yu Shu's gloomy eyes, he only felt his heart inexplicably tightened. He could not judge how ruthless Jing Chun was because he was not Jing Chun and did not understand his difficulties. But if there was a person in this world who didn't care whether his background was good or bad, who wouldn't sleep for his safety, who would put his life and death in his hands, who would be happy for him, who would grieve for him, who would suffer for him, then even if he had to face universal condemnation, he wouldn't disappoint this person's heart. He envied Jing Chun for meeting such a person and was glad that he did not miss such a person. Since he cut ties with you, why did he confess to you not long ago? You said it was the same reason. What is the reason? Shui Rui was sensitive that this was the key to the whole thing. I am the person Jing Chun is looking for. Yu Shu said coldly, turned to look at Shui Rui's face, and asked, "Don't you think it's funny?" Shui Rui's eyes flashed with a thick black light, and said with a straight face, "It's not funny at all. There is something more funny. Do you want to hear it?" Yu Shu's palms, which were holding the armrest, were sweating. She looked calm on the surface, but only she knew that she was nervous now. She really did not know how Shui Rui would react when he heard what happened next. Would he choose to bear the burden with her? Or would he be like Jing Chun, weighing the pros and cons, and decisively choose to give her up? Say it. Yu Shu calmed her breath and tried to finish the whole paragraph calmly. If you want to break the destiny of Jing Chun, you need to marry me, the person who broke the destiny, and have children with me. Otherwise, it will endanger the peace of the world, which is not allowed by the imperial order. Shui Rui's face suddenly changed. In an instant, he clenched his fists, widened his eyes, and blurted out in disbelief, "It's ridiculous. The righteousness of the country and the rise and fall of the imperial court need to be fulfilled by a woman's life. Isn't this ridiculous?" "Yes, it's ridiculous," Yu Shu sneered. "I don't want to believe it is true, but it's useless for me to not believe it. As long as the emperor believes it, I can't make the decision, and Jing Chun can't make the decision either. Those who can make the decision will not consider for me, a mere commoner." Even Jing Chun, the son of the princess, has to stay in the deep mountains for more than 10 years. It was unknown how much of the record in the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 Wrens was true, but even if there was only a small possibility, as long as it endangered the fate of the country, the emperor would not take this risk. Not to mention deciding the fate of 1 or 2 people. Even if 10 or 100 people died, it would just be a sentence. After the initial injustice, Shui Rui now thought deeply and understood the pros and cons. He could not help but have a cold sweat on his back. After a long time, he thought about it a few times, then raised his head and looked deeply at Yu Shu. There was a faint gloominess in his eyes. "Then did you promise him?" "Promise him?" A certain nerve of Yu Shu's was touched. Her eyelids twitched, and she asked softly, "Do you think I should promise him?" Shui Rui pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "If you don't promise, are you going to go against the emperor's order? In this situation, it's not up to you. It's a matter of life and death. Ah Shu, you really should promise him." Hearing this, Yu Shu's face immediately stiffened. Her 10 fingers gripped the armrest tightly, almost digging into the wood. She choked on her breath until her eyes were sore. She felt that everyone in the world wanted to betray her, but no one was willing to think for her and pity her innocence. She suddenly stood up, gritted her teeth, and ruthlessly looked back at him and sneered. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I didn't promise him, and I won't promise him. Yu Shu, may be greedy for life and afraid of death, and cherish life like gold, but if I can't live according to my wishes in this world, I'd rather die. What great calamity, what broken life. I only know I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me." Shui Rui looked up at her arrogant and unchanging heart. His eyes blurred, his heart beat like a drum, and his mind flashed and emerged. It was the figure of her under the bridge of a Yang city that was beaten to a pulp, but she gritted her teeth and did not make a sound. It was the figure of her beating the drum and crying out her grievances and climbing up to the court under the stick. It was the figure of her kneeling in front of the celestial commissioner, even if she broke her fingers. It was the figure of her standing in the banquet and coldly facing the people who looked up to her. Suddenly, the scene changed, and it returned to the person before him. He saw her glare fiercely at him before carrying a resolute expression, and then she turned around with the intention of leaving. Shui shuddered with fear, and he practically leaped up from his chair to hug her from behind. Feeling the body in his arms stiffen, he sighed softly and coaxed her in a gentle voice. "What are you angry about? It should be me who is angry. What are you angry about?" Yushu angrily pulled his hand, but Shui did not let go. He held his hand tightly and buried his head in her shoulder, lightly smelling the fragrance of soap on her clothes. His heart had never felt so secure before. "You refused him. Wasn't it because of me? You didn't want to be with him. Wasn't it because you wanted to be with me? If you don't care about me, why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Even if you were so fierce to me just now, it was because you wanted to get rid of me so that I could stay out of this matter. Ashu, I understand your thoughts. How can I not know what's good for me?" Even if Yushu was really angry just now, after listening to his words, it was extinguished without a trace. Her arm, which was hanging by her side, moved. She slowly lifted it, as if she was lifting 1,000 pounds. She pressed it against his hand and gripped it tightly. She turned her head and stared at him with her bright eyes. Chapter 501. This is what you said. Don't regret it in the future. Hearing her cold voice, Shui chuckles, tightens his arms to hold her thin body in his arms, and says seriously, "If you get married and have children with someone else, I will regret it. It is partly because of him that she doesn't want to be the one who breaks her life and stays with Jing Chun. Facing such a woman who dares to love and hate, how can he give her up? As for the risks in the future, she is not afraid. So why should he be afraid? There will always be a way out. Now he only knows that if he lets her go, he will definitely regret it. Shu, don't be afraid. I will think of a way with you." Yushu told Shui about the secret of Calamity Inn, and when she saw Shui's clear attitude, the heavy burden in her heart seemed as if half of it had been lifted off her shoulders, and she instantly felt relaxed. What followed after was a sweet feeling of peace in her heart. At least, he didn't disappoint her. Looking at Shui's handsome face in front of her, an idea comes to her mind. She climbs his arm, raises her head, and gently bites his thin and moderate lips. Shui's eyes flicker. He only feels that his lips are bitten by her sharp tiger teeth. There's a little flattery in the intimacy. It is indescribably itchy, as if he's holding a wild cat with its claws in his arms. He can't help but feel pity. The next moment, he takes the initiative. He holds Yushu's slender nape and lowers his head to bite her mouth. His flexible tongue sweeps over her two sharp teeth and caresses her soft and fragrant mouth. He is not impatient, but does not allow her to retreat. Feeling that she is breathing nervously, he gently rubs her neck with his thumb, one by one, to make her relax. After the long kiss ended, Yushu buried her head on Shui's shoulder and wrapped her hands around his lean waist as she lightly panted for breath. She licked her lips that were sore from being kissed and bitten by him, and she didn't have the time to think about where he'd learned such teasing methods. Shui caresses her back, calms down the restlessness in his body, clears his throat, and says, "Let's have lunch first, and then we will discuss how to deal with it." Well, okay. In the afternoon, the two of them went to the courtyard on the 3rd floor. Shui stood at the edge of the feng shui pool at the corner of the balcony, looking down at the colorful lights at the bottom of the pool. Even though he had seen thousands of treasures, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "This move of yours is really amazing." Yushu shook her head. "This is also my first time building this wind pond, so I boldly changed a lot of places. Who would have thought that I would hit the mark by a stroke of luck? Just a few days ago, I was discussing with Uncle Pei about selling these crystals, and he bought them all." Shui walked over and sat down on the couch beside her. He straightened the hem of his clothes and returned to the topic at hand. According to what you said, His Majesty and the great teacher do not intend to expose you. So they found a substitute in the Taisher library with the intention of luring the snake out of its hole and capturing the group of people who were secretly targeting Jing Chun. Yushu nodded and sneered. I'm afraid that Chao Yiling did the same thing before. The people who tried to kill Jing Chun on the river and the people who committed the murder in the Taisher library are the same group. I don't know how they found out about the existence of the Great Calamity, but they want to destroy the fate of this country. They have evil intentions and deserve to be punished. If His Majesty can't uproot this group of people today, how would he dare to expose me, the true master? She was not Jing Chun, who was skilled in martial arts and had a profound cultivation. She lived in the impenetrable princess mansion and was not afraid of being plotted against. In the eyes of the emperor and the great teacher, she was now a weak woman who did not know anything. In other words, before you kill that group of people, no one can do anything to you. Shui Rui understood the crux of the matter and quickly discovered that Yushu was safe for the time being. That's right. During this period, no one will force me to risk my life for Jing Chun, and no one can touch me. After all, I have a name in the eyes of the current emperor. Yushu turned her head to look at Shui Rui and said hesitantly, Actually, I don't intend to keep it from you. Actually, I don't plan to keep a secret from you. I'll have to inform you sooner or later. After all, the relationship between us can't be passed to the higher-ups. If we don't pay more attention, both of us will be in trouble. As a person who had lost her life, she had to marry the calamity and have children. This was the right way in the eyes of the current emperor. How could she be entangled with another man in her heart? If Shui Rui insisted on facing it together with her, then the relationship between the two could not be known by outsiders. To put it bluntly, she wanted Shui Rui and her to be a pair of lovers secretly. Shui Rui's face was gloomy for a moment. However, when he saw the guilt and helplessness on Yushu's face, his heart softened. He took her hand and put it on his lap. He narrowed his eyes and said, I still say the same thing. I want to marry you, not just talk. You will be mine sooner or later. I will not be in a hurry. After falling from the clouds to the bottom of the valley for 3 years, he did not lack patience. The worries in Yushu's heart were eased by a single sentence from him, and she felt that she owed Shui Rui even more in her heart. She felt that she hadn't done much for Shui Rui, and since they'd known each other until now, the kindness he'd shown her could be counted in detail, yet she'd always suspected that he came from a wealthy background, so he couldn't be devoted to her. However, Shui Rui always exceeded her expectations. It made her look like a fool who worried about nothing. She had wronged him for no reason. Next, Yushu told Shui Rui everything about her plan, including how she got information from Jing Chun, aroused his suspicion, and asked him to inquire about the book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Rens. I think the key is still in that book. There is something fishy about the calamity you've done. Why can a person's fate shake the world's peace? If we understand the meaning behind it, there might be a solution. Yushu said, the book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens? Huh. Shui Rui muttered to himself as he linked the few things he knew together. He didn't want to let go of even the slightest clue. He seemed to be lost in thought for a while before a bright light suddenly flashed in his eyes. I think we can also investigate the matter of Princess Royal and Yun Hua's son dying for love. Huh? Yushu looked at him in confusion. Do you remember when Ji Xingxuan was in prison? You told me that you met a storyteller? When Shui Rui mentioned it, Yushu remembered that she heard a storyteller in a tea house on North Street last month. He told a story about Yun Hua's son and Princess Lu Yue meeting. She still remembered clearly that the storyteller talked about a little-known matter. Before Princess Lu Yue, Yun Mu Feng had a wife. This inevitably made people think that Yun Hua's son was a Chun Shimi who abandoned his wife and chose riches and honor. It was a great slander. The people of Yun Hua had been dead for so many years, but now there was someone who brought up this old matter. Whether it was true or false, it was suspicious. Shui Rui said, I sent someone to the tea house at the end of the street to ask. The shopkeeper said that the storyteller who called himself Old Gu would occasionally come to his tea house to tell stories. But after telling the story about Yunhua's son, I never saw him again. What do you mean? I mean, Yunhua's death that year was strange. Yushu was stunned. Everyone in Amling City knew that Yunhua died for Princess Royal after she died of illness. But Shui Rue said it wasn't so. Think about it. The question about the astrology in the Grand Yin examination 20 years ago is the same as this year. Among the 3,000 IQ, only Yunhua's son can solve it. And this big trouble is his biological son. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? Jingchun is a trouble. This can't be changed. Then the one with the problem is Yunhua's son. The more Shui Rue analyzed, the clearer some of the ideas in his mind became. The layers of confusion in front of him aroused his curiosity. Do you think that he knew about the big trouble long ago, but for some unspeakable purpose, he came to the capital to participate in the Grand Yin examination and to get close to Princess Royal? He planned so carefully, but in the end, the matter was exposed, so he had to die for Princess Royal. Hearing Shui Rue's speculation, Yushu's eyelids suddenly twitched. There was an inexplicable, strange feeling in her heart. She couldn't help but think, if Shui Rue's speculation was true, then why did Yunhua come to the capital? And why did he abandon his wife to become the princess's son-in-law? Could he be the same as her? Was he also aiming for the Book of Fairy Maidens' 6 Rens? Shui didn't know that Yushu was entrusted to destroy the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 Rens. So when he saw her eyes flickering, he only thought that she was surprised. In any case, the great calamity of calamity is definitely not as simple as what Jingchen told you. We'll split up. You continue to get more information from him. I'll go investigate what happened 20 years ago and see if I can find anything. Yushu nodded, but still said worriedly, then you must inquire carefully. This is a serious matter, and there are many spies in the dark. Don't let someone with ulterior motives target you. The two of them discussed and decided on a plan. Because Yushu's current situation was delicate, and it hadn't reached the point of a life-and-death struggle, so they subconsciously didn't plan for the worst-case scenario. For example, one day in the future, they would have to go against the high and mighty imperial power. Ever since Yushu found out that she confronted Jingchun at the observatory that night, and was troubled by her identity as the person who broke her life, she hadn't been able to sleep well for the past few days. With Shui Rue sharing some of the burden, she felt tired, and in front of him, she yawned a few times. You don't have to go anywhere in the afternoon. Just sleep here. Shui Rue arranged the pillows on the couch, got up, and made space for her to lie down. Yushu was indeed sleepy. She rubbed her forehead and fell down. When she saw him turn around to leave, she didn't think twice and grabbed his clothes. Big brother, stay with me for a while. Shui Rue looked down at her. I'll go get a blanket, and I'll be back soon. Only then did Yushu let go of him. She covered her mouth and yawned again, and her eyes were watery. Not long after, Shui Rue came up from downstairs. Before he got close, he heard her soft snoring. He walked to the side of the couch and saw that her mouth was slightly open, and her sleeping posture was not elegant. He couldn't help but smile, bent down to take off her shoes, and shook out the thin blanket to cover her stomach. Then he quietly sat on the side of the couch, clasped his fingers, and turned his head to focus on her sleeping face. His eyes were calm and contemplative. Chapter 502. After Yushu fell asleep, Shui Rue left quietly. He boarded a sedan in the back street and returned to the Shui mansion. Hataku, who was chatting with a few servants at the second gate, saw them enter the courtyard. He hurriedly threw the half a handful of melon seeds in his hand back onto the plate, dusted his hands, and trotted forward. He took out the big fan at the back of his waist and fanned Shui Rue as he said with a shy face, "Young master, why did you come back in the middle of the afternoon? It's so sunny outside." Shui Rue glanced at him. He didn't mind that he had come out to play instead of staying in the inner courtyard. Is grandfather back? As the personal servant of Shui Rue, Hataku was very popular among the servants of the Shui residence. He loved to run around, so he knew all the big and small things that happened in the minister's residence even without going out. Hadaku even knew Shui Lingnan's whereabouts. Grand Scholar Song invited me to the Glazed Wind restaurant to drink tea. He's not in the manor right now. Shui Rui nodded and casually asked, "Did Dr. Zhou come to my mother's place today?" Shui Lingnan had always discouraged Shui Rui from going to the west courtyard, so while Madame Shui had been ill, he hadn't even gone to the rear courtyard to see her. "Madame seems to be better these 2 days. I don't see Dr. Zhou visiting to check on her." Bao Huda carefully looked at Shui Rui's expression. When he saw that there was no one around, he moved closer to Shui Rui and said in a fawning tone, "Master isn't in the mansion. Young master, why don't you go see Madam? I'll keep watch for you." Meddlesome. Shui Rui patted the back of his head. His eyes were calm, as if he was unmoved. He went straight through the east corridor and returned to his residence. An hour later, Shui Rui was standing outside the small courtyard next to the west courtyard's ancestral hall. He was wearing the pine green gown he had just changed into. His hair was neatly wrapped in a square scarf, revealing his handsome facial features. His refined appearance made the maid guarding the courtyard blush. When she came back to her senses, he had already entered the courtyard. Madame Shui had lived by the side of the ancestral hall for 10-some years. The wutong tree in the courtyard had grown from a sapling to a height that surpassed the walls. Shui Rui still remembered that whenever he had the chance to visit his mother when he was a child, Madame Shui would bring him to the courtyard to water this tree, coaxing him that once the tree grew up, he would be able to see her every day. Now, the tree had grown to the point where he had to look up at it, but his mother's promise had been broken 3 years ago. He destroyed it with his own hands. "Young master." The maid, who was dozing off in the hall, was startled awake when she heard the sound of the curtain moving. She raised her head and saw that the person who came was Shui Rui. She exclaimed in surprise, "Is mother awake?" "This, young master, please wait a moment." The maid hurriedly tugged on her skirt and stood up, then quietly entered the inner room. Shui Rui stood at the door, vaguely hearing voices from within. In a few moments, the maid retreated and pursed her lips into a smile. "Young master, come in. Madam is awake." Saying so, she walked to the door. "This servant will stand guard outside." Shui Rui nodded and entered the room. The room was not large. There was a bed, a couch, a dressing table, and a cabinet. It was so simple that it did not seem at all like the living quarters of the stately madam of the first branch of the Shui estate. Madame Shui was sitting up on the couch, a thin blanket covering her knees. Her eyes were slightly open, unfocused as they gazed in the direction of the door. A faint smile hung on her sickly face as she slowly extended her hand. "Rui-er." Shui Rui's steps paused. His gaze swept over her face, and he inwardly sighed in relief. He then quickly walked to her side, tightly grasped her hand, and sat down next to her. A bright smile rose on his face, not caring that Madame Shui couldn't see it. "Mother, your son has been busy with official business these past few days and was unable to visit Mother. I miss Mother. It's not a problem. It's good that you were able to come." Madame Shui patted the back of his hand, then pinched his arm. Her brow slightly creased. She said, "You've gotten thinner again. You've worked hard, but you still have to obediently eat your meals. Don't think that just because I can't see you, I don't know." Shui Rui made a sound of assent, but he did not say that the last time he came to visit her, the weather had been cold and he had been wearing thick clothes. Now that the weather was hot and he had taken off his clothes, he naturally felt thinner. Madame Shui was just like any other mother. She pulled him over and chattered for a while, mostly about Father Shui. "At the time, your father was the prefectural magistrate of Yang. He was also busy from day to night, as if there was no end to his work. In the first year, he lost a great deal of weight, but he was quite spirited. When he returned to the capital, he found it hard to sleep. Every day, he would go to the morning court at the 5 o'clock hour and wake up at the 4 o'clock hour." Shui Rui casually interrupted. "Father returned to the capital when I was 2 years old. Mother, did you hear about the matter of Yun Hua changing his son and Princess Liyue?" Madame Shui tilted her head, closed her eyes, and thought back. I did hear about it, but by the time we returned to the capital, those two had already passed away, so I had no chance to meet them. That year, Shui Rui's father, Shui Zhao, was still alive. The two of them were loving and harmonious, and Madame Shui's health had not yet collapsed. Old Minister Shui did not confine her to the West Court like he did now. Counting the years, Shui Rui knew that his parents had never met Yanhua, but he did not feel disappointed. Instead, he asked, "Then, Mother, have you ever heard that this Yanhua Yi's son had a first wife in his hometown?" Madame Shui did not seem to remember matters from 10-odd years ago. She frowned and thought for a long time, then forcefully grabbed Shui Rui's hand and said, "Yes, when I was young, I faintly heard a few rumors. They said that this EZ had once publicly defied His Majesty's decree and refused to become the Emperor's son-in-law. It was said that he already had a wife." Shui Rui's spirits rose. He thought to himself that his mother's memory was very good when she was sober, so there was no way she would be mistaken. In that case, the story told by the storyteller in the tea house was most likely true. Then what happened later? Why did he marry a princess? Who knows? Perhaps he coveted royal power and riches, or perhaps he had a change of heart. Isn't there a saying in the books, "Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman"? Madame Shui smiled coldly. One could vaguely make out the elegance of her youth on her pale face, but she was blind, so she could not see just what sort of grace those eyes had held 10 years ago. Seeing the sadness on her face, Shui Rui did not dare to ask any more questions, afraid that he would bring up her sad past and cause her to fall into hysteria again. As a result, he changed the topic. "Mother, your son has someone he admires." Madame Shui froze. Then joy and curiosity appeared on her face. Pushing his hand, she urged, "When did this happen? Which family's young lady? Did she tell your grandfather to send someone to propose marriage?" After living in seclusion for 10-some years, Madame Shui had long since lost the authority and self-awareness of a mother. She didn't even dare to think that she could make the decision on her son's marriage. Shui Rui's eyes flashed as he lightly laughed. "She's from Yang, not a female teacher of disguise from a noble clan. Last year, she took the Dian exam and is a famous female fortune teller. She's intelligent and knows how to handle matters. She also has a younger brother at home, and she's the type of person who cares about the old and cherishes the young. I still haven't mentioned it to my grandfather, so I'll talk to Mother first." Hearing this, Madame Shui's face alternated between smiling and worried. As a girl, it's best for her to be educated and reasonable. "I don't have any ideas. If you find her suitable, tell your grandfather as soon as possible so that you don't miss out on a good marriage. And your son is attentive." Madame Shui patted the back of his hand and sighed. "Your father and I were husband and wife for several years, but in the end, we only have one child. Your father is gone, but even if I have one breath left, I still want to see you start a family and hold a grandson. Only then can I close my eyes in peace." Hearing these words, Shui Rui's complexion darkened. He tightly pursed his lips and carefully grasped Madame Shui's ice-cold hand. Pressing it against his forehead, he softly said, "It's your son who is unfilial." Madame Shui seemed not to hear his words. Blinking her empty eyes, she continued to warmly smile at him. As Shui Rui gazed at her, he felt his heart ache. 3 years ago, she had gone crazy. When she awoke, she no longer remembered Jean's son. All she knew was that he was her son, so she could not see Jean's son, or else her illness would relapse. He could still come here a few times a year, but Jean's son had not been able to see his birth mother since 3 years ago. This was a sin he had committed, but he didn't know whether or not he would be able to repay it while they were still alive. By the time Yushu woke up, it was already dusk. She lay alone in the cool and ventilated courtyard. Opening her eyes several times, she still felt that it was somewhat unreal. She had actually told Shui Rui everything in one breath. Rubbing her swollen head, she sat up cross-legged and slowly recalled the details. Suddenly, she giggled. "Huh, I've been vexed for several days for nothing. It's much easier to say it out loud." She stretched and stepped on her shoes. Just as she got off the bed, Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai, who had been guarding outside, heard the noise and entered. "Miss, you've woken up. Drink some tea and wash your face." Yushu felt refreshed. Returning to her room on the second floor, she changed out of her wrinkled clothes and asked, "Did my eldest brother say that he would be back tonight?" Xiao Qing squatted in front of her and smoothed out her belt, answering, "Young master said that he wouldn't be coming tonight. He told Miss to eat first before leaving." Yushu was not a clingy person. Hearing these words, she was only disappointed for a moment before continuing to do what she had to do. After dinner, Yushu returned home and asked the concierge. Knowing that Fangji had come back early today, she remembered what she had promised Yu Xiaoxiu the day before, so she didn't even go back to the house and went straight to Zhao Hui's courtyard. Fangji and Zhao Hui were playing with their son in the room. Yushu came in and sat down. She hugged He Xiaochuan and mentioned that she wanted Yu Xiaoxiu to recognize them as his godparents. The first to nod was Fangji. "I was going to mention this to you even if you didn't say it. You two siblings, one calls me father and the other calls me uncle. Not to mention that it's hard to say. You've drifted apart for no reason. Parents were biased. If Zhao Hui doted on Yushu more, then Fangji undoubtedly liked to bring Yu Xiaoxiu more." Zhao Hui hesitated and said, "It's a good thing, but have you asked your mother about this?" "Of course I've asked before I came to tell my parents. Xiaoxiu is also happy to be your godson. My mother is not a good person." In the future, when Xiaoxiu grows up, there will be no elders to teach him. Even marriage will be difficult. My mother understands this. Chapter 503. The rain didn't stop until it was dark. After dinner, Yu Xiaoxiu squatted in the yard to wash the dishes. Yushu washed her hair, tied her hair behind her ear, and left the house with it draped over her shoulders. Facing the alley, Qing Zheng was lying leisurely on a rattan chair. His two calves were crossed over the edge of the chair, showing the clean soles. He heard the sound of the door being pushed open, but his eyes were still on the sky. He just raised his hand and waved. "Disciple, come here." "Master." Yushu closed the door, walked to his side, squatted down, and looked up at the sky. The clean night sky was black and shiny, and the star map was unfolded. This was a most suitable night to watch the stars. "What do you see?" After a while, Qing Zheng asked. "Well, there's a closed star in the East Kong constellation. There may be a noble in the royal family who is sick. There is a bright star in the West Ginseng constellation, which corresponds to the northwest. In summer, there is a drought in the northwest this year. There is a shining star in the South Ghost constellation. The big star is shining, and it is facing the Neodymium Palace. There is a woman who is wronged. Well, there is a mother and child star in the sky, and there is a woman who is about to give birth." Yushu listed everything she could understand. After listening, Qing Zheng stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. Master taught me well." Yushu took the opportunity to flatter him. Although her stingy master had a bad temper, his teaching ability was first class, because he never talked nonsense when he taught, and she was not a person who liked to be distracted. What she remembered were all useful things. "Have you memorized the Luyao formula I taught you?" "I have memorized it. Do you want me to recite it for you?" This was what Qing Zheng checked most frequently in recent days. Yushu could recite it as soon as she opened her mouth. "No need." Qing Zheng waved his left hand and rubbed the tip of his beard with his right hand. "How many books have you memorized the things you ask me every day?" "There are 4 books, and I am memorizing the 5th one." Speaking of this, Yushu was proud. In order to memorize more things during the day, she would ask Qing Zheng for a bunch of miscellaneous things before she left at night. She would go back and sort them out before reading them. There were already 5 books bound with hemp paper and thick thread. Don't just write it down on paper. You have to remember it in your head. You can only look at the things on paper, but you can't use them. Only the things in your head are alive. "I understand." Yushu stood up and patted her butt. "Master, please sit down. I'll go grab the chess pieces." "You don't have to catch them today," said Qing Zheng. "You don't have to catch them in the future. When Yushu heard this, she turned her head and looked suspiciously at the old man on the rattan chair. She said, "Master, do you mean that I've mastered the 6 lines?" So fast. She had been preparing for the 6 lines breaking spell for 2 months, but she had only learned it for 5 or 6 days. What? Do you think it'll take you 8 to 10 years to master it? Once you pass the threshold and memorize the incantation, all that's left is the maturity. In the future, if you have nothing better to do, practice more. Qing Zheng turned around and looked at his disciple, who was barely satisfactory. In your handwriting, it's really ugly. You need to practice more, or you won't be able to help others with their divination in the future. In your temper, don't always do whatever you want. You will only learn when you suffer losses. In your dressing, don't always dress like a brat. You are obviously a pretty little girl. If you have money, buy a few more jewelry and clothes. Don't spend it all on food. Qing Zheng was long-winded, saying, and one after another. The more Yushu listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. She couldn't help but interrupt him. "Master, are you sick? Why do I feel like you're making arrangements for your funeral?" Qing Zheng's face darkened. He straightened his back and stretched out his hand to point at her nose. He scolded, "And your mouth. Don't try to anger me to death as soon as you open your mouth. I could still live for 80 years. If he lived for 80 years, he would become a tortoise." Yushu didn't say this out loud. She moved her feet to the side and avoided the hand pointing at her nose. She smiled and said, "Master, don't be angry. I was wrong. Can't you live to 100 years old? Ah, by the way, I don't want to play chess today. What should I do now? Should I look at the stars first or do the divination first?" Qing Zheng lay back angrily. "No need. There's wine in the room. You go in and get it." Yushu entered the room and lit the lamp. Sure enough, she saw a jar of wine on the table and 2 empty bowls. She took the wine jar and a bowl and put on the stone table in the yard next to Qing Zheng. She poured half a bowl and handed it to Qing Zheng. "Master, there's another bowl. Go and get it too. You can drink with me." "I also want a drink." Yushu twisted her fingers and said embarrassedly, "It's not good for a girl to drink. I'm still young." Seeing that Qing Zheng was about to explode again, Yushu quickly turned around and ran back into the room. She took out the bowl that was left behind and poured half a bowl for herself. She didn't know how strong the ancient wine was. She wasn't afraid of getting drunk, but she was afraid that if she drank too much, she would smell like alcohol and it would be hard to explain when she got back. Qing Zheng was not satisfied with the small sip she poured, so he grabbed the jar and filled it for her. "Master." Qing Zheng held the bowl without drinking. He took a deep breath and stared at Yushu. "Do you remember when I accepted you as my disciple that day? I asked you to help me find something?" Yushu's heart skipped a beat. She thought that the key point had finally come. She said seriously, "I remember that you said you wanted me to help you find something, but you didn't say what it was." Qing Zheng's eyes suddenly became sharp. He didn't have his usual laziness. "Jingdu, Celestial Commissioner, Book of Mystery Fairy Lu Ren." Yushu's eyebrows twitched. She whispered, "Book of Mystery Fairy Lu Ren? What is that?" Qing Zheng said, "The Book of Changes has been passed down to this day and formed many schools. The first 3 are Chimen Duanjia, Tai Divine Number, and the long-lost Divine Lesson of Lu Ren. Among these 3, Lu Ren is the leader. The first 2 are especially popular, and there are many miscellaneous studies. As for Lu Ren, it was collected by the Da and royal family 100 years ago because it revealed too much of the mysteries of heaven. This Book of Mystery Fairy Lu Ren is the only scroll that recorded the true teachings of Lu Ren. It is now in the hands of the Celestial Commissioner. It has always been in the hands of every great teacher. The thing that you want is in the hands of the Celestial Commissioner's great teacher?" Yushu couldn't help but stutter. She secretly cursed. The great teacher of the Celestial Commissioner was known as the leader of the hundreds of exchanges in the world, the high and mighty boss of the Celestial Commissioner. The Book of Mystery Fairy Lu Ren sounded like a treasure that was not shown to outsiders. How was she going to get it? Did she have to find him and ask if he was willing to let her read it for a few days? she would probably be stripped naked and hung at the city gate. Well, Qing closed his eyes. Many years ago, I swore that I would never step into the capital in my life. Since you are my disciple, you should go on my behalf. Naturally, she could not go back on the promise she made when she became his disciple. During this period of time, she had indeed learned a lot from Taoist Qing. Remembering their relationship as master and disciple, she calmed herself down and cast aside all distracting thoughts. She seriously considered the feasibility of this matter. It was not that she had no way at all. Then I will go to the capital, Yushu said. But it seems that it will take a lot of time to find this book. Master, you're not in a hurry, are you? Qing Zheng's eyes were bright. You just need to find it in your lifetime, and then destroy it. Destroy? Yushu was dumbfounded. It was so difficult to get the treasure in his hands, and he wanted her to destroy it after she found it. Yes, and you have to swear to me that you will not learn the things in the book. Qing Zheng's voice became cold. He stared at Yushu as if he would eat her if she did not swear. Yushu took a deep breath and swore gloomily. Okay, I swear to the three pure ones that if I can find the Book of Fairy Maiden in my lifetime, I will never learn the skills in the book. If I go against this, let me. Qing Zheng interrupted her coldly. I will let you be a mangy dog in your next life. You will wander the streets without enough food and suffer from the supercilious looks of others. Now Yushu rolled her eyes at him. Although she was not happy that the old man cursed her with a mangy dog, she still said obediently, If I go against this, let me be a mangy dog in my next life. I will wander the streets without enough food and suffer from the supercilious looks of others. Okay. Qing Zheng nodded with satisfaction. His gloomy face finally showed a smile. He picked up the bowl and said to her, Come on, drink this bowl of wine with me. After that, he took the initiative to touch her with the bowl. Yushu hurriedly lowered her body, but some wine still spilled out. My dear disciple, I wish you good luck. I wish you good fortune, master. Neither the master nor the disciple would say anything pretentious. After 2 words of blessing, Qing Zheng raised his head and drank up. Yushu lowered her head and took a sip. She felt it was not spicy, so she licked her lips disappointedly. Then she raised her head and drank it down. Ha, good wine. Qing Zheng drank happily. Yushu curled her lips. What's so good about it? It doesn't taste good at all. Qing Zheng took out a cushion from under his body and threw it at his feet. Sit down. Today is a happy day. Master wants to talk to you. Yushu sat down on the ground next to the rattan chair. She rested her arm on the edge of the chair and rested her chin on one hand. She was ready to listen to Qing Zheng's long-winded talk. So far, I have only accepted 2 disciples. The last one was 30 years ago. Oh, in terms of seniority, you should call him senior brother. But in terms of aptitude, you are not even a hair on his head. Your senior brother is also filial. After marrying a wife and having children, he still listens to me. Her ears were full of senior brother this and senior brother that. As Yushu listened, her head became a little dizzy. Her stomach began to heat up. Her eyelids gradually became heavy and drooped uncontrollably. Qing Zheng suddenly stopped talking. He looked down at the little disciple lying on his knees. His eyes softened. Finally, he sighed softly and said in a low voice, My dear disciple, go to the Kong family's barter shop on my behalf tomorrow and buy 2 red ropes. Oh, Yushu answered vaguely. She did not know if she would still remember this sentence when she woke up tomorrow. Qing Zheng raised his hand and hesitantly placed it on top of her head. He touched her soft hair and gently rubbed it. He raised his head and looked at the flickering stars in the sky. In his eyes, which had experienced the vicissitudes of life, was an open-minded understanding of the world. Chapter 504. Yunhua Ez, who was famous in the capital 20 years ago, was Yushu's senior fellow apprentice. This knowledge was so shocking that it took Shui Rue a while to accept it. Yushu was not as calm as him. They were silent for a while, and Shui Rue asked first, How can you be sure that it is him? Your master has never mentioned your senior fellow apprentice's name. Did you make a mistake? Yu Shu asked. Do you know why I left my hometown and took Xiaoxiu from Jiangnan to the capital? To get rid of the Ji family and to stand out? At that time, the Ji family was very powerful in Yang. In order to redress Zhao Hui's grievances, Yu Shu went to court and exposed that the Ji family used fake life slips in the Dai exchange house to murder others. Therefore, she completely offended the Ji family. As an insider, Shui knew that Yu Shu left Yang City after that and came to Anling to seek a way out. Not necessarily. Another reason why I came to the capital was that I was entrusted by my master. I suspect that Yunhua also came to the capital for the imperial examination because of this entrustment. He deliberately approached Princess Liu. Shuirui's expression turned serious, and he sat up straight before he asked, "What's the request?" Ever since Yu Shu came to this dynasty, there were two things that she had hidden the most, and they were things that she planned to let rot in her stomach. The first was that she had reincarnated in another person's body, and the second was Daoist Qing Zheng's request that day. She once swore in front of Qing Zheng that she would help him find the book of fantasy goddesses and destroy it in her lifetime, and she would not learn the skills in that book. Qing Zheng had told her that the book was in the hands of the Great Advisor. She only knew who the Great Advisor of the Celestial Commissioner was after she stayed in Anling City. He was one of the most important ministers under the Emperor's command. He was a big shot that she couldn't even reach. If she wanted to obtain the Mystic Maiden's 6 Ren's book from his hands, without absolute certainty, Yu Shu did not dare to act rashly. Now that she understood the secrets of Yunhua Yi's son in the past, Yu Shu felt as if she could see how she would walk down his old path. She could not help but be vigilant, and she became even more determined in her thoughts. He couldn't let anyone know about Qing Zheng's request. Even Shuirui couldn't do it because she couldn't trust him completely unless, "Big brother, I will only tell you this secret if you swear not to reveal it to a third person." Being stared at by Yu Shu without blinking, Shuirui's mood was a little strange. He could feel the distrust that she was revealing at this moment. Normally, he should feel unhappy, but in fact, he felt a little happy, because she was planning to share her secret with him, and he was the first person she had ever told about it. Even though she said that she didn't trust him, it was clear that she trusted him. The girl that he loved, most of the time, was so cunning that it made people's teeth itch, but sometimes she was simple and straightforward, making people love her. I, Xue Qingbi, swear here today, with my life as a guarantee, if I mention the secret of Yu Shu to anyone else, I will die a horrible death and become a dog in the 6 realms of reincarnation. It was a true oath. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yu Shu's tense face and suddenly smiled. He reached out his hand and gently pinched her cheek, saying, "Can you say it now?" Yu Shu looked at him deeply and slowly said, "Master want me to find the Mystic Maiden's 6 Ren's book and destroy it." Shuirui was shocked speechless for a moment. He didn't know much about the Mystic Maiden's 6 Ren's book, but he also heard from Yu Shu that it was from this book that the Greaten Calamity was mentioned. One could imagine how many secrets related to national affairs were hidden in this book, and it could easily take people's lives. Yu Shu wanted to destroy this book. Just this act alone was tantamount to a traitor. Now Shuirui knew why Yu Shu solemnly asked him to swear. If he dared to reveal such a purpose, he would be dead. So I think that Yunhua was also commissioned to destroy the Mystic Maiden's 6 Ren's book like me, but he was seen through in the end, so he died here. In addition to his age, and you told me that he already had a wife in his hometown, all these circumstances made me think that he was the big brother that my master mentioned. Yu Shu told Shuirui everything about her conjecture, and she wasn't vigilant at all. "It's very possible," Shuirui said hesitantly. "But based on these few things, I can't be very sure that it's him." "Did your master mention any other characteristics of your senior brother?" Yu Shu shook her head. "No, my master never told me much about him. He only revealed a few words after drinking, and I remembered it." Although there was no conclusive evidence, Yu Shu's intuition told her that Yunhua was Qing Zheng's big disciple. It couldn't be wrong. If he is really your senior brother, why don't you use your strange skill of predicting the fate of people to trace back and see if he died because of the Mystic Maiden's 6 Wrens book? Shui Rue suggested. Yushu frowned and said, Big brother, you don't know. My rule of the time of calamity can indeed predict the cause of death, but there are 3 conditions that cannot be omitted. First, I must know the person's birthday. Second, I must know the time of death. Third, there must be a similar disaster as a primer. The first 2 conditions are easy to satisfy, but the last one is difficult. If he really died because of that book, it would be unprecedented. I can't predict it. Shui Rue sighed regretfully. He felt that it was normal that Yushu couldn't predict it. If she could really know all the deaths in the world, she would be a living Yama King. Then what do you plan to do? Do you really want to follow your master's instructions and destroy that book? Shui Rue asked tentatively. There was a little confusion and hesitation on Yushu's face, but soon disappeared. She said calmly, It's still too early to say anything. It's not too late to make a decision after I figure out what is hidden in the Mystic Maiden's 6 Wrens book. She did promise Qing Zheng to help him destroy that book, but before everything else, she had to live according to her own wishes. Shui Rue didn't say anything. He just looked at her resolute expression with an inexplicable look in his eyes. After the meal, Yushu took the 10th princess's horoscope and went upstairs alone. Shui Rue didn't go up to disturb her. He set up an incense table downstairs, boiled water and brewed tea, and waited quietly for the result. Upstairs, Yushu washed her hands and burned the incense. In order to be accurate, she used the dragon's saliva and even changed it into a soothing white crystal bracelet. Only Xiao Qing, a maid, was left in the room. She listed the deceased's birthday on the paper and compared it to the time of death. She traced it back to 3 years ago, the 11th year of Zhaoqing, the year of the Gingchen. The 10th princess's accident happened on the 13th day of the 1st month, and she died in the early morning of the 14th. An hour later, Yushu had finished calculating the disaster that had occurred during those 2 days. She put down her brush, and her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She opened the book of life and death, in disbelief, and searched it. After several similar cases, she finally confirmed that it was the truth. She was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. The 10th princess actually died like this? She still couldn't believe it. So she simply laid out the paper again and calculated the days before the 10th princess's death day by day in order to find the truth. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. It wasn't until Xiao Qing added a lamp under the window and the fragrance in the room was so strong that people couldn't open their eyes that Yushu looked up from the table with red eyes. There was a thick stack of toilet paper in her hand and the ink was drying. Her face was indescribably conflicted. She had thought about the 10th princess's death in the past few days, but she never expected it to end like this. How could she talk to Shui Rue? When Shui Rue found out that the truth that caused him to carry the guilt for 3 years was actually like this, how would he face it? Yushu sat quietly for a long time, looking at the densely packed numbers and symbols on the paper. She felt an indescribable anger towards the 10th princess, who had died before she even met her. Whoosh! Yushu grabbed a stack of paper on the table, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the empty basin beside her feet. She only grabbed the last piece in her hand and said coldly to Xiao Qing, "Take it to the back and burn it." Shui Rue had boiled a few pots of spring water in the afternoon. Seeing that the sky was dark and Yushu hadn't come down yet, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He was about to go upstairs to take a look when he saw the door in front of him open and Yushu walked in. Shui Rue immediately stood up, and there was a trace of urgency in his voice that he didn't notice. "How is it? Have you calculated it?" "I've calculated it." Yushu's expression was indifferent. She walked over and sat down on the chair opposite him. She picked up the Yixing clay teapot on the tea table and drank a few mouthfuls of warm water without using a cup. Seeing this, Shui Rue also sat back down and stared at her with his black eyes. Although he didn't urge her to speak, His expression clearly showed that he was anxious to know the answer. Yushu drank the tea and felt a bitterness in her mouth. She poured half the pot of tea into her mouth in one go and put down the teapot with a bang. The 10th princess wasn't pushed down by anyone. She jumped down from the sea view tower by herself. Shuirui blinked a few times, as if he didn't understand. Yushu felt uncomfortable seeing this, so she had to steel her heart and explain clearly. The 10th princess was courting death. She jumped down from the building and fell into the lake. She didn't fall to her death, but she died of a winter cold. I've calculated it 3 times, and there's no mistake. It wasn't Jin Xuan who pushed her down, and no one pushed her. At this point, it was impossible for Shuirui to be unable to understand, and his handsome face gradually froze. Why? She didn't know if he was asking Yushu or himself. Why did the 10th princess commit suicide by jumping off a building on the day of the appointed marriage? And why did she frame the innocent Jin Xuan? She didn't tell the truth even before she died. Why? Yushu shouldn't have known the answer, but she had calculated another bad account and found out an embarrassing truth. Not long before the 10th princess's accident, she had a love affair. It was a man born in the year of Shinyo, and he looked like a chicken. It wasn't you, big brother. Shuirui was born in the year of Rinshu, and his name was Xiaogo. Not only that, 2 days before her accident, she committed a vile act. This vile act was also a man named Xiaogo. Love affair and committing a vile act were 2 disasters that could easily lead to death. Big brother, you don't have to feel guilty. The 10th princess was not framed because of you. Otherwise, I have calculated that the fatal love affair should be on you. It can be seen that you were originally a good match for her, but she had distracting thoughts and went astray. Yushu didn't want to make it too embarrassing, in case Shuirui found it hard to accept the truth. But in fact, she had also pondered over the whole matter several times before she finally pieced together the truth with the highest probability of being the truth. The 10th princess should have had an affair with a man named Xiaogo for a long time and was unwilling to marry Shuirui. However, she didn't dare to openly defy the emperor's will, so she made such a bad plan. She took Shuirui's sister, Jin Xuan, to the deserted sea view tower alone, and then jumped down from it, creating the illusion that Jin Xuan was the murderer. The 10th princess probably didn't expect that she would really die. She might have thought that there was a lake downstairs, and falling down was just falling into the water. Someone would definitely save her in time. At most, she would get seriously ill, and then she could accuse Jin Xuan of hurting her and escape from the marriage. Who would have thought that she had overestimated her own physique? After a night of catching a cold, she actually passed away. Therefore, the bitter fruit that Shuirui and his sister had tasted so far was that they had to bear all the blame for a woman's selfishness. Chapter 505. The room was quiet, and only the intermittent dripping sound of the tea could be heard. Shuirui did not know how long it took for him to return to his senses. It was as if he had woken up from a long nightmare, and his back was covered with a layer of sweat. Big brother. Yushu couldn't help but call out to him in a low voice. She didn't know when she had sat down beside him, but she held his cold hands. Shuirui turned his head and faced Yushu. He revealed a complicated smile, cold and indescribable bitterness. No one knew how he survived the days after the death of the 10th princess. Every day and night, he was immersed in the torment of remorse. He felt guilty to his mother, to his 3rd sister, and he was ashamed to face his grandfather. However, the person who made him feel the most guilty was the unparalleled beauty that he insisted on marrying. He had always thought that the most innocent victim in the whole matter was the 10th princess. For 3 years, he had never forgotten to find the murderer who killed her and avenge her. However, regarding this murderer, he had suspected the imperial concubines in the palace, suspected Lu Hao, and even suspected that Jin Sun had made a mistake. However, he had never thought that it would be a trap that she had set up herself. It was ridiculous that the person he had been hating and regretting all these years was the same person. Yushu looked at Shui Rui's expression and felt upset. She wanted to comfort him, but she couldn't help but say coldly, "The 10th princess really had no intention of marrying you. Even if she leaked some information to you, I believe that you wouldn't force her. At that time, the marriage had not been arranged and everything could be salvaged. However, she chose such a method of harming the enemy in herself, harming others in herself." How old was Jin Sun at that time? She was still a child, yet she could bear to frame her. I really don't know whether to say that she was ruthless or stupid. Why are you sad for such a person? Hearing this, Shui Rue smiled bitterly, sighed softly, and said in a low voice, "Everything happened because of me. She is just a pitiful person." Yushu hated a person from head to toe. When she heard that Shui Rue wanted to take the blame and absolve the 10th princess, she couldn't help but be angry. This made her even more determined to uproot the thorn that was the 10th princess from Shui Rue's heart. Thus, she pushed his hand away and said confidently, "What's there to be pitiful about? She's a dignified princess. She's lived a life of luxury, but she doesn't know how to be a princess. She secretly has an affair with a man. If she really has guts, why doesn't she openly mention it to the emperor and empress and ask them to be the matchmaker? I don't believe that anyone will force her to die. There must be something shameful about that Xiao Ji man, so he wants her to hide her head and show her tail." It's lucky that you're here. If she's given to someone else, she'll still plot against you. Instead of feeling pity for her, it's better to pity yourself. The more Yushu spoke, the angrier she became. She knew that it was meaningless to argue with a dead person, but when she thought that Shui Rue was thinking about such a poisonous and stupid thing, she couldn't help but feel angry. Let me ask you the truth. If you knew that the 10th princess had someone else in her heart and was not willing to marry you, would you still stubbornly ask the emperor to arrange the marriage and force her? Shui Rue was stunned when Yushu bellowed at him, and the coldness in his entire body actually disappeared in the blink of an eye. As he looked at her face that was slightly flushed from anger, he was suddenly enlightened in his heart, and he suddenly wanted to laugh. When he was young, he didn't know the world. He once thought that a beauty with unparalleled talent was the best person in the world. Now his eyes were like a torch, and he could see clearly that a beauty was not famous for her talent, but someone who understood her heart. It was hard to find one in 10,000. "I won't." Shui Rue shook his head and answered with certainty. At the same time, he took Yushu's hand back and held it in his palm. His eyes warmly looked at her, his gaze fixed. "You know this the best." When he liked Yushu, she was in love with someone else. He could use his heart to find her. He could wait for her to change her mind, but he would not force her to do something she was not willing to do. Yushu couldn't stand his gentle gaze. Thinking back to the twists and turns they went through to get together, the fire in her heart disappeared. She gave a light snort and pulled his hand that had warmed up. She lowered her head and bit down on his hand, not holding back. The teeth on his hand were sharp. Shui Rue had a smile on his lips, his brows not furrowed. His eyes were no longer dim and had brightened. Yushu let go and looked at the red mark on his hand with satisfaction. She raised her eyebrows and said to him, "Don't think about the past. Don't think about the past. I don't like you thinking about someone else. From now on, if you dare to think about her again, I'll bite you once." Since the 10th princess had caused her own death, then there was no need for Shui Rue to seek revenge from that so-called murderer, and this knot in his heart would be easily resolved. Hearing her autocratic request, Shui Rue's eyes sparkled. He held her hand in front of him, kissed her round fingertips, and said, "She and I finally don't owe each other anything. There's no need to seek revenge for her. Don't worry, even if I think about her again, I won't feel sorry for her. Now I only have you in my heart," but Yushu was still proud of the first half of his words. Suddenly, he changed the topic and she curled her lips. "But what?" "I still think that even if the 10th princess was courting death, there must be someone behind the scenes who added fuel to the fire. I must find out who the man named Xiao Ji is. Even if I don't seek revenge for the 10th princess, I also want to seek peace of mind for myself. A cold light flashed across Shui Rui's eyes. He had a good temper, but he was not a person to be trifled with. After 3 years, when he returned to the territory of Anling City, he did not only rely on his family background. No one in the capital city knew what he had experienced in the past 3 years. Seeing that his face was flushed again and he was no longer concerned about the death of the 10th princess, Yushu was relieved and said indifferently, "If you want to find out, then go ahead. I also want to see what kind of peerless man can charm the 10th princess so much. He's even worse than you." Shui Rue pursed his lips and smiled. He was not angry when he heard her teasing. He was just a young and frivolous delusion towards the 10th princess. There was no mutual love between them. Those obsessions had been awakened as early as when she died, so he could pick them up and let them go. As the saying goes, 3 heads are better than Zhuge Liang. Yushu and Shui Rue, the 2 smart people, got together and learned from each other's strengths. In just a few days, Yushu first discovered the secret of Yunhua Ez, and then untied the knot in Shui Rue's heart for 3 years. After they confided in each other, the 2 of them felt that they were even closer than before. Especially Yushu, she'd even told Shui Rue about Qing Zheng's request, and unknowingly, she'd become slightly more reliant on him. In this way, she was even more unwilling to resign herself to fate and be the person who broke her life. Speaking of which, ever since she had asked Jing Qian about the Book of Mystery Women's 6 Rens, she had returned to the Taisher library for the past 2 days and did not look for him again. She was only waiting for him to take the initiative to look for her when he had news. The day at the end of May was a good day to worship. He Fangji asked the servants to clean the front and back courtyards early in the morning. She set up an incense table in the courtyard, served pork head, mutton, and 4 fruit plates. Today, they were going to formally adopt Yu Xiaoxiu as their son. In addition to Pei Jing and his wife, they also invited 2 of Yifangji's good friends in the capital city to be guests. When the auspicious hour arrived, Yu Xiaoxiu knelt to the sky and kowtowed 3 times to acknowledge his parents and old Madame He as his grandmother. At the same time, he also had Pei Jing and Madame Qin as his uncles. Yushu accompanied Yu Xiaoxiu by holding the tea tray. After he toasted the elders and finished the ceremony, she shouted towards the door of the courtyard, "Put the 1,000-year red wine on. It must be loud." She pushed Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and returned to Yifangji and Zhao Hui. She held a cup of tea in each hand, knelt down, raised it above her head, and said, "Xiaoxiu and I were born alone. Our father died early and our mother remarried. We depended on each other until now. There were times when we didn't have enough food and clothing, and also times when we lived under someone else's roof. My brother was more sensible than me since he was young. At a young age, he had to wash and clean. He couldn't even wear new clothes all year round. He was used to living a hard life and didn't get much love from the elders. Fortunately, the heavens had eyes and he met godparents. Finally, there were a few people in this world who loved him. As the eldest sister, I didn't take good care of my brother in the past and let him suffer. It's my fault. Father and mother, please teach Xiaoxiu well in the future. If he doesn't listen, you can beat or scold him. But please love him more than you love me. My brother and I will definitely be filial." These heartfelt words made Zhao Hui's eyes brim with tears. Yifangji's eyes also reddened as she recalled the scene when she first met these 2 children. The spectators on both sides of the hall were all moved. Yu Xiaoxiu knelt beside Yushu, biting his lip. With one hand, he tugged at the corner of Yushu's clothes. His stubborn little face was covered in tears. "Good child, get up quickly. Why are you telling the child to kneel?" Old Madam, he wiped her tears and urged her son and daughter-in-law to pull him up. The scene was chaotic. The women were all wiping their tears. Zhao Hui hugged Yu Xiaoxiu with one hand and Yushu with the other. Qin sure hugged He Xiaochuan and also choked with sobs. An hour later, the banquet was set up. Yifangji was in the dining room entertaining the guests. Yushu brought Yu Xiaoxiu back to the room to wash up. In the room, Yushu took over Yindo's position. She wrung out a towel from the water basin and gently wiped Yu Xiaoxiu's face as she said to him, Let's forget about it today. In the future, you're not allowed to cry so casually. A man doesn't cry. And I won't cry anymore. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded obediently and raised his neck to look at Yu Shu, who was half a head taller than him. His eyes drifted a few times, and suddenly he became determined. There was a glimmer of dazzling courage on his young face. He gathered his spirit and told her in a nasal voice. Chapter 506. The He family's medical skills had been passed down from generation to generation, but it had declined to its peak in He Fangji's generation. 60 years ago, there was a genius among He Fangji's ancestors. This person adapted the He family's ancestral set of acupuncture techniques into a new chapter. His medical skills were superb, and he saved people's lives. It was said that when he moved 9 needles, he could bring the dead back to life. Therefore, people respectfully called him He Nine Needles, and he was known as a miracle-working doctor. Yu Shu only knew that He Fangji's family had a long history, but she didn't know that there was such a miracle-working doctor in the He family. She never thought that one day Yu Xiaoxiu would ask her to give up learning and study medicine. After the initial shock, she quickly calmed down and sent Yindo to guard outside. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu to sit at the head of the bed and asked carefully. Then she learned a lot. Did Godfather tell you this? Yes. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded and looked at Yu Shu cautiously. He also said that if I like medical skills, he would teach me his family's acupuncture techniques after I can identify hundreds of medicinal herbs. Sister, can I learn it? Yu Shu had seen Yu Xiaoxiu go to the medical center every day after class. She thought he liked to go to He Fangji, but now it seemed that he was going for those medicinal herbs. She looked at Yu Xiaoxiu's yearning and pleading eyes and twitched the corner of her mouth. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had planned from the beginning that when she completed the law of time of calamity, she would pass it on to her brother and pave a shortcut for him to take. But now, her plan was messed up. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't want to learn anymore. Sister, I've been wanting to tell you for a long time. The teachers in the academy teach easy lessons, but I'm so bored listening to them. I can't do my homework well. I don't think those blessings and misfortunes are as useful as a prescription from my godfather. Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his head. Seeing that Yu Shu wasn't angry, he felt reassured and continued. Sister, you don't know. Godfather said that I am very talented. If I study medicine, I will definitely have a better future. Yu Shu had a headache. He Fangji was trying to steal her man right under her nose. Sister? All right. If you don't like to learn, I won't force you. However, I'll have to ask my godfather about the matter of learning medicine. Although Yu Shu was depressed, she did not struggle with it. She arranged a good path for Yu Xiaoxiu so that he could live freely in the future, not to let him live according to her wishes. He knew this child well. For him to confess to her now, it was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He must have thought about it for a long time. She wouldn't stop him if he wanted medical skills, but she still had to worry about him. Who asked her to only have such a precious little brother? Sister, you are so nice. Seeing that Yu Shu did not object, Yu Xiaoxiu's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, fell to the ground. He did not pay attention for a moment and blurted out, Don't worry and ask my godfather. We have discussed it. As long as you agree, I can learn medicine from him openly from tomorrow onwards. Yu Shu's eyelids twitched. She resisted the urge to pull his ears and only scolded in her heart. Brat, you are so bold. How dare you play tricks on me? That afternoon, after the guests left, Yu Shu found He Fangji. They closed the door and talked in the small study. Yu Xiaoxiu waited outside the door, scratching his ears and cheeks. After an hour, when he heard that he was asked to come in, he couldn't wait to push the door open and enter. In the room, Yu Shu was expressionless, while He Fangji was smiling. Looking at the situation, Yu Xiaoxiu also knew that the matter had been resolved, and he was immediately delighted. Sure enough, Yu Shu turned to look at him and said with a straight face, Since you want to learn medicine from me, you can't give up halfway. Learning medicine is not as easy as learning E. If one day you can't bear the hardship, just tell me that you regret it. I can still teach you E. But don't think about medical skills in this life. Do you remember? She made it clear and gave you Xiaoxiu a way out. On the surface, it seemed that she was telling you Xiaoxiu not to give up halfway, but in fact, half of the words were said for He Fangji. You abducted my brother to be a doctor, so you have to teach him well. Otherwise, if he regrets it one day, he can still learn E from me. He Fangji could hear the hidden meaning in Yu Shu's words. He knew that he was in the wrong, so he was not angry and only smiled at the side. It was because he had taken a fancy to Yu Xiaoxiu's talent, so he had been hiding it from Yu Shu, the one who could make the decision. Your sister is right. Since you want to learn, you have to learn well. You are my son now, so I will definitely not hide anything. I will definitely teach you with all my heart. He Fangji actually had his own selfish motives. He had a son in his late 40s, and He Xiaochuan was still young. In the future, when he grew up, he and Zhao Hui would also be old. Whether or not they could inherit his legacy was a problem. He would first pass on his family's knowledge to Yu Xiaoxiu. In the future, with such an elder brother, it would only be beneficial to He Xiaochuan. Yu Xiaoxiu did not notice the thoughts of the two people in front of him at all. His eyes lit up as he promised, "Godfather and sister, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to learn well. I won't let you down." The next day, the first day of June, there were no classes in the Taisha library. Yu Shu went out in the morning and went to the fan shop in the south of the city to find Xian Lishan to look at her fan. The mahogany root fan was not finished, and Xian Lishan refused to let her see the half-finished product. Instead, he pulled Yu Shu to show off a kite he had made a while ago. "My kite is amazing. Do you see the red wheel on it? As long as I fly it high in the sky during the day, stay for a quarter of an hour, and pull it down, I can tell if there will be rain in a few days from the length of the scale on this end. How about it? Isn't it amazing?" Yu Shu looked at the strange-looking white kite in his hand that was half the height of a person. She did not know whether it was good or bad, so she said perfunctorily, "Yes, amazing." Xian Lishan winked at her and sent the kite forward. "Here, do you want it? I'll exchange it with you for the crystal beads." "I'll take two." The corner of Yu Shu's mouth twitched. She rolled her eyes and said no. She had the law of rain. She could know the weather by moving her pen. There was no need to waste time flying his kite. What was the use of it? "Then I'll take one." "Don't say one. I don't even have one." Yu Shu spread out her hands at him and took 2 steps back to stay away from him. She did not want to damage his strange zither later. This profiteer could not guarantee that he would not blackmail her. "Stingy," Xian Lishan muttered angrily. In the blink of an eye, he put on a smiling face and negotiated with Yu Shu. "I know that your crystal beads are grown in a feng shui pool. Do you dare to put my baby in your pool and raise it for me for a while?" She kept him in suspense and said directly, "I can help you raise it, but what benefits will you give me?" Xian Lishan sneered and said, "If you help me raise that baby, it will be a great benefit. If you don't want to, forget it. Why should I beg you?" Yu Shu knew that he was playing hard to get, but she could not help but be curious. She went forward and asked, "Oh, what kind of baby is it? It's so delicate. Let me see it." Xian Lishan was probably pleased by Yu Shu's reaction. He smiled proudly, and his eyes flickered. He covered his mouth with one hand and said to her in a low voice, Chapter 507. In the afternoon, she temporarily separated from Shui Rue. Yu Shu fished out the whole set of crystals from the foam pond one by one. She wiped them clean with a cotton cloth, put them in a mahogany box, and took them home. Pei Jing had been waiting for her at Zhao Hui's house with clothes, shoes, and socks that had been made in a hurry, as well as carefully selected rouge girls. Seeing that she came back at this time, he couldn't help urging her. "Why are you still running around today? What time is it? Go back to your room to take a bath and freshen up, or I'll go out to look for you. Did you bring the things back?" Pei Jing counted on Yu Shu to be a good living signboard, so that the crystals she had raised could be sold at a sky-high price. So compared with Yu Shu, he paid more attention to tonight's hibiscus gentleman's banquet. "I brought them back." Yu Shu handed the heavy mahogany box to him. The longer the crystal was soaked in the foam pond, the brighter it became. Generally, it would take 7 days to finish the work, but the set in her hand had been raised in the foam pond for half a month. Pei Jing carefully took the box, put it on the table by the window, rubbed his fingers, and slowly opened the box. In an instant, he was dazzled. All kinds of crystals were piled up together, pink, yellow, purple, and white, full of watery light. Even though Pei Jing had seen it once 2 days ago, he couldn't help but click his tongue at this time. His mind was shaken, and he held his breath. "Pa!" He closed the box again, still feeling a little dizzy. Originally, he was 80% confident, but now it became 10%. "Okay, go in and get ready. This is Song Nyangzi, who is in charge of dressing and combing hair, and this is Huan Nyangzi, who is in charge of making perfume and rouge. They're all people I borrowed from the Hungwu restaurant in the north of the city." Pei Jing introduced them to Yu Shu, and then reminded the 2 ladies in the suitcases, "Take care of them. Ladies, please tidy up my niece. The clothes and jewelry are all ready-made. As for the makeup and face, make sure they match this set of jewelry." The 2 ladies had already sized up Yu Shu. They smiled at Pei Jing and said, "Boss Pei, don't worry. This lady looks clean and elegant. She's the easiest to take care of. She also has such fine clothes and jewelry. We'll take care of her properly. Just wait. When we come out later, we'll give you a beautiful lady." Hearing this, Yu Shu curled her lips, thinking to herself, "Beauty? Beauty?" Actually, it was just a mobile counter specially made for hanging crystals. The curtain of night had just fallen, and the main street in front of the Dinghua Hall in the northern part of the city was already bustling with people and carriages. At the annual Hibiscus Gentlemen's Banquet, other than the young ladies who were yet to be betrothed and the young talents who were yet to be married, there were also many high-ranking officials and nobles in the capital who came to join in the fun and watch the excitement. The annual Hibiscus Gentlemen's Banquet was held. Other than the unmarried ladies and unmarried young talents, there were also many officials and nobles in the capital who came to join in the fun and watch. At the end of the street, a green palanquin, accompanied by a man and a horse, was approaching. The man on the horse was turning his head to talk to the man in the palanquin. "It was not my turn to come tonight, but my mother got a favor card from Princess Xiang and sent me here. If it weren't for the fact that I was still drinking with the men in the camp at this moment, I would have come. Originally, it was not my turn to come tonight, but my mother forcefully asked for a favor from Imperial Consort Xiang and sent me here. If it wasn't for the fact that I was still drinking with the men in the barracks." Feng Xiaomiao was 3 to 5 years younger than Shui Rui and had not passed the age where he liked to play around. It was not that he did not arrange for someone to accompany him in bed, but women were not as attractive to him as good wine and brothers. Shui Rui did not agree with his words and reprimanded him instead. "You are not young anymore and should be sensible. Don't always let General Foreign worry for you. I heard that you fought with someone in the army 2 days ago, and General Feng came to apologize for you. I see that you are alive and kicking today. Could it be that you managed to get help from Old Foreign so that you did not get beaten up by your father?" Feng Xiaomiao smiled embarrassedly and said guiltily, "If it wasn't that boy asking for a beating. He is just a concubine son of the second branch of the Yin family, and he dared to strut around in the barracks and bully people as he pleased. He even pretended to be a big-tailed eagle in front of me. It was already a light punishment that I did not beat him until his teeth fell all over the floor. It was only a few drops of blood from his nose, and he was crying for his parents. He was afraid that Shui Rui would say that he was not a concubine again if he continued to ask, so he quickly changed the topic. Brother Rui, didn't the Lotus Branch also receive the banquet invitation? Why didn't I see her? Didn't she come with you? Feng Xiaomiao ran into Yu Shu and Shui Rui, hugging each other in the restaurant that day, and guessed that the relationship between them was unusual. So he was a little puzzled that he did not see Yu Shu. Shui Rui was sensitive and found out the meaning of Feng Xiaomiao's words. Thinking of Yu Shu's current situation, he said without thinking, "Tonight is the Hibiscus Gentlemen's Banquet. If she goes with me, won't it attract criticism?" Feng Xiaomiao was stunned and wanted to say something. but he heard a whistling sound behind him. In the blink of an eye, 2 horses leaped past him, which startled the horse under him. But he heard a hearty laughter. Ha ha! 11th Prince, you have to admit defeat. The snow-treading horse under you is now mine. Then there was an exasperated voice. Zhu Er, how dare you play tricks with me? Shui Rui's gaze flickered when he heard this voice, and he lifted the curtain of the palanquin with one hand, causing him to see that there were 2 horses that stood in opposition under the lanterns a few meters ahead of him. The 11th Prince, Lu Yi, was flying into a rage out of humiliation as he raised his horsewhip and pointed it at the young man on the crimson-red horse before him. In an instant, everyone on the street turned around to look at him. The man on the red horse was in his 20s. He wore a green robe and had long arms and legs. His black hair was tied up and his forehead was full. He had thick eyebrows and long eyes. He sat high on the horse's back and glanced sideways. He held the reins with one arm and looked free and easy. Shui Rui recognized him at a glance. He was one of the 3 people he suspected had something to do with the 10th princess's suicide. He was the 2nd young master of the Zhu family in the capital, Zhu Qingjue. Zhu Qingjue seemed to sense the gaze from afar. He turned around and met Shui Rui's probing eyes. For eyes met, and 2 pairs of sword-like eyebrows were raised. Under the night lights, it was like swords clashing and sparks flew. Shui Rui gently nodded and let down the curtain. Zhu Qingjue's lips curled up, and he dismounted. He threw the reins to a servant and said to Lu Yi, 11th Prince, lower your voice. I can see that you have a deficiency of qi and blood and the deficiency of your kidneys and spleen. It should be caused by indulging in sensual pleasures. If you don't want to leave behind a hidden illness, I will give you a prescription. Come and find me after the banquet today. He did not care about Lu Yi's expression and walked into the Dingbua hall with his hands behind his back. Feng Xiaomiao saw this scene and clicked her tongue. She bent down and said to Shui Rui, Brother Rui, do you see? In the entire capital, in terms of arrogance, 2nd young master Zhu is probably number 1. Even the 11th prince is slightly inferior. Chapter 508. Xian Lishan hid the relic of Yunhua, Ez. Yushu didn't care if he was telling the truth or not. She had to see it. So, she went along with his tone and said, I'm not a talkative person. Why don't you take it out and let me see? Xian Lishan raised his eyebrows. He didn't rush to show off. Instead, he walked around the counter and closed the door of the shop. He bolted the door and returned to Yushu. He stretched his hand to the back of his neck and pulled out a thin rope from his collar. There was a touch of green on it. He took off his neck and spread it out in his palm. He handed it to Yushu for her to see. Here, Yushu moved closer to take a look. She saw a coin-sized jade ball in his hand. It was hollowed out and glowed. It didn't seem to be an ordinary item. What was even more strange was that there seemed to be something wrapped inside. It was dark. She couldn't tell what it was at first glance. What is this? She asked in confusion. You don't know, right? This treasure is called Zhugetong. Zhugetong? She couldn't deduce anything from the words. Yushu raised her head suspiciously. Then tell me, what's the use of this thing? It's very useful. Do you want to know? Xian Lishan's eyes shone with excitement. Yushu nodded and cooperated with him with an expectant look. I want to know. Xian Lishan grinned. I'm not telling you. What are you staring at? How can I tell you such an important thing so easily? What if you covet my treasure? Why are you curling your lips? Am I not right? You don't know how to use it. Even if you take it, it's a pile of trash. I don't need to worry about your greed. Alas, how about this? Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. You take it back and put it in your feng shui pond. Let me raise it for 49 days. When I'm in a good mood, I'll tell you how it works. How about that? Yushu secretly despised Xian Lishan. Xian Lishan obviously had a favor to ask of her, but he was still putting on an act. She did not want to agree to it casually, but this was related to Yunhua, and she felt that this Zhugetong was very useful. So, after hesitating for a moment, she still nodded and agreed. All right, it's settled then. I'll help you take care of it, and you have to tell me what this thing is used for. After saying that, She reached out to grab the emerald ball in his hand, but Xian Lishan dodged it with a wave of his hand. He glared at her and said discontentedly, "Are your hands clean? What if you break it? Wait, I'll find a box to put it in first." Bah, how could she be so delicate? Yushu criticized him in her heart. She looked at him coldly and bent down to search in the counter for a while. He took out a round box and carefully put the emerald ball in it before handing it to her. Xian Lishan warned her worriedly, "Handle it with care, understand? Don't you dare to break it. If there's even the slightest mistake, I'll fight you to the death." "Got it," Yushu answered perfunctorily. She put the box into her bosom and thought that she would take it out and study it carefully when she went back. Yushu left the fan shop and returned to Wang Ji Tower with Xian Lishan's treasure. As soon as she closed the door, she couldn't wait to take the thing out and take a closer look at it. After looking at it carefully, she finally managed to see clearly what was hidden in the hollow emerald ball. It was a small black bead, like a pupil, embedded in the emerald eyeball. Yushu looked at the black bead of unknown material. She didn't know why, but she felt it was familiar at first, as if she had seen it somewhere before. She thought about it for a long time, and her spirit suddenly jolted. She hurriedly put down the emerald ball and reached out her left hand. On her index finger, there was an inconspicuous silver ring. If one didn't look closely, no one would be able to tell that there was something mysterious about the ring. Yushu twisted her finger twice and took off the silver ring. Below it, there was a jet-black ring on the end of her finger. It was a gift from Qingzheng before he left. She didn't know what to do with it, but she was careful to cover it up in case she met someone who knew it. Yushu picked up the emerald ball again and raised it to the window. She squinted at the black bead hidden in it and compared it with the black ring on her hand. The more she looked at it, the more similar it seemed to be made of the same material. This discovery made Yushu's heart skip a beat. Although she was sure that Yunhua and Qingzheng were related, there was no evidence to prove that they were master and disciple. This was great. If Xian Lishan didn't lie to her, and this emerald ball was really Yunhua's relic, then he would be the eldest senior in Qingzheng's words. What made Yushu even more excited was the use of this treasure called Zhuge Ai. Looking at Xian Lishan's mysterious look, it could be imagined that he had benefited a lot from this emerald ball. Unlike her, she just remembered to wear the black ring given by Qingzheng some time ago, and she was confused and didn't know what it was good for. Now that she thought about it, what Qingzheng took out would not be a simple ornament. The black bead in this emerald ball and the black ring on her hand must be treasures. Yushu wanted to turn around and find Xian Lishan to ask him about it, but she knew that Xian Laowu was a profiteer who wouldn't release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. How could he easily explain it to her? So she suppressed her impulse and curiosity, put on the silver ring again, turned around and took the emerald ball to the balcony on the 3rd floor and placed it in the Fengqi pond. After 49 days, she would find Xian Lishan and find out the truth. Yushu had a new discovery. In the morning, she came to Wangji Tower, but she didn't go home. She stayed upstairs to deduce her rule of the time of calamity, waiting for Shui Rue to come back and discuss it with him. As she waited, it was dark again. Yushu heard the maid talking and knew that Shui Rue had come back from outside. So she packed up her brush and ink, washed her hands, and went downstairs to see him. For the sake of investigating the young man who had an affair with the 10th princess when she was still alive, Shui Rue had been out for an entire day today. He couldn't be said to be tired, but he was absolutely worry-free. When he returned and saw Yushu waiting for him, he felt much more relaxed in his heart, and he felt slightly happy as well. "Were you in the restaurant today?" he asked. "I went to the south of the city." Yushu sat down opposite Shui Rue and talked about Xian Lishan. "Brother, do you know the 5th master who was expelled from the Xian family more than 10 years ago?" Yushu knew that the Shui family and the Xian family were related by marriage, so Shui Rue should have heard about the Xian family. As expected, Shui Rue nodded and said, "You mean Xian Lishan? I know. Why did you mention him?" Yushu omitted the part where she found someone to make a peachwood fan for her. She simply told Shui Rue about how she met Xian Lishan by chance in the south of the city. In the end, she said excitedly, Big Brother would never expect that Xian Lishan has Yun Hua's relic in his possession. It's the same thing that my master gave me back then. Shui Rue was surprised for a moment. He saw Yushu take off 2 rings from her fingers and hand a black ring to him. Shui Rue had long noticed the silver ring on Yushu's hand. He just thought that she was a simple person and did not like gold and jade. Today, he found that there was something hidden under it. He took the black ring and looked at it under the light. He frowned and judged. This thing is neither copper nor iron. It is not jade. What is it? I don't know, Yushu said gloomily. When my master gave it to me, he only told me not to leave my hand. He didn't say what it was for. Not only that, she took off the black ring within a few days after she got it. Fortunately, she did not lose it. She had been hiding it in the corner. It was not until she suffered a few big losses that she remembered to wear it again. So far, she had not found any use for it. While talking, Yushu took Shui Rue upstairs and showed him the emerald ball at the bottom of the feng shui pool. She pointed at the black bead hidden in it for him to identify. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.